Freya. After surviving the cruelest truth, I was ready to leave everything behind. I'm resigning. The words left my mouth before I could think twice. I sat by the window of my penthouse, watching the city lights blur into the night. For 3 years, this place had been called home, but right now it felt like a stranger's cage. On the other end of the line, Beta Timothy went utterly silent. I could picture his face, brows knotted, jaw tight. Resigning? His voice finally broke the pause, sharp with disbelief. Freya, are you even hearing yourself? This isn't just a job. You're throwing away your Gamma title. Do you know what that means for you? For the pack? I do. My voice was steady, but my heart pounded against my ribs. Alpha already signed the withdrawal papers. I'll finish the transition within a week. The hell he did, he muttered, sharp with disbelief. Alpha Jasper must have signed off on this without even noticing whose papers he was signing. He's going to lose his mind when he realizes it was you. A bitter smile tugged at my lips, though it hurt more than it soothed. If he didn't notice, that only proves I never mattered. You don't believe that, Freya. Beta Timothy snapped, anger sharpening his tone. For 4 years, you've been his right hand, his shadow. Do you even realize how much he leans on you? The man sleeps because you keep the pack stable. He breathes because you're there covering his back. I pressed my palm against the cold glass, fighting the sting in my chest. He depends on me. Yes, but he doesn't love me. Timothy, you know why I joined the Stone Lake pack. Timothy's voice grew sharper, almost accusing. This is about Mia, isn't it? She's his mate, yes, but she abandoned him. You stayed. You gave him everything. Don't tell me it meant nothing. I closed my eyes. Of course I knew the truth. From the beginning, I was never his mate. He was bound to her the moment he came of age. I was only the woman foolish enough to fall for an alpha who could never belong to me. I thought I could heal his wounds, that my devotion could replace what he lost. But I was never more than a shadow in his life. I'm going home, I lied softly. My parents need me. Timothy knew it was an excuse, but he didn't call me out. He just sighed, defeated. Then I hope you won't regret this. The call ended, and silence filled the apartment. I stared at the walls, at the traces of my life with him scattered everywhere, and I felt like I was suffocating. 8 years ago, I thought I had been blessed by fate. I still remember Harvard, the day I met Elena. She was dazzling, the kind of girl who made everyone stop and look. Somehow she chose me as her closest friend. Through her, I met her brother, Alpha Jasper of the Stone Lake Pack. From that moment, my heart belonged to him. After graduation, Elena went to Paris, and I stayed. I became his Gamma, his assistant, the one who cleaned up his messes, filled his schedule, kept his world in order. I told myself it was enough, that even if I wasn't his mate, I could still stand beside him, until that night. Someone spiked his drink. He cornered me, kissed me like he couldn't breathe without me, and by dawn, I had given him my first time. But when his lips parted in the dark, the name he moaned wasn't mine. It was hers. Mia, his destined mate, the one who left him behind. The next morning, he stood by the window, cigarette smoke curling around him, his eyes cold as ice. You like me, don't you? His voice was detached, like I was nothing but a stranger. Last night shouldn't have happened. I love someone else. Then he tossed a bank card onto the bed. Take it. Forget it. I should have walked away. Instead, I begged. Give me a chance. If she doesn't come back, if you can't let her go, I'll leave. He hesitated, then nodded. That hesitation was enough for me to chain myself to him for the next 4 years. By day, I was his Gamma, his trusted assistant. By night, I was his secret lover. Nobody knew, nobody would ever know, and I told myself it was happiness, until his birthday. I planned a surprise for him, waiting for the moment he would finally look at me and see me. But at midnight, his social account lit up with a message, "Found my mate, what I lost." The photo showed him kissing Mia beneath the fireworks. My hands trembled as I called him, desperate for an answer. But it wasn't Jasper who picked up, it was Mia. Her sweet, syrupy voice slid into my ear. Jasper, come back to bed. Your Gamma is calling. And then his voice followed, sharp and merciless. She doesn't matter. Don't waste your time on her. Something inside me shattered. I made my decision. After drafting the resignation notice and the withdrawal papers required to leave the pack, I slipped them onto his desk as if it were routine. He never checked the documents I prepared for him. His signature always came quick, confident, automatic. For years I told myself that was proof of his trust. The truth was crueler. I was nothing more than a highly competent subordinate, convenient body in his bed, never a mate. Days later, I packed my suitcase and met him at the door. "Got a new place?" he asked casually, as if I were just another employee moving on to a different job. "My old apartment, just for a month," I replied. He nodded, unbothered. "I'll drive you." The car was filled with Mia, purple seat covers, plush toys. I froze and he noticed but only said, "They're hers. She likes them." I forced a smile. "I'm happy for you." Halfway there, she called. She wanted to build a snowman with him. He pulled over and looked at me. "I'll take a cab," I said before he could speak. My voice was calm, but my heart was already in shreds. He helped me unload my bags. That was when a box tipped over, spilling across the snow. Letters I had written but never sent. Photos I had taken in secret. Even trinkets he once discarded, but I had kept like treasures. All of my hidden devotion lay bare under the streetlight. He froze, staring. For a heartbeat, I thought he might say something, anything, but he said nothing. He turned, got back in his car, and drove away. Snow fell harder. My wolf whimpered inside me as I knelt in the cold, gathering the pieces of my obsession with numb fingers. Alone, always alone. When I finally stumbled home, half frozen, my phone buzzed. A single message lit the screen. "Don't be stuck on one person. Give yourself a chance." His words cut deeper than the winter air. At dawn, I carried the box outside. I set it on fire, watching the flames devour my love letters, my memories, my 8 wasted years. Ashes scattered into the snow, carried by the wind like ghosts. My wolf let out a low, mournful cry inside me, but I whispered to her, to myself, "It's over." Not just with him, not just with the alpha who never chose me. I was leaving the Stone Lake pack, leaving the poisonous love I had chained myself to. Maybe he would never notice, but for the first time in 8 years, I was finally free. Freya. After a quiet weekend, Monday morning arrived with cruel punctuality. I stepped into Stone Lake Tower at 8 sharp, my heels clicking across the marble floor. From the outside, nothing had changed. Same glass walls, same sharp-suited executives bowing their heads when they saw me, the Gamma who kept the Alpha's empire from collapsing under its own weight. Inside, though, I was already halfway gone. The resignation papers had been signed. My place here was a countdown, not a future. Still, old habits died hard. I poured myself into my work, lining up Jasper's schedule, preparing notes for the board meeting that afternoon, and running through the usual tasks that only I could do with precision. By 9, I was heading toward his office with a folder in hand. The door was ajar. I pushed it open an inch, intending to announce myself, then froze. Mia was curled up on Jasper's lap, delicate as porcelain, feeding him half of a cookie. The alpha, who once mocked germaphobes, who refused to share drinks even with his beta, took the bite with a smile. Worse, he kissed her fingertips after. Tenderly, worshipfully. There's an old saying in our world, a fated mate carries a bond stronger than anything else. Once 2 wolves meet, nothing can keep them apart except the cruelty of rejection. I'd never believed a bond could change someone's very nature, but watching him now I had no choice but to believe. My eyes burned, and my wolf whimpered inside me. 8 years, what had those been worth? I wanted to scream the question at Jasper. Instead, I stood tall, forcing myself to hold on to the last threads of dignity I still had. "You said you were craving these yesterday," he murmured, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. "So I stood in line for 3 hours this morning. Worth it?" Mia's laughter rang out bright and sweet. Perfect. Sweet but not cloying. You used to trek across the city just to get these. Now you're literally running a corporation, Jasper. Can't you just send someone?" She wiggled her foot, and he massaged her ankle with practiced care. The look on his face was pure devotion. "Anything that matters to you," he said, brushing her hair back from her cheek. "I handle myself. Always." She leaned in, arms twining around his neck, and kissed him like he was her world. He kissed her back, completely lost in her. My breath caught. Pain clawed its way up my chest, sharp and merciless. My fingernails dug into my palms until the skin broke. Warm blood pooled in my hands, the only thing tethering me to reality. The meeting clock ticked on. Swallowing hard, I straightened my spine, forced my face into a mask, and rapped lightly on the door. "Alpha Kane?" I said, my voice low but steady. Your meeting's about to start. Jasper tensed. His shoulders shifted as if he meant to stand, but Mia tugged him back down, lips curving into a pout. Don't go yet. 5 more minutes? She coaxed, wide-eyed, her tone dripping with playful sweetness. Her plea melted him instantly. Push the meeting back 2 hours, he called out, not even looking at me. My breath caught. Alpha, the CEOs are already waiting. God, Jasper. Mia cut in with a laugh. Your gamma is such a buzzkill. Can't she take a hint? The air thickened. Jasper's gaze snapped to me, cold steel. I said 2 hours. Nothing comes before Mia. Got it? The finality in his tone left me no space to argue. I bowed my head. Yes, Alpha. The conference room was a storm when I walked in. 3 powerful CEOs sat stiff-backed, fury barely contained. They didn't dare insult Jasper outright, so they turned on me instead. This is an insult, Gamma. We cleared our mornings for this. Your Alpha treats us like fools. I lowered my head and absorbed every strike. Defending him would only invite worse. 2 hours later, Jasper finally arrived, with Mia on his arm, radiant and smug. The meeting resumed. For him, it was nothing. For me, it was humiliation that burned to the bone. When it ended, I staggered into the hall, desperate for air. Freya, right? Mia's voice chimed. I turned. She leaned in the doorway, all sugar and silk. Jasper says you make the best coffee. Everyone looks half dead after that marathon. Be a doll and whip up some for the whole floor? Mine with ice, no sugar. Her smile was sweet. Her eyes were poison. Yes, ma'am, I murmured. It took nearly 2 hours. 400 cups. My hands shook, raw from grinding and pouring. By the time I carried the last tray, my body screamed for rest. I set Mia's cup before her. She lifted it, took a sip, then her face twisted. This? She shrieked. This is what you call coffee? Before I could answer, she hurled the mug straight at me. But this time, I didn't curl up. My hand shot out, catching the mug midair. It shattered in my grip, shards slicing into my palm. Blood dripped down my wrist, but I didn't flinch. Gasps rippled across the office. Mia froze, shock flashing before rage twisted her features. She grabbed another cup, but I straightened to my full height. Enough, I growled. My voice was low, edged with steel. You don't get to treat me like trash just because you hide behind his title. The room went deathly silent. Even Mia faltered, her wolf instinctively recoiling under my gamma dominance. But then she whimpered, soft and fragile, and tilted her face toward Jasper's office. The door slammed open. Jasper emerged, fury crackling in every step. Freya, he snarled, disbelief and rage laced together. You dare bare your fangs at my mate? I lifted my bleeding hand, shards glittering against the red. I dare defend myself. I've been your gamma for 4 years. I have earned at least that much. Our eyes locked. For one heartbeat, something unreadable flickered in his gaze, shock, maybe even respect. But then it was gone. He turned to Mia, pulling her into his arms. I felt uncomfortable, Jasper, Mia whispered pitifully, clutching her stomach. I asked for warmth, and she gave me ice. Tears welled. Her performance was flawless. Jasper's jaw clenched. He looked at me like I was a stranger. 4 years, and you can't manage a simple coffee order. Or do you have a problem with Mia? I opened my mouth. Alpha, enough. His command cracked like a whip. Dock her month's pay, strip her bonus. She'll apologize at next week's all hands. Jasper's verdict fell like a blade. The office went silent, waiting for me to bow my head and obey. But I didn't bow. I straightened, blood dripping down my hand, and let out a laugh that scraped raw from my throat. It silenced even my wolf inside me. Dock my pay? I repeated, my voice ringing clear. Tell me, what alpha? What bonus? What contract? His brows furrowed. What the hell are you? I was never your employee, Jasper. I cut him off, my voice sharp as broken glass. I was your gamma because I chose to serve the Stone Lake Pack. I belonged here because I believed in loyalty, not because you owned me. And now, I drew a deep breath. Now I no longer belong to this pack. I lifted my chin, eyes blazing. I resign my gamma title. I withdraw from the Stone Lake Pack, effective immediately. Mia's face drained of color. You can't just... I turned on her, stepping close enough that she stumbled back. Then my palm cracked across her cheek with a sound that echoed through the room. Her gasp barely left her lips before I pivoted and struck Jasper across the face too. The force of it rocked him back a step. Those, I said coldly, flexing my stinging hand, are for every year I bled for you, Every night I thought loyalty meant something. Every shred of dignity I swallowed while you looked through me as if I were invisible. Jasper's wolf flared, fury sparking in his eyes, but I didn't flinch. I swept my gaze across the stunned office, my wolf's aura pressing down on every single one of them. Then, through the crowd, I caught a familiar face. I smiled at Beta Timothy. The paperwork and transition are already complete. Let the pack know. Freya has left Stone Lake. And then I walked away, head high, bloodied but unbroken. The shards crunched under my heels like punctuation marks. Behind me, the alpha of Stone Lake stood frozen, cheek burning from my handprint. Freya. I was nursing my second whiskey when my phone lit up with Elena's name flashing across the screen. 3 weeks since I'd walked out of Stone Lake Tower and the world hadn't stopped turning. Funny how that works. Where are you hiding, you beautiful disaster? Her voice spilled through the speaker, familiar and warm, like summer rain. I couldn't help but smile. My apartment. Where else would I be? Unacceptable. I'm standing outside your door. Let me in before your neighbors think I'm stalking you. The line went dead before I could respond. Sure enough, seconds later, a rapid knock echoed through my apartment. I opened the door to find Alina Kane, Jasper's sister and my best friend since college, standing there with 2 overnight bags and a determined glint in her eyes. You flew back from Paris? I gasped as she pushed past me into the apartment. Elena dropped her bags dramatically on my floor and spun around, her blonde hair whipping around her shoulders. You quit the pack, slapped my brother across his stupid face, and thought I wouldn't hop on the first flight back? She pulled me into a fierce hug. 8 years of your life, Freya. 8 years. Elena, no. She pressed her finger against my lips. No sad faces. We're going out. You've been cooped up in here doing what? Crying? Planning world domination? I sighed, just processing. Elena surveyed my apartment, the empty wine bottles, the stack of resignation paperwork, the half-eaten takeout containers. Well, you've processed enough. Get dressed. We're hitting Crescent Moon. The nightclub? I don't think. Not a request. She was already rummaging through my closet. You need tequila, dancing, and possibly a deliciously bad decision with a handsome stranger. 2 hours later, we were ensconced in a corner booth at Crescent Moon, the bass pulsing through my bones as Alina pushed another shot toward me. To freedom, she declared, lifting her glass. I clinked mine against hers. To not giving a damn anymore. The tequila burned pleasantly down my throat. Alina watched me with that piercing gaze so similar to her brother's, yet infinitely warmer. You know, she said, leaning forward, I always thought Jasper would wake up one morning and realize what was right in front of him. She shook her head. Then that Mia person shows up again, and suddenly my brother turns into this puppet. My chest tightened at the mention of his name. It's the mate bond, Alina. You can't fight nature. Bullshit. She slammed her glass down. Mate bond or not, he shouldn't have treated you like disposable garbage. You ran that pack better than he did half the time. He's still your brother, I reminded her, though the defense felt hollow even to my own ears. And that's why I can say with absolute authority that he's an idiot. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. You should see what's happening at Stone Lake now. Complete chaos. Timothy's trying to hold things together, but no one knows where anything is. Jasper's schedule is a disaster, and Mia, she rolled her eyes dramatically, keeps trying to redecorate the executive floor in pastels. Despite everything, a laugh bubbled up in my throat. Pastels? In Jasper's office? Pink and mint green, Elena confirmed with wicked glee. She says the current decor is too aggressive and masculine. We dissolved into giggles, and for a moment it felt like old times, before I'd fallen for Jasper, before everything had gotten so complicated. I still can't believe you're actually done with Stone Lake, Elena said, her voice softening. I mean, I'm proud of you, but it was your home. I twirled the lime in my empty glass. It stopped being home when I realized I was just convenient, useful until I wasn't. My wolf stirred restlessly inside me, still mourning the loss of pack bonds. What about you? How long are you staying before jetting back to Paris? Elena's expression shifted, something secretive dancing in her eyes. About that. I'm not going back, at least not as a Stone Lake wolf. My jaw dropped. What? I'm filing withdrawal papers too, she announced, a defiant tilt to her chin. I've been thinking about it for months. I hate pack politics, all those stuffy meetings and traditions. I want to paint, travel, live on my own terms. She grabbed my hand. And now that you've gone and shown it can be done, Elena, your family, is not my whole identity. She squeezed my fingers. Besides, it's not like I'm the first. Loads of wolves live independently now. The whole lone wolf dies, but the pack survives thing is so last century. I stared at her in shock. Does Jasper know? Not yet. A wicked smile curved her lips. Maybe I'll just send him a text. Hey bro, following Freya's lead. P.S. Your mate's a bitch. Elena, I gasped but couldn't stop laughing. What? She feigned innocence. Am I wrong? The woman treats everyone like servants. Can you imagine her as Luna? The pack will revolt within a month. The thought of Mia as Luna, the female alpha, the pack mother, sent a fresh stab of pain through my chest. For years, I'd secretly dreamed of standing beside Jasper in that role. Elena must have seen the shadow cross my face because she quickly steered us back to lighter territory. Enough about Stone Lake. We're celebrating new beginnings. She clinked her glass against mine again. To freedom and fabulous futures. To freedom, I echoed, feeling lighter than I had in days. As the night progressed, Elena's presence worked its magic. We danced until our feet ached, laughed until our sides hurt, and for hours, I didn't think about Stone Lake or Jasper or the void left behind. You know what you need? Elena shouted over the music as we took a breather at the bar. A palate cleanser. I raised an eyebrow. A what? A man, she clarified, scanning the crowd like a predator. Someone hot, uncomplicated, and preferably nothing like my brother. Elena. Don't Elena me. When was the last time you were with someone who wasn't him? She knew better than to say Jasper's name too many times. It was like summoning a demon. I took another sip of my drink, avoiding her gaze. The truth was there hadn't been anyone else. Not in 8 years. That's what I thought, she said triumphantly. Oh, what about him? I followed her gaze to a tall figure leaning against the bar. Even from a distance I could tell he was gorgeous. Dark wavy hair, broad shoulders, and a confident stance that screamed alpha. But it was his scent that hit me next, rich, woodsy, with notes of cedar and something wild that made my wolf suddenly alert. He's an alpha, I murmured, surprised I could detect his status from this distance. Elena wiggled her eyebrows. Even better. Show Jasper you've upgraded. I'm not looking to make a statement. Then don't. Just have fun. She gave me a gentle nudge. Go talk to him. What's the worst that could happen? As if sensing our attention, the stranger turned. His eyes, a startling shade of amber, locked with mine across the room. The corner of his mouth lifted in a slow, appreciative smile that sent heat rushing through my veins. Go, Elena insisted. I'll be right here if you need an extraction. Before I could overthink it, I found myself walking toward him. My wolf, usually so cautious, urged me forward with unexpected enthusiasm. You look like a woman who knows what she wants, he said as I approached, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through me. I lifted my chin. And what makes you think that? The way you walked over here, confident, direct. His eyes traveled down my body and back up, not bothering to hide his appreciation. I'm Silvano. Silvano Moretti, alpha of the Shadow Pack. I'd heard his name long before I ever came to New York. One of the leading alphas in all of America, his wealth was staggering, but his scandals were even louder. His face appeared in interviews with Hollywood starlets almost weekly. To many she-wolves, he was the dream lover they fantasized about at night. My father had once warned me that Silvano Moretti was the most dangerous man in the world. But maybe the alcohol was burning away my good sense, because I didn't want to care. The temptation of sharing a night with this untouchable alpha was too strong. Freya, I replied, not offering my last name or pack affiliation. Tonight I was just Freya. No titles, no obligations. Beautiful name for a beautiful woman. He stepped closer and his scent enveloped me, stronger now, intoxicating. Can I buy you a drink, Freya? Freya. I'd rather dance, I said boldly. Silvano's smile widened, revealing perfect white teeth. Even better. On the dance floor, his hands found my waist, pulling me against him with a surety that sent sparks racing across my skin. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt this. The simple, uncomplicated pleasure of attraction, of being wanted, of wanting in return. You're different, he murmured against my ear as we moved together. Not like the usual women here. Is that a good thing? His fingers traced a line down my spine. Very good. When his lips finally met mine, it was electric, hungry and demanding in a way that made me forget everything else. He tasted like bourbon and desire, and my wolf howled in approval. Come home with me, he breathed against my lips, not a question, but not quite a command either. I pulled back enough to look into his eyes. This wasn't love. This wasn't forever. This was just tonight, just what I needed to remember. I was more than just Jasper's discarded shadow. I caught Elena's eye across the room. She gave me a thumbs up and a wink. Taking a deep breath, I made my decision. Your place or mine? I asked. Silvano's apartment was everything Jasper's wasn't. Warm, lived in, with books scattered on coffee tables and artwork that spoke of actual personality rather than carefully curated corporate aesthetic. But I wasn't here to compare interior design choices. Second thoughts? Silvano asked, noticing my hesitation as we stepped inside. I shook my head, meeting his amber gaze directly. Not a single one. His smile turned predatory as he closed the distance between us, one hand tangling in my hair while the other pulled me against him. Good, because I've wanted to do this since you walked up to me. When his lips finally met mine, I felt something inside me crack open, a dam breaking, flooding me with sensation I'd denied myself for too long. This wasn't Jasper's methodical, controlled kisses. Silvano kissed like he was starving, like he couldn't get enough, and my body responded with a ferocity that shocked me. You taste even better than I imagined, he growled against my neck, his teeth grazing the sensitive spot where my pulse raced. Let me see all of you, Freya. My dress hit the floor moments later, and I didn't feel a trace of the shyness that had always lingered with Jasper. Silvano looked at me with such raw hunger that I felt powerful, desired in a way I hadn't in years, maybe ever. Beautiful, he breathed, his hands exploring every curve with reverence. Absolutely fucking beautiful. His palms slid from my collarbone down to my breasts, rough thumbs circling until I gasped and arched into his touch. He didn't just touch me, he claimed me, fingers digging in like he was determined to memorize my body by feel alone. My nipples tightened under his tongue as he bent to take one into his mouth, sucking with greedy intensity, while his other hand teased the other into aching peaks. A whimper escaped me, raw and needy, and Silvano groaned like the sound was gasoline thrown onto his fire. I helped him out of his shirt, revealing a torso marked with the battle scars of an alpha who'd earned his position. My fingers traced each one, learning this new territory while my wolf purred her approval. Bedroom, I commanded, surprising myself with my directness. Silvano's eyes flashed with approval. Yes, ma'am. He lifted me with ease, my legs wrapping around his waist as he carried me down the hallway, our lips never breaking contact. His erection pressed hard against me through his pants, thick and urgent, and every step jostled me closer, dragging a moan from my throat. By the time we hit the bed, I was already trembling with need, clawing at his belt, desperate to free him. When we tumbled onto his bed, I didn't think about Stone Lake or pack politics or Jasper or anything beyond the way Silvano's weight felt perfect on top of me. Tell me what you want, he said, his voice rough with need as he positioned himself between my thighs. Everything, I whispered, arching against him. Make me forget everything but this moment. And he did. Where Jasper had been controlled and possessive, Silvano was wild and generous. His mouth traveled lower, leaving a trail of open-mouthed kisses down my stomach until he buried himself between my thighs. The first stroke of his tongue against my clit was so sharp, so overwhelming that I cried out, fisting the sheets. He devoured me like a starving man, alternating between teasing licks and deep, relentless suction that had my hips jerking uncontrollably. My wolf howled in my chest, every nerve set alight by the raw, shameless pleasure. When he finally entered me, the sensation was so intense I nearly came undone immediately. Silvano watched my face with a focus so intimate it almost hurt, adjusting his rhythm to match my reactions. That's it, he encouraged as I began moving against him, meeting his thrusts with equal fervor. Take what you need, Freya. Each stroke was deep, deliberate, filling me in a way that made my vision blur. The sound of his hips slamming into mine, mixed with my moans, filthy and unrestrained. I dug my nails into his back, leaving red crescents across his skin, claiming him as fiercely as he claimed me. Sweat slicked our bodies, the air thick with sex, and the primal rhythm of two wolves giving in to instinct. I did, digging my nails into his back, claiming this moment entirely for myself. 8 years I'd given to a man who kept me in the shadows, and now I was stepping into the light, taking control of my pleasure, my body, my choices. Silvano's lips found my throat, my breasts, everywhere he could reach. "You're magnificent," he growled against my skin. "So fucking perfect." My first orgasm caught me by surprise, crashing through me with an intensity that had me crying out his name. But Silvano wasn't finished. He flipped us over, positioning me on top. "Show me how you want it," he commanded, his hands gripping my hips. Riding him was like taking back every piece of myself I'd lost. I ground down hard, the thick stretch of him hitting that spot inside me again and again, until I was a panting, writhing mess. His hands guided me, his eyes locked on my breasts, bouncing with every thrust, his growl vibrating up through his chest as he urged me on. My second climax built slower, deeper, and when it finally broke, Silvano followed, his body tensing beneath mine as he groaned my name like a prayer. Afterward, we lay tangled in his sheets, my head on his chest while his fingers traced lazy patterns on my back. "You're thinking too loud," Silvano murmured, pressing a kiss to my temple. I laughed softly. "Good thoughts, I promise. Share them with me." I propped myself up on one elbow, studying his face, handsome in a rugged way Jasper's polished features never were. I'm thinking that I'd forgotten what it feels like to just enjoy something, someone, without an agenda or expectations or heartache waiting in the wings. Silvano smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. "High praise indeed." "It is," I confirmed, leaning down to kiss him again, slowly this time. We dozed for a while, waking to make love again, slower, more deliberate, but no less intense. Dawn was breaking when Silvano finally spoke the words that shattered our perfect bubble. "Marry me." "Freya." I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. "What?" The single word escaped my lips barely above a whisper. Silvano sat up. His amber eyes gleamed with a predatory intelligence I'd completely missed before. "Freya Stone, daughter of Tyson Stone, former alpha of the Granite Ridge Pack." His expression was triumphant as recognition dawned on my face, my wolf bristling inside me. "Yes, I know exactly who you are. Just as I imagine you've already sensed, I'm the alpha of the Shadow Pack." My body tensed immediately, wolf suddenly on high alert. The pleasant afterglow of our night together evaporated like morning mist. "How?" "I make it my business to know other powerful wolves," he interrupted smoothly, reaching for my hand. His touch, which had ignited desire only hours before, now sent warning signals racing up my arm. "And you, Freya, are extremely powerful, even more so now that you've cut ties with Stone Lake." I pulled the sheet around my naked body, suddenly feeling exposed in a way that had nothing to do with my physical state. "You knew who I was the entire time?" "Not immediately," he admitted, his eyes tracking my movements as I inched away from him. "But I recognized your scent signature. When Elena Kane called you by name at the bar, everything clicked into place." His smile was confident, completely unrepentant. "I've been looking for an alliance with a strong bloodline. We clearly have chemistry." "Chemistry isn't a basis for marriage," I said carefully, calculating how quickly I could gather my clothes and leave. My wolf was pacing anxiously inside me, torn between fight and flight. "Isn't it?" He caught my wrist gently but firmly, his thumb brushing over my pulse point in a gesture that seemed both intimate and threatening. "What did the mate bond get you with Alpha Kane? I'm offering you something real, equal partnership, respect, position. The Shadow Pack could use someone with your administrative talents, and you could use the protection of a pack bond again." My wolf bristled at his assumptions, hackles rising. "I don't need protection," I hissed, yanking my wrist free. "Everyone needs connection," Silvano countered, his voice softening into something that might have been genuine concern. "And you know as well as I do that Jasper won't let this go without a fight. An alpha like him, losing his gamma, having another alpha in your corner would make things smoother." I slid out of bed, gathering my scattered clothing with as much dignity as I could muster. My hands were shaking slightly, but I refused to let him see how rattled I was. "Let me get this straight. You tracked me at the club, seduced me, And now you're proposing a strategic alliance disguised as marriage? My voice was sharp enough to cut glass. What kind of wolf do you take me for? Silvano leaned back against the headboard, completely unashamed of his nakedness or his scheming. The wolf's confidence was infuriating. I tracked you at the club, yes? I seduced you? His eyes darkened as they swept over my body. I think that was mutual, Freya, the way you responded to me. His voice dropped to a growl that made my traitorous body remember exactly how good we had been together. And I'm proposing because I see potential in both the alliance and in you. Is that so terrible? We're both adults who understand how our world works. It's manipulative, I shot back, pulling my dress over my head with jerky movements. And calculating, and exactly the kind of power play I just walked away from. It's pragmatic, he corrected, running a hand through his tousled dark hair. Something I thought you'd appreciate given your background as a gamma. We're both wolves without packs now. You're alone, vulnerable, whether you want to admit it or not. We could build something together, something real. I paused, my hand on the bedroom door, my wolf conflicted inside me. Part of me, the practical, strategic part that had made me an effective gamma, could see the logic in his proposal. Another part was screaming to run. I just left one cage, I said quietly, meeting his gaze. I'm not looking to enter another, no matter how gilded or how mutually beneficial you claim it would be. Silvano's expression softened unexpectedly, and for a moment I glimpsed something that might have been genuine respect. It wouldn't be a cage, Freya. Think about it. No mate bond complications, no unrequited feelings, just two adults who respect each other's strengths, building something that benefits us both. And the sex, I couldn't help asking, my wolf curious despite my better judgment, would continue to be exceptional, he promised with a wolfish grin that made my insides tighten involuntarily. That part wasn't strategy, Freya. That was pure chemistry, the way you move. He shook his head, eyes darkening with remembered pleasure. That can't be faked. Despite myself, I felt a reluctant smile tugging at my lips. I'm practical. He stood, wrapping the sheet around his waist as he approached me, the predatory grace of an alpha wolf evident in every movement. Take my card. Think about my offer. No pressure, no timeline. But the offer stands. You would make the perfect Luna. Luna, the title I had once longed for with every fiber of my being, clung to for 4 endless years, until the fantasy shattered. I had never imagined another alpha stronger still would suddenly extend that invitation to me. Moon Goddess, was this truly real? I accepted the business card he pulled from his wallet, tucking it into my purse more to end the conversation than out of actual consideration. For what it's worth, Silvano added as I opened the bedroom door, his voice dropping to something that sounded genuinely sincere. Even if you say no to my proposal, I don't regret last night. You deserve to be worshipped properly, Freya Stone. And I meant every touch, every word. Something warm and complicated fluttered in my chest, my wolf whining in confusion. Goodbye, Alpha Silvano. As I slipped out of his apartment into the early morning light, my wolf seemed torn between pride at our night of freedom and wariness at the unexpected proposal. Silvano's offer wasn't what I wanted. Strategic alliances disguised as relationships were exactly what I was running from. But he wasn't entirely wrong, either. I did need connections, allies, especially now that I'd cut ties with Stone Lake. My phone buzzed with a text from Alina, details immediately. Did you survive the night of alpha passion? I smiled despite everything, typing back. Survived and then some? Coffee and 20? You won't believe what just happened. Before Alina could reply, my phone rang, her name flashing across the screen. I answered, still trying to hail a cab with my free hand. Wow, that eager for details? I laughed, relieved to have something normal to focus on after Silvano's proposal bombshell. But the voice that came through the phone wasn't Elena's. Where the hell are you? Jasper's cold, commanding voice hit me like an Arctic wind. Jasper? I managed, my heart hammering against my ribs. Why do you have Elena's phone? My sister was careless enough to leave it unattended, he said, his voice dangerous and controlled. Imagine my surprise when I saw your messages. Another alpha, Freya? Really? I could hear the barely contained rage in his voice. My skin prickled with goosebumps as my wolf began to pace anxiously inside me. That's none of your business, I said, struggling to keep my voice even. I no longer answer to you, Alpha Kane. You will return to Stone Lake Pack House immediately, Jasper commanded, his voice taking on that unmistakable alpha timbre that had once made my knees weak. This is not a request. I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles turning white. You no longer have the right to give me orders. I signed the withdrawal papers. You think paperwork severs what's between us? His laugh was cold, humorless. You belong to Stone Lake. You belong with me. I belong to myself, I said, my voice trembling not with submission, but with fury. There was a moment of stunned silence before he spoke again, his voice lower, more dangerous. Freya, if you're not back within the hour, I'll petition the council to issue a warrant for your arrest on charges of forgery and betraying the pack. My blood ran cold. You wouldn't dare, I whispered, though I knew he absolutely would. Jasper Kane never made empty threats. 1 hour, he repeated. Or I'll send Timothy to retrieve you. Your choice. The line went dead. I stood frozen on the sidewalk, the business card in my purse suddenly feeling less like an unwanted proposition and more like a potential lifeline. Jasper's threat hung in the air around me, choking me with its implications. With shaking hands, I flagged down a cab. As I slid into the back seat, I made my decision. Where to, miss? The driver asked. I took a deep breath, squaring my shoulders. Stone Lake Pack territory. And hurry, please. Not because I was submitting to Jasper's command, but because this confrontation was long overdue. If he wanted me back at the pack house, he would get exactly what he asked for, but not what he expected. Jasper. I stared at the quarterly reports spread across my desk, the numbers blurring before my eyes. 3 weeks. It had been 3 goddamn weeks since Freya walked out, and Stone Lake was crumbling beneath my fingers like wet sand. Alpha, the Henderson contract needs your signature immediately. My new assistant, what was his name again? Mike, hovered anxiously in the doorway, clutching a folder that should have been organized, vetted, and summarized days ago. Put it with the others, I growled, gesturing to the mounting pile on the corner of my desk. My wolf Leon paced restlessly inside me, unsettled and irritable since Freya's departure. The assistant's eyes widened. But sir, the deadline is... I said, put it with the others. The force of my alpha voice made the young wolf flinch and scurry to obey, nearly tripping over himself in his haste to escape my office. The moment the door closed, I dropped my head into my hands. This was the 3rd meeting I'd missed this week alone. The finance department was in shambles. The council was breathing down my neck about territory negotiations I'd completely forgotten about. And my office. I glanced around at the garish pink and mint green walls, Mia's attempt to brighten up the space after I'd asked her to take on some of Freya's administrative duties. The color made my eyes hurt, but I couldn't bring myself to tell my mate that her decorating choices were giving me migraines. Your mate. The words felt hollow in my mind. Leon gave a dissatisfied growl, confused by my conflicted emotions. The intercom buzzed. Alpha Kane, the Northern Alliance, called again about the missed conference call, and Beta Timothy says the budget projections are, completely wrong. I slammed my fist on the desk hard enough to crack the polished mahogany. Tell Beta Timothy to fix it. He says only Gamma Stone knew how to. We don't have a Gamma Stone anymore. I roared, knowing I was being unreasonable, but unable to contain the storm of frustration building inside me. Tell him to figure it out. The silence from the intercom told me my new assistant had wisely decided to retreat. Leon continued pacing in my mind, agitated and confused. Find her, he urged. Bring her back. She left us, I muttered to myself, ignoring the twinge of something uncomfortable in my chest. She chose to leave. The door to my office burst open without warning, and Elena stormed in, her eyes flashing with fury. My sister had returned from Paris 3 days ago, only to announce that she wanted out of Stone Lake entirely, to find herself or some such nonsense. You can't keep me prisoner here, Jasper. She snapped, her golden eyes, so like our father's, blazing with indignation. I rose to my full height, towering over her. You're not a prisoner. You're a Kane, and Kanes have responsibilities to this pack. Responsibilities? Elena laughed bitterly. Like how you responsibly drove away the best Gamma any pack has ever had. Like how you've responsibly run this place into the ground in less than a month without her. The truth of her words stung like salt in an open wound. Watch yourself, Elena. No, you watch yourself, she fired back, unafraid of my alpha status in a way only family could be. Have you even tried to contact her? To apologize? Apologize? The word tasted foreign on my tongue. She abandoned her position, her pack. Elena's eyes narrowed dangerously. After 8 years of you using her, 4 years of you fucking her while making her hide in the shadows, and then humiliating her in front of the entire pack. Yeah, I wonder why she left. I couldn't deny the truth in Elena's words. Still, I wasn't about to admit that to my rebellious sister. You will call her, I commanded, my voice cold and controlled. Tell her to come back. She'll listen to you. Elena's laugh was sharp and brittle. Call her yourself, coward. Oh, wait, you can't, because she blocked your number, didn't she? My control slipped, and I felt my eyes flash alpha gold. This isn't a request, Elena. As your alpha, you're pulling rank on your own sister? Really? She shook her head in disgust. You know what? Freya was right about you. You don't deserve her loyalty. You never did. The door opened again, and Mia floated in, wearing a flowing sundress that made her look ethereal and fragile. My mate's eyes widened at the tension in the room. Is everything okay? She asked, her voice soft and concerned as she sidled up to me, placing a possessive hand on my arm. Your mate is trying to force me to lure Freya back, Elena said coldly, glaring at Mia with undisguised contempt. I don't understand why we need her back, Mia said, leaning into me. I'm your mate, Jasper. I should be by your side, helping you run things. Her lower lip trembled slightly. Don't you trust me to support you? The wolf bond between us tugged at my heart, making me instinctively want to comfort her, to erase that wounded look from her face. But Leon remained strangely silent, almost resistant. Of course I trust you, I assured her, stroking her hair. But Freya has specific skills that... Skills? Elena interrupted with a snort. Is that what we're calling it now? Mia's eyes filled with tears. See? Even your sister thinks there's something between you and her. How am I supposed to feel when everyone acts like your gamma is more important than your mate? I shot Elena a warning glare. That's enough. You know what? You're right. This is enough. Elena pulled her phone from her pocket. I'll show you exactly what Freya's been up to since she escaped your toxic ass. She scrolled through her messages, then abruptly froze, her eyes widening. What? I demanded, suddenly alert. Elena tried to pocket her phone, but I was faster. I snatched it from her hand, ignoring her protests. Give that back! She lunged for the device, but I held it out of reach, my eyes already scanning the message thread with Freya. Details immediately. Did you survive the night of Alpha Passion? Elena had texted. Freya's reply made my blood run cold. Survived and then some. Coffee in 20? You won't believe what just happened. Alpha Passion? Leon roared inside me, a primal, possessive fury erupting from deep in my core. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd pressed call, the phone at my ear, my free hand clenched into a white-knuckled fist. Wow, that eager for details? Freya's voice came through the line, light and laughing in a way I hadn't heard in months, perhaps years. The sound of it twisted something sharp inside my chest. Where the hell are you? I demanded. There was a beat of shocked silence. Jasper? Her voice hardened immediately. Why do you have Elena's phone? My sister was careless enough to leave it unattended, I said, my voice dropping into that cold. Elena's eyes widened with outrage, but I didn't waver. Imagine my surprise when I saw your messages. Another alpha, Freya? Really? The idea of her with someone else clawed at me, sharp as broken glass. My wolf Leon roared inside me, demanding I rip the nameless bastard apart. She belongs to Stone Lake. That was the line I clung to, but it didn't stop the jealous burn that spread through my chest. I forced the phone down before it cracked in my hand. You're coming back, I'd snapped at her. Even if it meant threats, even if I had to remind her what exile really meant, I couldn't let her walk away. Elena lunged forward and snatched her phone back, her fury blazing. Are you out of your damn mind? She shouted. You just threatened her with exile for sleeping with someone else? Seriously? Meanwhile, you've been parading Mia around like she's your Luna in waiting. I turned away from my sister's accusatory glare, unable to face the truth in her words. She abandoned her responsibilities. No, you abandoned her, Elena shot back. For years, and now you're jealous that she's finally moved on? I am not jealous, I growled, though Leon snarled in protest at the lie. I'm protecting the interests of this pack. Don't listen to her, Mia whispered, her voice trembling. You're just doing what any good alpha would do. We need the gamma back to maintain order, that's all. Her hand slid up my chest soothingly. It has nothing to do with feelings. Elena made a disgusted sound. Unbelievable, both of you. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. By the way, Jasper, I'm officially requesting transfer papers. I refuse to stay in a pack that treats loyalty like this. The door slammed behind her, leaving me alone with Mia, who buried her face against my chest, her shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. She's so cruel, Mia whispered. I've tried so hard to be accepted here, to be the Luna everyone wants, but your sister hates me and the pack still looks at me like I'm an intruder. She looked up, her eyes swimming with tears. I pulled back to look into her eyes. You are my mate, Mia, my only love. Freya was just a valuable employee. Promise me, Mia insisted, her fingers digging into my arms. Promise me that when she comes back, things will be different. She'll be just your gamma, nothing more. I nodded mechanically. Of course, you're my mate, my only mate. But as the words left my mouth, Leon turned away inside me, retreating to the depths of my mind in silent protest. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial, something about Freya, about myself, about the mess we'd made of everything. One thing was certain, Freya would return. She had to. Stone Lake needed her. I needed her. Freya. The taxi ride back to Stone Lake territory felt surreal. My wolf paced restlessly inside me. We should have ignored his threats. We don't owe him anything. I know, I muttered, earning a curious glance from the driver. I was mentally rehearsing what to say to Jasper when a sudden jolt threw me forward against my seatbelt. The taxi had been rear-ended and not lightly. Are you okay, miss? The driver asked, already dialing his insurance company. Fine, I replied automatically, though my neck was already stiffening. After exchanging information with the other driver, I stood on the sidewalk, phone in hand, searching for another ride. Stone Lake territory was still 10 minutes away, and I refused to be late. Jasper would take too much satisfaction in that. A sleek black Maserati purred to a stop beside me, the tinted window sliding down to reveal a pair of amused amber eyes. Need a ride? Gorgeous? Alpha Silvano's deep voice sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. Stalking me already? I asked, trying to sound annoyed but unable to suppress my smile. He flashed a wolfish grin. I was in the neighborhood. Coincidence, I promise. His gaze swept over me appreciatively. Although finding you looking like this, he gestured to my tailored black suit, makes me want to drag you back to my bed immediately. Memories of the previous night flooded my mind, his hands on my skin, his mouth trailing fire down my body, the way he'd claimed me without shame or hesitation. Heat crept into my cheeks. I have a meeting, I managed, trying to sound professional despite the hunger in his eyes. Where to, then? Silvano opened the passenger door. I hesitated only briefly before sliding into the leather seat. Stone Lake headquarters. His relaxed demeanor instantly shifted. Stone Lake Pack? Why the hell are you going there? His voice dropped to a dangerous growl. Is this about Alpha Kane? It's complicated, I replied, fastening my seatbelt as Silvano pulled into traffic with more force than necessary. Uncomplicate it for me. His knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. Are you going back to him? No. The firmness in my voice surprised even me. Never. Jasper threatened to exile me officially if I didn't come in to discuss transition matters. Silvano's jaw clenched. That bastard has no right. You resigned properly. He's still Alpha of Stone Lake, I reminded him. And technically, I was born into that pack. You could request a formal transfer to Crescent Moon, Silvano suggested, his eyes briefly meeting mine, as my special consultant. I couldn't help but laugh. Special consultant? Is that what we're calling it? The tension in the car dissipated slightly as Silvano's lips quirked upward. Would you prefer bedroom companion? The she-wolf who makes the mighty Alpha Moretti beg? Stop it, I giggled, feeling like a teenager again. When was the last time I'd actually giggled? Certainly not around Jasper, where every emotion had to be carefully controlled, measured, appropriate. Silvano's expression grew more serious as we approached Stone Lake territory. You know, I'm better than Kane in every way that matters. I raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Absolutely. He began counting on his fingers. My territory is larger. My pack has higher profits. My investment portfolio is more diverse. He shot me a sly grin. And according to your reaction last night, I'm significantly better in bed. Silvano, I swatted his arm, but couldn't deny the truth in his words. My buildings are taller, he continued, warming to his subject. My cars are faster. My cologne is more expensive. I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing outright. In fact, he concluded with mock seriousness, I'm struggling to think of even one area where Jasper Kane might surpass me. Perhaps you should have your eyes checked, and possibly your mind. That broke my composure entirely. I dissolved into laughter, tears forming at the corners of my eyes. You're ridiculous. I'm magnificent, he corrected, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at having made me laugh. And I want you, Freya, not just for last night, not just for great sex. His voice lowered. I want all of you. My laughter faded as I met his intense gaze. Silvano, I know it's fast, he acknowledged and reached across to take my hand. But you remember what we promised last night, don't you? Take it, Freya. Alpha Kane never deserved a woman like you. We were approaching Stone Lake headquarters now, the gleaming glass tower looming ahead. I thought of Jasper's threats on the phone, his possessive anger at the mere suggestion I might be with another alpha. Yes, I heard myself say, a strange blend of defiance and excitement coursing through me. Yes, I'll marry you. Silvano's face lit up with triumph and something deeper, more primal. He pulled into the circular drive of Stone Lake HQ, then leaned across the console. Seal it with a kiss, he murmured. I glanced at the building, knowing Jasper might be watching from his office window. Good. Let him see. I wound my fingers into Silvano's dark hair and pulled him toward me, claiming his mouth in a kiss that was part promise, part rebellion. He groaned against my lips, his hands sliding to my neck to deepen the kiss. When we finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, his eyes had darkened to molten gold. Come to my apartment when you're done here, he said, his voice rough with desire. No matter how late, I want to celebrate our engagement properly. I nodded, smoothing down my suit and checking my lipstick in the mirror. I won't be long. This isn't a reconciliation. It's a final goodbye. Silvano's expression hardened as he glanced at the building. If he gives you any trouble, I can handle Jasper Kane, I assured him, summoning all the confidence of my former Gamma position. That's my Luna, he said with fierce pride. With a final kiss to my palm, Silvano let me go. I strode into the building I had once practically lived in, nodding at familiar faces that registered shock at my return. The whispers followed me to the elevator, the disgraced Gamma, back from exile. I stood taller, chin lifted. Let them talk. I wasn't here for them, Freya. The executive floor was eerily quiet when I stepped off the elevator. Timothy's office door was closed, but light spilled from beneath it. At least one competent person was still working. When I reached what had been my office, the command center from which I'd run Stone Lake's operations for 8 years, I found it stripped bare. Not even my plants remained. A clear message. I had been erased. Artemis growled inside me, bristling at the insult. I soothed her with a promise. We're not staying. This changes nothing. I continued to Jasper's office, pausing at the threshold in absolute shock. The formerly elegant space, with its tasteful gray walls and masculine furniture, had been transformed into something from a teenage girl's fantasy. Bright pink and mint green paint assaulted my eyes, gauzy curtains hung at the windows, and a vase of artificial flowers dominated his desk. The laughter bubbled up before I could stop it. Deep, genuine laughter that bent me double. This was Mia's doing, clearly, and Jasper had allowed it. Something amusing? Jasper's cold voice cut through my laughter. He stood in the doorway behind me, his broad shoulders nearly filling the frame, his expression thunderous. Despite everything, my traitorous heart stuttered at the sight of him. 8 years of loving him couldn't be erased in 3 weeks. But I wasn't the same woman who had left. I straightened, meeting his gaze directly, just admiring the new decor. Very bold choice. His jaw tightened, but before he could respond, his gaze shifted over my shoulder. Through the window, Silvano's Maserati was just pulling away. Who the hell was that? Jasper demanded, stalking into his office and throwing down the file he'd been carrying. That was Moretti's car, Why is he dropping you off at my building? I raised an eyebrow. I wasn't aware my transportation choices required your approval, Alpha. The title came out mockingly. You were seen kissing him in the driveway, Jasper growled, his eyes flashing gold. Leon, his wolf, was close to the surface. Moretti is Stone Lake's biggest rival. Do you have any idea how this looks? Like I'm moving on with my life? I suggested sweetly. Like I'm no longer at your beck and call? It looks like betrayal, he snarled, advancing on me. 4 weeks ago, you were in my bed. Now you're spreading your legs for the Shadow Pack's Alpha? Artemis surged forward, furious at the insult. I let my eyes shift to reflect her anger. Careful, Jasper. You're speaking to your ex-Gamma, not your whore. Ex-Gamma, who clearly can't wait to share Stone Lake secrets with a rival Alpha, he shot back. Was that your plan all along? Get close to me, learn our weaknesses, then run to the Shadow Pack? I laughed incredulously. 8 years of loyal service, and you think I was what, a spy? Your paranoia's showing, Jasper. Then what is this? He gestured wildly toward the window. Some petty revenge? Sleep with my enemy to hurt me? Not everything is about you, I replied coolly. Silvano appreciates what I bring to the table, professionally and personally. He's offered me a position that acknowledges my worth. What position? Jasper's voice had dropped dangerously low. On your knees? On your back? My palm connected with his cheek before I'd even registered moving. The crack of skin on skin echoed in the gaudy office. Jasper's head snapped to the side, his eyes widening in shock. In 8 years, I had never struck him, never even raised my voice to him. He's offered me marriage, I said, my voice deadly calm despite the trembling in my hand. Luna of Crescent Moon Pack, his equal partner. Everything you were too cowardly to give me. Marriage? Jasper looked like I'd slapped him again. You can't be serious. You've known him for what, a few weeks? A small sound from the doorway drew our attention. Mia stood there, her eyes wide, one hand pressed to her mouth in shock. She looked between us, clearly having heard enough to understand what we were discussing. Jasper? Her voice wavered. What does she mean? Jasper's expression shuddered. Nothing, sweetheart. Freya is just bitter about losing her position. The familiar dismissal of our relationship, of me, ignited something fierce inside me. Before Jasper could stop me, I strode to where Mia cowered in the doorway and seized her wrist. Listen carefully, Jasper, I said, dragging Mia forward. She squeaked in alarm but didn't resist. I didn't come back to listen to your accusations or jealous tantrums. I came because you threatened me with exile. Say what you need to say, sign whatever papers need signing, and let me get on with my life. I tightened my grip on Mia's wrist, and if you say one more word to insult me, I'll slap your precious mate so hard she'll see stars. Mia let out a terrified shriek. Jasper, don't let her hurt me. Freya, let her go, Jasper commanded, his alpha voice washing over me, but I was no longer his to command. I smiled coldly. Your alpha voice has no power over me anymore. I turned my gaze to the trembling woman in my grasp. Remember that feeling, Mia, the helplessness, the fear. Because if you ever try to use your position to humiliate another wolf the way you did to me, I'll show you exactly how much damage an ex-Gamma can do. Please, Mia whimpered, tears spilling down her cheeks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Save it. I cut her off, releasing her arm with a shove that sent her stumbling back into Jasper's protective embrace. Now, Alpha Kane, shall we discuss business, or did you bring me here just to insult me further? Enough of this. Jasper finally said, his voice regaining that commanding tone I'd once found so attractive. He guided Mia to the couch. Wait here, sweetheart. I need to speak with Freya alone. But Jasper, Mia protested, clinging to his arm. She threatened me. You can't just... I said, wait here. His tone left no room for argument. Mia's lower lip trembled as she sank onto the pink cushions, looking for all the world like a scolded child. I had to admire her commitment to the act. Jasper turned to me, his expression hardening. Conference room. Now. I followed him across the hall, my heels clicking sharply against the marble floor. Through the glass walls, I could see Timothy and several other pack members pretending not to watch us. News of my return had clearly spread like wildfire. The conference room door had barely closed behind us when Jasper rounded on me. I want you back as my Gamma, he stated flatly, and as my personal assistant. Freya, Artemis snarled inside me, bristling at his audacity. You're delusional. I've already signed withdrawal papers. I'm no longer yours to command. The door suddenly burst open, and Elena rushed in, her blonde hair flying behind her. She'd clearly been running. Freya! She embraced me quickly before turning to face her brother. Timothy told me you were threatening her. This has to stop, Jasper. Jasper's expression darkened. Stay out of this, Elena. This is pack business. She's my best friend, Elena protested. You can't keep treating her like this. Mind your place, Jasper growled, his alpha aura flaring. You may be my sister, but you're still a member of this pack, subject to my authority. I felt Elena flinch beside me. Unlike me, she was still bound to Stone Lake, still vulnerable to Jasper's commands. Don't speak to her like that, I said, stepping forward protectively. Your quarrel is with me, not her. Jasper's lips curled into a cold smile. Interesting. You still care about Elena, even though you've abandoned Stone Lake. He walked slowly to his desk, trailing his fingers along the edge. Tell me, how would Alpha Moretti feel about taking in another Stone Lake wolf, especially one with direct blood ties to a rival Alpha? My blood turned to ice. What are you saying? I'm saying, Jasper continued, his voice dangerously soft, that if Elena wants to follow you to Shadowpack, she'll need my permission, which I won't give. Elena paled. You wouldn't. I would, Jasper cut her off. Unless... Artemis howled in outrage inside me, recognizing the trap closing around us. Unless I come back, I finished for him. Jasper nodded, his expression triumphant. 1 month. That's all I ask. Return as my assistant, help get the company back on track, and I'll sign Elena's release papers myself. That's blackmail. I spat. That's negotiation, he corrected. 1 month of your service in exchange for Elena's freedom. Surely your friendship is worth that much? I glanced at Elena, whose eyes were wide with distress. We'd been friends since college, long before I'd ever met Jasper. She'd stood by me through everything, including my disastrous relationship with her brother. Don't do it, Freya, Elena pleaded. I'll be fine. But we both knew that wasn't true. Jasper could make her life miserable, assign her to the lowest duties, isolate her from pack activities, deny her the freedom to visit me. He'd already proven how petty he could be. My mind raced, calculating options. Silvano would be furious if I delayed joining Crescent Moon, but he would understand loyalty to a friend. And it was only a month. What guarantee do I have that you'll keep your word? I asked Jasper. He opened a drawer and pulled out what appeared to be withdrawal papers. We'll sign Elena's papers now. I'll hold them for 1 month, and if you fulfill your end of the bargain, I'll file them officially. Freya, no, Elena insisted, gripping my arm. You can't sacrifice your freedom for me. I covered her hand with mine. It's 1 month, Elle. After everything we've been through, what's 1 more month to make sure you're free? I turned back to Jasper. I want those papers signed and witnessed before I agree to anything. Of course, Jasper said smoothly, pressing a button on his phone. Timothy, bring a witness from legal. We have documents to sign. 15 minutes later, Elena's withdrawal papers were signed by all parties, with Timothy and a legal representative as witnesses. I felt a weight lift as I watched Elena sign her name, the first step toward her freedom from Jasper's control. I'll expect you at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Jasper said as the others left the room. Fine, I replied, but let's be clear. I'm your assistant, not your gamma, and definitely not your lover. I work during office hours only, and I report directly to Timothy, not to you. Jasper's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Agreed. Elena still looked troubled. This is crazy. I can't believe you're doing this for me. I squeezed her hand. You'd do the same for me. Besides, I added with a grim smile, I want to be there when he files those papers. I don't trust him not to lose them. Smart as always, Jasper commented dryly. Now, if you ladies don't mind, I need to speak with Freya alone. Elena hesitated, looking between us uncertainly. It's okay, I assured her. Go wait for me in the lobby. We'll celebrate your impending freedom properly tonight. After Elena left, followed by Mia, who'd been hovering silently near the door, Jasper closed the office door and leaned against it. You've changed, he observed. 3 weeks ago, you wouldn't have dared speak to me the way you did tonight. 3 weeks ago, I was still under the delusion that I needed your approval, I replied coolly. Amazing how quickly clarity comes once you're out from under an alpha's influence. He moved closer, his familiar scent washing over me. Are you really going to marry Alpha Moretti after only knowing him for weeks? Artemis stirred within me, wary of his proximity. My relationship with Silvano is none of your business. You loved me for 8 years, he pressed. How can you just turn that off? Move on to another alpha so quickly? I couldn't help the bitter laugh that escaped me. That's rich, coming from you. Weren't you the one who told me I should stop looking at you with those eyes? That I should accept you'd never feel the same? I shook my head in disbelief. Now that I've finally taken your advice, you're what, jealous? I'm concerned, he corrected, though his clenched fist suggested otherwise. Alpha Moretti is using you to get to Stone Lake Pack. Not everything is about you or your precious pack, Jasper. I stepped back, needing distance from him. Silvano sees value in me. As a partner, as a potential Luna, he's offering me respect and position, not shadows and secrets. And you believe him? Jasper's voice hardened. You think he wants you for your brilliant mind and not for the damage you could do to my pack? My wolf snarled, insulted. If you're worried about company secrets, you can monitor my work. But beyond that, my life is my own now. I'm here for 1 month, for Elena's sake, nothing more. You're going to be Luna to another alpha. Jasper's voice dropped, something raw edging into his tone. My sister's best friend, my former. Your former what? I challenged. Your former Gamma? Your secret plaything? What exactly am I to you, Jasper, that makes you think you have any claim on my future? For once, the always composed Alpha seemed at a loss for words. In the silence, I saw something I'd rarely witnessed in all my years with him. Genuine regret. I never meant to hurt you, he said finally, his voice uncharacteristically soft. But you did, I replied simply. Again and again, and now it's too late. I saw pain flash across his features before he masked it with his usual stoic expression. 8 years ago, that glimpse of vulnerability would have sent me rushing into his arms. Now, it only confirmed what I already knew. I was finally free of his hold on me. I'll see you at 8 a.m., I said, heading for the door. Don't be late. As I walked through the corridors of Stone Lake headquarters, my steps felt lighter than they had in years. 1 month of work was a small price to pay for Alina's freedom, and for the final closure, I needed to truly move forward. In the lobby, Alina was waiting, her expression still troubled. When she saw me, she rushed forward. Are you okay? What did he say? I linked my arm through hers, guiding her toward the exit. Nothing important. Now, I believe we have something to celebrate. Freya, you shouldn't have agreed to this, she protested. It's already done, I said firmly. 1 month, and then both of us will be free of Stone Lake Pack forever. I pulled out my phone to text Silvano, dreading his reaction but knowing he'd understand eventually. But tonight, let's not think about Jasper or the pack. Tonight is about your future, and mine. Freya, 10 p.m., crescent moon. You're going to be a Luna? Elena squealed, clinking her martini against my whiskey. Of the Shadow Pack? Silvano Moretti's Luna? Her eyes were wide with disbelief and joy. The same Silvano who's been voted most eligible alpha bachelor 3 years running in Werewolf Society magazine? I couldn't help but laugh at her enthusiasm. The very same. Her voice shot up an octave. Wait, are you telling me this is the alpha you had that wild night with? Goddess above. You slept with him already? Her excitement quickly morphed into a sly grin. So, how was it? Elena, I hissed, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. What? I'm living vicariously through you. Paris is beautiful, but French werewolves are so traditional. She made a face. Now spill it. Better than my brother? I couldn't help the laugh that escaped me. Significantly, I admitted, taking another sip of whiskey. Silvano is attentive. Attentive, Elena repeated, looking disappointed. That's the best description you can give me? Fine, I leaned forward, lowering my voice. He made me howl, literally, 3 times, and that was just the first round. Elena fanned herself dramatically. Sweet goddess, no wonder you agreed to marry him. Artemis purred contentedly inside me at the memory. It wasn't just about the sex, Elena. He offered me a contract that's almost flawless. Not only does it give me the chance to prove my skills in a new pack, but it also hands me the perfect opportunity to get back at your brother. We both dissolved into laughter. The only complication, I said when our laughter subsided, is that I have to stay at Stone Lake for another month to finish the transition. Jasper is making it as difficult as possible, of course. Elena's expression darkened. He's such a child when he doesn't get his way, always has been. She took a large sip of her drink. So what's the plan? You're going to work with Jasper by day and sleep with his rival by night? Her eyes twinkled mischievously. That's deliciously scandalous. I was about to respond when Elena's gaze shifted to something over my shoulder, her expression transforming from amusement to shock. "Oh my God," she whispered. "Don't turn around yet, but you're not going to believe who's here." Of course, those words made it impossible not to look. I turned casually, scanning the dimly lit bar until my eyes landed on a secluded booth in the far corner. My blood ran cold. Mia sat there, but not with Jasper. She was practically in the lap of a tall, muscular man I didn't recognize. As we watched, she giggled and pressed her lips to his, her hands wandering places that would make Jasper howl with rage. "That two-faced little bitch," Elena snarled, her eyes flashing wolf gold. "She has my brother wrapped around her finger, convinces him to publicly humiliate you, and now she's cheating on him?" She slammed her glass down. "Not on my watch." Before I could stop her, Elena was sliding out of the booth, her expression murderous. I hurried after her, torn between wanting to witness Mia's comeuppance and knowing this could only end badly. "Elena, wait," I hissed, catching her arm. "Think about this. Jasper won't believe us without proof." Elena's smile was pure predator. "Then let's get proof." She pulled out her phone, aimed it discreetly at the canoodling couple, and took several photos in rapid succession. "Now," she said, tucking her phone away, "let's have a friendly chat with the future Luna of Stone Lake." We approached the booth, and I felt Artemis stirring inside me, hackles raised at the proximity to the woman who had caused us so much pain. Mia didn't notice us until Elena cleared her throat loudly. "Well, well, well," Elena drawled. "Fancy meeting you here, Mia. Jasper mentioned you were working late tonight. This must be, what, a business meeting?" Mia froze, her lipstick smeared across her mouth, eyes wide with panic. The man beside her, handsome in a polished, artificial way, merely looked annoyed at the interruption. "Elena," Mia stammered, hastily putting distance between herself and her companion. "What a surprise. I was just cheating on my brother?" Elena suggested sweetly. "Again? Because that's exactly what it looks like." The man beside Mia chuckled, his arms still draped possessively around her shoulders. Ladies, no need for drama. Mia and I were just getting acquainted." His gaze slid over me with undisguised interest. "And who might you be, gorgeous?" His voice set my teeth on edge. There was something oily about him, a sleaziness that had nothing to do with his expensive suit or carefully styled hair. "None of your concern," I replied coolly. "Mia, does Jasper know you're getting acquainted with other men?" Mia's panic transformed into defiance. "This isn't what it looks like. Reed is an old friend." "Must be a very good friend," Elena remarked, pointing to the hickey forming on Mia's neck. "Do all your friends leave marks like that?" Reed laughed again, his eyes never leaving me. "You're Freya Stone, aren't you? The ex-gamma everyone's talking about." His smile widened, revealing two perfect teeth. "I've heard a lot about you. They didn't mention how stunning you are, though." Mia's expression darkened. "She's nobody," she snapped, her hand possessively gripping Reed's thigh. "Just my mate's former employee who got fired for incompetence." I felt Artemis surge forward, ready to tear into this woman who had the audacity to lie so blatantly. I tamped her down, keeping my voice level. "Is that the story you're telling now, Mia? I seem to recall you begging for mercy in Jasper's office yesterday." "You threatened me," Mia shrieked, face contorting with anger. "You're just jealous because Jasper chose me. He's my mate, not yours." "And yet here you are," Elena interjected coldly, "with your tongue down another man's throat." "Some mate you are." Reed watched our exchange with growing amusement. "Ladies, please, there's no need to fight over me." His gaze returned to me, trailing over my body in a way that made my skin crawl. "Though I wouldn't mind getting to know the famous Gamma a bit better. How about it, sweetheart? 10,000 for one night. I bet you're worth every penny." Silence fell over our small group. I stared at him, momentarily speechless at his audacity. "Excuse me?" I finally managed. "Freya. 20,000 then." Reed amended, mistaking my shock for negotiation. You're between jobs, right? Could be a nice payday. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a sleek money clip. I've got 5,000 in cash right now. We could go somewhere private, discuss terms. Mia suddenly found her backbone. This is exactly what I'd expect from you, Freya. You couldn't stand that Jasper chose me, so now you're trying to ruin my life. You probably followed me here. You delusional little girl, I snarled, my patience snapping. You think I care enough about you to track your pathetic affairs? Reed stood, moving too close to me. Feisty, I like that. His hand reached out to touch my face. I'll make it 15,000. For that money, I expect you to be very accommodating. I slapped his hand away. Touch me again, and you'll pull back a stump. Something ugly flashed in his eyes. No wonder Kane kept you as his side piece instead of his mate. Beautiful, but no class. Before I could respond, Reed's hand shot out, aiming for my throat. I braced myself to counter the attack, but the blow never landed. A large hand caught Reed's wrist in midair, stopping it cold. I didn't need to look to recognize Silvano's scent, though the fury rolling off him was new. I believe the lady declined your offer, Silvano said, his voice so calm it was terrifying. His grip on Reed's wrist tightened until the other man winced. Reed tried to maintain his bravado. This is a private conversation. Between you and my future Luna? Silvano's smile was all teeth as he twisted Reed's arm behind his back in one fluid motion. I don't think so. The color drained from Reed's face. Luna, I didn't know. Clearly, Silvano growled. With minimal effort, he shoved Reed back into the booth. Apologize to my future Luna. Now. Reed looked between Silvano's imposing figure and my cold stare, finally recognizing the danger he was in. I apologize for my disrespect, he muttered. Silvano turned his attention to Mia, who was trying to make herself as small as possible in the corner of the booth. As for you, does Alpha Kane know his precious mate is spreading her legs for other men? Mia burst into tears. Please don't tell him. He'll never forgive me. Silvano wrapped a protective arm around my waist. What Alpha Kane does with his unfaithful mate is his business. But if I ever hear that you've spoken a single disrespectful word about Freya again, I'll personally ensure every wolf in the region knows about your little side activities. He glanced at Reed with contempt. And your questionable taste. Reed seemed to finally understand who he was dealing with. Alpha Moretti, I had no idea she was connected to you. Get out, Silvano cut him off. Before I decide 10 fingers is too many for a man of your character. Reed scrambled from the booth and fled without looking back, leaving Mia alone and trembling. Silvano's arm remained firmly around my waist as we walked away, leaving Mia and Reed to deal with the wreckage of their evening. I'll call you tomorrow, Elena whispered, hugging me briefly before casting a knowing look at Silvano. Looks like your alpha wants some alone time. As she disappeared into the crowd, Silvano guided me toward the exit, his body tense with barely contained fury. We didn't speak until we reached his car in the parking lot. As soon as the doors closed behind us, he turned to me, his eyes still gleaming with primal intensity. Are you hurt? He demanded, gently examining my wrist where Reed had grabbed me. I'm fine, I assured him, touched by his concern. How did you know where to find me? I tracked your scent, he admitted, unapologetically. I wanted to make sure you were safe. His expression darkened. Good thing I did. Before I could respond, Silvano leaned across the console and captured my mouth in a kiss that stole my breath. There was nothing gentle about it. This was a claiming, a statement of possession that Artemis responded to with eager submission. His hands tangled in my hair, angling my head to deepen the kiss, and I melted against him, my body remembering vividly what his touch had done to me the night before. When he finally pulled back, we were both breathing hard. His eyes searched mine, a vulnerability showing through his alpha confidence. Tell me why you're staying at Stone Lake for another month, he said. I arched a brow, forcing a casual tone. And where exactly did you hear that? A slow, knowing smile curved his lips. Wolves have their ways of sharing whispers, and you, brilliant Gamma, should know that better than anyone. His gaze sharpened, heat simmering beneath. If you let me, I could make that month disappear overnight. I shook my head quickly. No, Silvano, I can handle this. His expression softened, but the intensity didn't fade. Of course you can. That's part of what draws me to you. But it doesn't mean I'll stop worrying. His thumb traced across my lower lip, lingering. You're precious to me, Freya, more than you realize. The sincerity in his voice made my heart stutter. This powerful alpha was looking at me like I was his entire world, something Jasper had never done, even in our most intimate moments. Come home with me tonight, Silvano murmured, his lips finding the sensitive spot below my ear. Let me show you exactly what you mean to me. Yes, I whispered, already reaching for him again. Take me home, Alpha. Freya. The moment Silvano's apartment door closed behind us, my back hit the wall as his mouth claimed mine, demanding and possessive in a way that made Artemis howl with approval inside me. I've been wanting to do this all night, Silvano growled against my lips, his hands already working at the buttons of my blouse. Seeing that worthless man put his hands on you, his eyes flashed dangerous gold. It took everything I had not to tear him apart. Unlike Jasper, who always maintained careful control, Silvano made no attempt to hide his desire. There was something incredibly freeing about being wanted so openly, so fiercely, after years of being a shameful secret. You don't have to hold back with me, I whispered, boldly reaching for his belt. Silvano's response was immediate. He lifted me effortlessly, my legs wrapping around his waist as he carried me toward the bedroom. I intend to make you forget every man who came before me, he promised, his voice rough with need. Especially Cain. In the aftermath, as our breathing slowed and our bodies cooled, Silvano didn't pull away as Jasper always had. Instead, he gathered me close, my head resting on his chest where I could hear the strong, steady beat of his heart. His fingers traced idle patterns on my bare skin, sending pleasant aftershocks through my sensitized nerves. Stay with me tonight, he murmured, pressing a kiss to my temple. What about Stone Lake? I should be back before Cain notices you're gone. Silvano's voice hardened slightly. Let him wonder. Let him realize what he's lost. I sighed, torn between practicality and the undeniable comfort of Silvano's arms. It's not that simple. Until the transition is complete, I have responsibilities, commitments. Silvano shifted, propping himself on one elbow to look down at me. His expression was serious, searching. You're still loyal to him, even after everything. Not to him, I corrected, meeting his gaze. To the pack, to the people who depend on me. Something softened in his eyes. Your sense of duty is one of the many things I admire about you. He captured my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. But remember, your loyalty to Stone Lake ends in 4 weeks. Then you belong with Crescent Moon. His voice dropped to a possessive rumble. With me. Artemis stirred at his words, responding with unmistakable approval. My wolf, who had been my truest companion through years of heartache, seemed to be telling me something important, something I wasn't quite ready to acknowledge. One night, I conceded, settling back against him. I'll stay tonight. Silvano's arms tightened around me, and I felt the tension leave his body. Freya. The moment I stepped out of Silvano's sleek black Aston Martin, I could feel the weight of dozens of eyes following me. Artemis stirred restlessly within me, sensing what I already knew. Jasper was watching us from the building's entrance. His tall figure was unmistakable, arms crossed. I can come inside with you, Silvano offered, his hand resting possessively at the small of my back. I shook my head slightly. That would only complicate things. Silvano's eyes narrowed, the gold flecks in his irises becoming more pronounced, a sign of his wolf rising closer to the surface. I don't like leaving you here with him. I survived 8 years under his leadership, I reminded him, my tone deliberately light. I think I can manage a few hours. His thumb traced a small circle against my spine, a gesture both intimate and claiming. Call me when you're finished. I don't care what time. I nodded, acutely aware of Jasper's gaze burning into us from across the courtyard, when Silvano leaned down to press his lips against mine. As Silvano drove away, I squared my shoulders and walked toward the entrance where Jasper waited. Each step felt like crossing an invisible boundary, moving from my new future back into my complicated past. You're late, Jasper said by way of greeting, his tone clipped. By 7 minutes, I countered evenly. Considering I had no obligation to come at all, I'd say that's fairly punctual. His jaw tightened as his eyes flickered to where Silvano's car had been. I see Moretti is taking his role as your keeper seriously. partner, I corrected, meeting his gaze directly. Not keeper, something you never quite understood. For a moment, something flashed across Jasper's features, a hint of the emotion he worked so hard to conceal, before his mask of indifference slipped back into place. We have issues to discuss. The transition reports you sent over have gaps. As we walked through the main doors, I noted how the employees reacted to our presence. Their eyes followed us with a mixture of curiosity and respect, many nodding deferentially as I passed. Despite Jasper's attempts to diminish my position these past weeks, 8 years of leadership had earned me their loyalty in ways no Alpha Command could erase. "Good morning, Gamma Stone," called Amanda from reception, her smile warm. "It's good to see you back." "Just for a month," I replied with a polite smile. "After that, the work will." Before I could finish, Jasper appeared and all but yanked me into the elevator. His grip was firm, his behavior so juvenile, it almost made me laugh. News of my limited stay had already spread through the pack. Did he really think I'd come crawling back to him once the month was over? "The quarterly projections are down 15%, he said as the elevator doors closed, immediately switching to business. "Timothy can't make sense of the Blackwood merger documentation, and the council is asking questions about the succession plan for your position." I leaned against the elevator wall, studying him. Jasper looked tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that came from trying to maintain control when things were falling apart. "I warned you this would happen," I said, keeping my voice neutral. 8 years of systems and relationships don't transfer overnight. "It's been almost 3 weeks, and I'll be here for exactly 1 more month," I reminded him firmly. "After that, Stone Lake and its problems are no longer my concern." The elevator doors opened to the executive floor, and Jasper caught my arm before I could step out. "This tantrum has gone on long enough, Freya. The pack needs you." Artemis growled low in my mind, indignant at his dismissal of my decision as mere emotional acting out. I carefully removed his hand from my arm. "This isn't a tantrum, Jasper. This is me finally recognizing my worth." I held his gaze steadily. "You had 8 years to appreciate what you had. Now you'll have to learn to function without it." Before he could respond, a familiar honeyed voice called from down the hallway. "Jasper, darling, there you are." Mia glided toward us, her perfectly styled blonde hair bouncing with each step. She wore a cream-colored dress that emphasized her delicate frame. Her smile faltered slightly when she saw me, though she quickly recovered, sliding her arm through Jasper's with practiced possessiveness. "Freya," she acknowledged with a tight smile. "How unexpected to see you here." "I'm assisting with the transition," I replied evenly. 1 month, and then the Stone Lake pack will be entirely in your capable hands." Her eyes narrowed at my pause, catching the subtle insinuation. Jasper cleared his throat, uncomfortable with the tension crackling between us. "We were just heading to my office to discuss the Blackwood situation," he said. Mia's perfectly manicured hand tightened on his arm. "But darling, you promised to introduce me to the department heads this morning. Everyone's gathered in the conference room." I raised an eyebrow. "Department heads? For what purpose?" "As the future Luna of the Stone Lake pack, I need to establish my presence in the company," Mia explained with sugary condescension. "Jasper thinks it's important that I take a more active role now that you're abandoning your responsibilities." Several nearby employees had slowed their pace, clearly eavesdropping on our conversation. I noticed how they exchanged glances. Not everyone was buying Mia's act. "Well, don't let me keep you from your active role," I said, stepping back. "I'll review the Blackwood documentation while you handle the introductions." Jasper frowned. "You should join us, Freya. The department heads respect you. Your endorsement would." "Make my replacement more palatable?" I finished for him. "I don't think so." Mia's smile turned triumphant. "It's probably for the best anyway. These transitions can be so awkward." She raised her voice slightly, ensuring nearby staff could hear. "After all, everyone knows what happens to wolves abandoned by their alphas. They either find a new pack or become," she paused dramatically, "rogues." The word hung in the air like a slap. In wolf society, there was no greater insult than implying someone wasn't worthy of pack belonging. Several employees froze, shocked by her blatant disrespect. What a fascinating perspective, I replied, my voice dangerously soft, especially coming from someone who's been part of this pack for what, 3 weeks? Mia stepped closer, emboldened by Jasper's presence beside her. I may be new, but I'm the Alpha's mate, his chosen Luna. Her eyes gleamed with malice. I took a step closer to Mia, who visibly flinched. Before you attempt to diminish my standing here, remember this. An Alpha's mate who has contributed nothing yet to this pack has no ground to stand on when challenging its Gamma. The silence that followed was absolute. Even Jasper seemed momentarily stunned by my display of authority. I rarely used my rank to dominate others. It had always seemed a cheap tactic compared to earning genuine respect, but I refused to let Mia's petty attacks go unchallenged. Freya. Jasper finally spoke, his voice tight with controlled anger. That's enough. Of course he would defend her. I had expected nothing less, yet the familiar sting of his betrayal still cut deeper than I wanted to admit. She was simply expressing concern about your future, he continued, his hand moving protectively to the small of Mia's back. There was no need to respond with such aggression. I stared at him in disbelief. Even now, after all that had happened between us, he couldn't see or wouldn't acknowledge the deliberate cruelty in Mia's words. If you want Stone Lake to recover from this transition, I said quietly, you need to recognize the rot that's already setting in. My eyes moved deliberately to Mia. Some influences will destroy what you've built faster than any external threat ever could. Jasper's expression hardened. Watch yourself, Freya. Remember who you're speaking to. Oh, I remember perfectly, I replied, feeling Artemis's disdain mirroring my own. I've spent 8 years remembering exactly who you are, Jasper. The question is whether you'll remember what Stone Lake needs before it's too late. I turned away, addressing one of the senior managers who had witnessed the entire exchange. Mark, please gather the Blackwood files in the small conference room. I'll review them there. Without waiting for Jasper's response, I walked away, my back straight and head held high. Behind me, I could hear Mia's hushed, indignant whispers and Jasper's low, placating responses. Freya. I found my solace in work, as I always had. After the tense encounter with Jasper and Mia, I immersed myself in the Blackwood merger documents for several hours. The familiar rhythm of analyzing contracts, identifying inconsistencies, and crafting solutions provided a welcome distraction from the emotional landmine that Stone Lake Pack had become for me. A soft knock at the conference room door broke my concentration. Enter, I called without looking up. Timothy slipped into the room, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. Thought you might need this, he said, placing one in front of me. You've been at it for hours. I offered him a grateful smile. Thank you. Any word on the department head meeting? Timothy grimaced. Let's just say Mia made quite an impression. That bad? She spent the entire time discussing her plans to modernize pack traditions and restructure company hierarchy. He took a sip of his coffee. She wants to create a special Luna Council that would essentially override most of your existing systems. I couldn't help but laugh. And how did the department heads take that? About as well as you'd expect. Marketing nearly walked out when she suggested scrapping the quarterly strategy your team developed. I shook my head, returning my attention to the documents. Some battles weren't mine to fight anymore. The door burst open without warning, and Mia swept in with an air of affected authority, followed by 2 junior assistants who looked thoroughly uncomfortable. There you are, she announced, as though she'd been searching the building for me. I've been looking everywhere. Artemis immediately tensed within me, hackles raised. As you can see, I'm working, I replied coolly, not bothering to stand. Is there something you need? Mia's smile didn't reach her eyes as she approached the table. As Luna, I have several tasks that require immediate attention. Since you're only here temporarily, I thought you could handle them while I focus on more significant matters. She snapped her fingers, and one of the assistants nervously stepped forward, placing a thick folder on the table. What's this? I asked, not touching it. Just some administrative details that need organizing, Mia said with a dismissive wave. The quarterly employee reviews need updating, the charity gala guest list needs revision, and all the holiday gift baskets for our business partners need to be inventoried and arranged for delivery. I stared at her, letting the silence stretch uncomfortably long. These were tasks typically assigned to junior staff members, not the gamma of a major pack. Perhaps you misunderstood my arrangement with Jasper, I finally said. I'm here to facilitate the transition of critical business operations, not to serve as your personal assistant. Mia's expression hardened. As Luna of Stone Lake Pack, I have the authority to delegate tasks as I see fit, unless you've forgotten the hierarchy already. Timothy shifted beside me, clearly uncomfortable with the direction this conversation was taking. The Luna position is ceremonial, Mia, I reminded her gently, as though explaining to a child. It carries social authority within pack gatherings and rituals, not executive power within the business structure. Her face flushed with anger. How dare you? I am Jasper's mate, his chosen partner. And I'm the gamma of this pack until my resignation becomes official, I countered evenly. A position earned through 8 years of service, not bestowed through a biological quirk of fate. One of the assistants made a small choking sound, clearly shocked by my direct challenge. Mia's eyes narrowed to slits. You will respect my position or face the consequences. That sounded remarkably like a threat against a senior pack officer. Timothy said, his usually friendly demeanor gone. As Beta, I feel obligated to remind everyone that such threats violate Section 7 of our pack charter. Mia's attention snapped to Timothy. You'd side with her? Against your alpha's mate? I side with the pack's best interests, Timothy replied calmly. And threatening our most experienced gamma doesn't serve those interests. I placed a restraining hand on Timothy's arm, appreciating his support, but not wanting him to face Jasper's wrath on my behalf. It's fine, I said. Mia and I just have different understandings of our respective roles. I pushed the folder back toward her. I'll be happy to train whomever you assign to these tasks, but my focus must remain on the Blackwood merger and quarterly projections. The conference room door opened again, and one of the kitchen staff entered carrying a tray with a teapot and cups. The tea you requested, Luna, she said nervously, setting it down on the side table. Perfect timing, Mia said, her voice suddenly syrupy sweet again. Freya, perhaps we should discuss this over tea? I'm sure we can come to an understanding. The abrupt shift in her demeanor set off warning bells in my head. Artemis growled low in my mind, sensing danger. I'm afraid I need to finish this work, I declined politely. The merger documents. Nonsense, Mia interrupted, moving to pour the tea herself rather than allowing the kitchen staff to do it. These documents have waited this long. They can wait another 15 minutes while we sort this out woman to woman. As she approached with the cup of steaming tea, I watched her movements carefully. There was something calculating in her eyes, a tension in her posture that spoke of premeditation. I insist, she said, stepping closer to the conference table where the Blackwood documents were spread out. In one fluid motion that appeared accidental to untrained eyes but was clearly deliberate, Mia tilted the cup, sending scalding hot tea directly toward both me and the critical merger documents. My reflexes, honed by years of training and Artemis's heightened senses, allowed me to jerk backward and simultaneously sweep the documents off the table. The hot tea missed me by inches, though several drops splashed onto my sleeve. What Mia hadn't anticipated was her own momentum. As I moved the documents, she overbalanced, and some of the tea splashed back onto her own hand and wrist. Her shriek of pain and outrage echoed through the conference room. You did that on purpose, she screamed, clutching her reddening wrist. You made me burn myself. The two assistants rushed forward, expressions panicked. Timothy stood frozen, having witnessed the entire attempted sabotage. What is going on here? Jasper's voice thundered from the doorway. He must have been nearby to have arrived so quickly after Mia's scream. Freya. She attacked me, Mia wailed, tears streaming down her face as she cradled her wrist. I was just trying to be nice, to offer her tea, and she deliberately made me spill it on myself. Jasper's eyes darkened as they fixed on me. Is this true? Absolutely not, I replied calmly, still holding the rescue documents. Mia was about to spill tea on these merger documents, accidentally or otherwise. I moved them out of the way. She's lying, Mia sobbed, leaning into Jasper as he wrapped a protective arm around her. She's been undermining me all day, refusing to respect my position, and now this physical aggression. I looked around the room at the witnesses, Timothy, the kitchen staff, and the two assistants. Their faces told the whole story. They had all seen what really happened, but fear kept them silent. No one wanted to contradict the alpha's mate. "Well?" Jasper demanded, looking at Timothy. "You were here. What happened?" Timothy hesitated, caught between loyalty to his alpha and the truth. "It happened very quickly, Alpha." The tea was about to spill, and Freya moved to protect the documents. "That's not what I asked," Jasper snapped. "Did Freya cause Mia's injury?" The weight of the Alpha's focused attention made Timothy flinch slightly. "No, Alpha. Mia lost her balance when the tea missed its target." "Its target?" Jasper repeated, his eyes narrowing. Before Timothy could clarify, Mia's sobs grew louder. "See how they twist everything? They're all loyal to her instead of their Luna. This is exactly what I've been telling you, Jasper. She's turned the pack against me." I watched the calculation behind Mia's tears with cold detachment. This woman was playing Jasper like a fiddle, and he, powerful alpha that he was, couldn't see past his biological drive to protect his mate. "Freya," Jasper's voice was dangerously low. "As alpha, I expect you to show proper respect to my Luna. Whatever personal feelings you harbor, Mia deserves the deference her position commands." I held his gaze steadily. "Even when she attempts to sabotage critical pack business?" I lifted the documents slightly. "Do you have any idea what would have happened if these had been damaged? The Blackwood merger would collapse, taking with it over $3 million in projected revenue and a month of Stone Lake's work." Something flickered in Jasper's eyes. Uncertainty, perhaps even clarity breaking through the fog of his mate bond. He glanced at the documents in my hands, then back at Mia's tear-stained face. "I will speak with Mia about appropriate handling of pack documents," he said stiffly. "But that doesn't excuse any disrespect toward her position. While you remain part of this pack, you will acknowledge her authority." I couldn't help the cold laugh that escaped me. Her authority? Over merger documents she doesn't understand? Over business relationships she hasn't built? I shook my head. "Your mate bond is clouding your judgment, Jasper. Stone Lake can't afford that kind of weakness." Mia gasped dramatically. "How dare she speak to you that way? Are you going to allow this insubordination?" Jasper's jaw tightened. "Freya, I expect an apology to Mia, now." The room fell silent as everyone waited for my response. I carefully set the documents down on a dry portion of the table. "I'll apologize for one thing only," I said quietly. "I'm sorry that I didn't speak up last night when I saw your precious Luna leaving the Black Wolf Bar with Reed Hammond at 11:30 p.m. Perhaps if I had, we could have avoided this entire charade today." The color drained from Mia's face. Jasper's expression froze. "You're lying," Mia whispered, but the panic in her eyes told a different story. "Am I?" I challenged. "Reed seemed quite comfortable with his arm around your waist. Perhaps we should ask him about your business meeting." Before Jasper could respond, Mia's eyes rolled back and she slumped dramatically against him, her body going limp. "Mia," Jasper exclaimed, catching her before she hit the floor. "Get the pack doctor," he barked at one of the assistants who scrambled to obey. I watched the performance with thinly veiled disgust. Artemis growled her contempt within me. "She needs medical attention," Jasper said, lifting Mia's limp form into his arms. "This conversation isn't over, Freya," he added, his tone ominous as he carried Mia from the room. As the door closed behind them, the remaining staff exchanged uncertain glances before quietly filing out, leaving only Timothy and me in the conference room. "Well, that was quite a show," Timothy said after a moment, breaking the heavy silence. "Complete with fainting spell to avoid difficult questions," I agreed, running a hand through my hair. "How does he not see through her?" Timothy leaned against the table with a weary sigh. "Mate bonds can blind even the smartest alpha. It's like they lose half their brain function when their mate is threatened." Despite everything, I couldn't help but laugh. "Only half? I'd say Jasper's operating on about 10% at this point." Timothy chuckled, shaking his head. "For what it's worth, everyone saw what really happened. The pack isn't as easily fooled as Jasper." I nodded, appreciating his support, but knowing it wouldn't change the inevitable outcome. "Let's get back to work. Without Jasper and Mia's constant interruptions, we might actually accomplish something today." The rest of the day passed in blessed productivity. With Mia at the packed doctor's office and Jasper hovering anxiously at her side, Timothy and I managed to untangle the Blackwood merger complications and prepare a comprehensive transition plan for my departure. By the time I gathered my things to leave, the sun had long since set. My phone vibrated with a text message from Silvano. Waiting outside. Hope your day wasn't too hellish. A smile touched my lips despite my exhaustion. His timing was perfect, as always. I said goodnight to the security team and pushed through the building's main doors, breathing in the cool evening air with relief. The sleek black Aston Martin was parked across the street, engine purring quietly. As I approached, the driver's door opened and Silvano stepped out, his tall figure illuminated by the streetlights. "That bad, huh?" he asked, noting my expression as I reached him. "You have no idea," I sighed, allowing myself to lean into his strength as his arms encircled me. "Tell me everything," he said, opening the passenger door. "Over dinner. You look like you'd use a drink." I laughed softly. "Make it a double. Jasper." Leon paced restlessly within me. He had been uneasy since the confrontation in the conference room, and that feeling had only intensified after Mia's convenient fainting spell. The pack doctor had found nothing physically wrong with her. "Just stress," he'd said with a nervous glance in my direction. To ease Mia's supposed stress, I brought her home. Under my forced calm and steady touch, she finally drifted off to sleep in my arms. But even with her breathing steady against my chest, I couldn't shake the gnawing unease. My eyelids grew heavy, thoughts colliding. Mia's fragile act, Freya's icy expression in the conference room, the fragile balance of the pack tilting ever closer to collapse. Somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, the images blurred. And then, I tore myself from the heated moment with Mia, feeling the familiar post-desire clarity wash over me. My office was in disarray, papers scattered across the floor, Mia's clothing half off, my desk a mess. For a moment, I allowed myself to bask in the afterglow, running my hand down Mia's back as she nestled against me. "You're incredible," she murmured, pressing a soft kiss against my throat where my pulse still hammered. But as I glanced at my watch, reality crashed back in. Noon already? The merger documents needed urgent review, the Shadow Pact partnership was hanging by a thread, and several high-profile clients were threatening to walk. My momentary escape had cost me precious hours. "Where the hell is lunch?" I muttered, pulling away from Mia and straightening my shredded shirt. Usually by now, Freya would have. The thought of her name sent an unexpected jolt through me. "Fucking hell," I growled, reaching for my desk phone. I shouldn't have to ask for these basics. I jabbed at the intercom button for the assistant desk. When someone finally answered, my patience had evaporated. "You can't even handle lunch? Does everyone want to get fired today?" There was a pause on the other end of the line, too long, too deliberate, before a voice I recognized as Amanda's came through, sounding nothing like the eager-to-please tone I was accustomed to. "Alpha Kane, your Luna kicked us all out this morning. Security escorted us from the building. We've talked it over, and we're done. None of us have Gamma Stone's superhuman ability to take endless abuse while running this pack." I froze, my brain struggling to process her words. "What are you talking about? What happened with Freya?" Mia shifted behind me, suddenly alert. I could feel her eyes burning into my back. On the other end, Amanda sighed heavily. "It's all in here. Check your email. See for yourself." Then the line went dead. I stared at the phone in disbelief. Had my assistant just hung up on me? On an alpha? The sheer audacity was unprecedented. "What's going on?" Maya asked, her voice honey-sweet as she draped herself over my shoulder, glancing at my computer screen. "Something about the assistants being kicked out," I muttered, opening my email. The message from Amanda contained a single attachment labeled, "Why We're All Leaving MP4. With a growing sense of unease, I clicked it open. Security footage from earlier that morning filled my screen. I watched as Mia, smiling sweetly while I was in my office, approached the group of assistants who had been trying to catch me up on urgent matters. The timestamp showed it was barely 5 minutes after I'd left them in her care. The footage had audio. "Listen up, you pathetic little bitches." Mia's voice emerged from my speakers, so different from her usual tone that I almost didn't recognize it. "I'm in charge now, and things are going to change around here. I watched, blood turning to ice, as Mia slapped each assistant across the face one by one. My eyes widened in shock. I saw how you were crowding him. She snarled at them, her beautiful face twisted with malice. What's your game? Trying to get in his pants? Thinking you can replace me? The assistant's stunned expressions mirrored my own. One of them, Sarah, who'd been with Stone Lake for over 5 years, found her voice first. Are you serious? We were doing our jobs. These are critical business matters. Don't make crazy accusations. Mia's laugh on the video was cold and cutting. Your job is whatever I say it is, and right now, I'm saying your job is to get the fuck out. The footage continued, showing Mia calling security and having all the assistants escorted out, then using my override codes to revoke their building access. With no one left to witness, she rifled through several confidential files before changing into the outfit she was still partially wearing, the one that had so effectively distracted me from the business catastrophe unfolding around us. The video ended with a split-screen compilation. On one side, Mia crying to me about Freya's attacks. On the other, security footage showing what actually happened. Mia deliberately spilling coffee on documents, accidentally tripping in front of witnesses, then twisting the narrative when speaking to me. My heart seemed to stop as I stared at the screen. What's the holdup? Mia's voice pulled me back to the present. She was lounging in her chair now, examining her nails with casual indifference. Weren't you calling about lunch? I'm starving. Slowly, I turned toward her, something cold and unfamiliar replacing the lust that had consumed me earlier. Leon was growling now, a low, dangerous sound that reverberated through my chest. What did you do? My voice came out as a whisper, though I wanted to roar. Mia blinked innocently. What are you talking about? I turned my laptop screen toward her, rewinding to the moment she slapped my staff. Explain this. Her expression flickered for just a moment before she rolled her eyes. Oh, please. They were being disrespectful. Someone needed to put them in their place. Their place? I stood up so abruptly my chair crashed against the wall behind me. Their place is doing the critical work that keeps this pack functioning, work that Freya coordinated flawlessly for years. At Freya's name, Mia's facade cracked. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Freya again? Always Freya. I'm your mate, Jasper. Me, not her. My mate who lied to me, I growled, advancing toward her. My mate who deliberately sabotaged pack business, assaulted my staff, and framed my gamma. Mia stood her ground, tossing her hair back. I did what was necessary. She was too close to you. Everyone saw it. The way she looked at you, the way she was always there, always the perfect little helper. She spat the words. She wanted you. She was trying to come between us. Between us? I laughed bitterly. Freya kept this pack running while you were gone for years. She managed everything, our finances, our partnerships, our reputation, all while I was drowning in the mate bond grief you left me with. Mia's expression hardened. So you admit it. You did have feelings for her. The accusation hit like a physical blow. Had I? Leon growled louder in my mind, the answer clear in his agitation. This isn't about my feelings, I said, gesturing at the screen where the security footage was frozen. This is about you deliberately destroying the relationships and systems that took years to build. I'm your Luna, Mia shouted, slamming her hand on my desk. Everyone should respect that, including Freya, including you. Being Luna means serving the pack, not tearing it apart for your ego. Mia laughed, the sound sharp and mocking. Oh, that's rich coming from you, the great Alpha Jasper so concerned about the pack. Were you serving the pack when you were fucking your gamma behind closed doors for 4 years? My blood ran cold. How do you know about that? Everyone knows, Jasper. The whole pack talks about it. Her smile was cruel. How the mighty Alpha couldn't keep it in his pants, how he used his loyal gamma for sex while waiting for his real mate to return. How pathetic you both were, you for using her for letting you. Each word felt like a knife. Was that how the pack saw what happened between Freya and me, as me using her? Get out, I said, my voice deadly quiet. Excuse me, Mia's eyes widened. Get out, I enunciated each word, letting my alpha dominance fill the room. Of my office. Now. For a moment, she looked like she might challenge me, but even a mate couldn't easily defy an alpha's direct command when delivered with full intent. She grabbed her purse, her movements jerky with rage. "You'll regret this," she hissed. "She's gone, Jasper. Your precious Freya left you, and now you're choosing her memory over me? Over your mate?" The door slammed behind her with enough force to rattle the windows. I collapsed into my chair, the weight of everything crashing down on me. My phone buzzed with a message from Beta Timothy. "Just heard from the assistants. Shadow Pact partnership officially withdrawn. Alpha Silvano Moretti's taking his business elsewhere. He also sent you a wedding invitation. He and Miss Freya are getting married." The realization hit me like a freight train. Freya wasn't just gone from Stone Lake Pack. She was moving on, possibly with another alpha. The thought made Leon howl with a pain that echoed my own. I'd lost her, and it was entirely my fault. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone again and dialed Freya's number. It went straight to voicemail. I called again and again. Each unanswered ring sliced deeper until I jolted awake. Mia's face hovered above me, her expression puzzled. "Darling, what's wrong? Was it all a dream?" Yet it felt so real, like a glimpse of the future waiting to happen. I looked at my mate, but the fascination, the love, the pull I once felt was gone. In its place was only the image of Freya in another alpha's arms, a pain tearing through me like my chest was being ripped apart. I had to stop it. "Freya." The elevator chimed open, and I stepped into Stone Lake headquarters for the last time. 1 month. That was the deal. 30 days to tie up loose ends, smooth over trade negotiations, and clean up the mess Mia had made pretending to be Luna. Today, my contract expired. Today, I walked away for good. The thought should have made me feel nothing but relief, and it did. Mostly. There was a restaurant reservation waiting for me tonight, a silk dress hanging in my closet, and a man who actually wanted me for who I was. Still, my chest tightened as the familiar glass doors came into view. Old habits die hard. The perfume hit me first. Sickly sweet, cloying. I didn't even need to see her to know. "You scheming bitch," she hissed, her eyes flashing amber as her wolf pushed forward. I knew you couldn't be trusted. Artemis growled deep in my chest, but I kept my expression neutral. After 8 years as Gamma, I'd perfected the art of not revealing my emotions. "Good morning to you too, Mia," I replied coolly, walking past her toward my office. "I have reports to file, so if you'll excuse me." She grabbed my arm, her claws partially extended, pricking through my silk blouse. "Don't you dare walk away from me. You think I don't know what you're doing? You sent those pictures to Jasper, didn't you?" I blinked, genuinely confused. "What pictures?" Mia laughed, the sound brittle and unhinged. "Playing innocent? The club footage of me with Reed." Ah, so someone had finally exposed her affair. "I didn't send anything to Jasper," I said honestly. "But don't kid yourself, he could have dug it up on his own." "You weren't exactly subtle, Mia." Her face contorted with rage. "Liar! Who else would have motive? Since your pathetic resignation stunt, everything's fallen apart. Jasper barely looks at me. He's restricted my access to PAC finances, and he's questioning every decision I make." Her voice rose to a shriek. "He's treating me like I'm nothing, all because of you." Artemis snarled, but I held back. This drama wasn't worth my energy anymore. "Your relationship problems with Jasper aren't my concern," I said, my voice steady. "If he's upset with you, perhaps you should examine your own actions instead of blaming others." "You've always wanted him for yourself," she spat, stepping closer. 8 years panting after him like a desperate bitch in heat. Did you think your little resignation would make him realize he loves you? Did you think he'd come running? Her words stung, but not the way they once would have. The ache was familiar, almost dull now. Silvano's scent still lingered on my skin from this morning. His ring caught the light as I lifted my hand. "I'm engaged to be married, Mia," I reminded her, holding up my left hand, where Silvano's impressive ring caught the light. "Unlike some, I don't chase after other women's mates." Her eyes narrowed to slits. "You expect me to believe you're suddenly over him? After 8 pathetic years? Believe what you want." I shrugged. "By sunset, I'll be gone. I don't have the energy to care what you think anymore." "You ruined everything," she screamed, lunging for me. I easily sidestepped her attack. My combat training was far superior to hers, but she managed to grab a handful of my hair, yanking hard enough that I felt strands ripping from my scalp. Artemis roared within me, demanding release. With practiced control, I allowed just enough of my wolf's strength to surge through my arms as I grabbed Mia's wrist, applying precise pressure to force her to release me. "Don't touch me again," I warned, my voice dropping to the dangerous tone that had made pack enforcers tremble during training sessions. "Or what?" she challenged, raising her hand again. "Enough!" The alpha command hit the room like a thunderclap, making both of us flinch instinctively. Jasper stood in the doorway, his broad shoulders filling the frame, his expression thunderous. I braced myself for the inevitable. This was how it always played out. Mia caused problems, I defended myself, and somehow I ended up being the villain in Jasper's eyes. Except, something was different this time. "Mia," Jasper's voice was dangerously quiet. "My office, now." Mia's mouth fell open in shock. "But Jasper, now." The command vibrated through the air, heavy with alpha authority. The word cracked through the room like a whip. Mia froze, then stalked off, but not before throwing me a glare sharp enough to cut glass. When she was gone, Jasper turned to me. His eyes softened, just slightly. "Are you all right?" That threw me more than Mia's claws had. I smoothed my blouse. "I'm fine." He stepped closer. Too close. That pine and spice scent wrapped around me like a ghost, and Artemis whimpered at the memory. "Your trip," he asked, his voice rough. "Was it successful?" "Yes." I kept my tone professional. "All 3 packs renewed their agreements. The papers are ready for your signature." He nodded, running a hand through his dark hair, a gesture I knew meant he was struggling with something. "Have dinner with me tonight," he said finally, "to discuss the agreements." I blinked in surprise. "We can discuss them now in your office. It won't take long." "Freya," he said, my name sounding different somehow on his lips. "Please, just dinner." Once, those words would have broken me. Once I'd have said yes before he finished asking, but that girl was gone. "I can't," I said softly but firmly. "I already have plans." His jaw clenched. "Cancel them." "No." I met his eyes, steady. "You should focus on your mate. She seems unsettled." "Mia is not your concern," he growled. "Exactly." I let a humorless smile tug at my mouth. "And my fiancé is not yours." Something dark flashed in his eyes. "Your fiancé," he bit out. "Alpha Silvano Moretti." "Yes." I lifted my chin. "We're going to dinner tonight. To celebrate, so if you'll excuse me, I have a few last reports to finish before I leave, for good." I walked past him, heart pounding, but my steps never faltered. The sharp crash of glass against the wall rang out behind me. I didn't have to look back to know. It was the crystal paperweight I'd given him years ago, shattering into pieces. A slow smile curved my lips as I entered my office. Let him rage. By tonight, I'd be free. Freya. The Aspen Heights restaurant. I smoothed down the crimson silk dress that hugged my curves as the maître d' led me through the dimly lit restaurant. Artemis purred contentedly within me, enjoying the admiring glances from the other diners. Silvano's eyes darkened appreciatively as they traveled down my body, lingering on the plunging neckline that revealed just enough cleavage to be enticing without being inappropriate. "You're breathtaking," he murmured, taking my hand and bringing it to his lips. The simple gesture sent shivers down my spine as his wolf's energy caressed mine. "You clean up pretty well yourself, Alpha Moretti," I teased, taking in his tailored charcoal suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and powerful chest. Silvano pulled out my chair, his fingers deliberately grazing the exposed skin of my back as I sat down. "After the day you've had, I thought you deserved something special," he said, nodding toward the bottle of vintage champagne already chilling in an ice bucket beside our table. "News travels fast," I remarked, raising an eyebrow. He grinned. "I have my sources. Heard you had quite the confrontation with Mia this morning." "It was nothing I couldn't handle," I replied, accepting a glass of champagne from him. "I have no doubt about that." The pride in his voice made my wolf preen. "Still, I'd like to tear out Kane's throat for letting his mate put her hands on you." I laughed softly. "Get in line." Artemis wanted first crack at her. Silvano leaned forward, his intense gaze capturing mine. "I meant what I said when I proposed, Freya. In Shadowpack, you won't be just the Alpha's mate. You'll be my equal in every way. My partner." The stark contrast between his words and my years with Jasper made my chest tighten. "Careful, Silvano. You're making promises a lot of alphas wouldn't keep once the mating bond is complete." His expression turned serious, almost fierce. "I'm not like other alphas. No, I agreed, holding his gaze. You're not. No, I agreed, holding his gaze. You're not. Our waiter arrived with the first course, momentarily breaking the tension. As we sampled the exquisite food, Silvano kept finding reasons to touch me, his fingers brushing mine as he offered me a bite from his plate, his knee pressing against my thigh under the table, his thumb wiping a drop of sauce from the corner of my mouth. Tell me about your day, he prompted between courses. The unfiltered version. I hesitated. Most alphas didn't want to hear about their mate's problems. They wanted to solve them or dismiss them. I want to know everything that bothers you, Silvano said, reading my hesitation correctly. All of it. So I told him about Mia's accusations, about Jasper's strange dinner invitation, about the tension coiling through Silver Lake Pack as news of my departure spread. Silvano listened intently, asking questions but never interrupting. When I finished, he reached across the table and took my hand. You know why Kane asked you to dinner, don't you? He asked, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. To discuss pack business, I said, though we both knew that wasn't the whole truth. Silvano's eyes flashed, his wolf peeking through. He's finally realizing what he's losing, what he threw away for a mate who doesn't deserve him. It doesn't matter, I said firmly. I've made my choice. Have you? Silvano challenged, his voice dropping to a husky timbre that made Artemis stir restlessly within me. Because I need to know if there's any part of you that's still his, Freya. I want all of you, not just the parts Kane was too blind to claim. The raw honesty in his voice caught me off guard. Most alphas would demand, not ask, would assume, not seek reassurance. Jasper had 8 years to make me his, I said slowly. He chose someone else. I'm not living in that shadow anymore. Silvano's expression softened with satisfaction. Then let's get out of here, he said, signaling for the check. Because I've been thinking about peeling that dress off you since the moment you walked in. Heat pooled low in my belly at his words, Artemis practically purring with anticipation. As Silvano paid the bill, his eyes never left mine, the intensity of his gaze making it clear exactly what he had planned for the rest of our evening. The drive to Silvano's penthouse was charged with electricity. Stay with me tonight, Silvano murmured against my hair, his arms tightening around me. It wasn't a question or a command. It was somewhere in between, an invitation that acknowledged my right to choose. I turned in his embrace to face him, studying the strong lines of his face now softened with satisfaction and something that looked dangerously like affection. I'd like that, I said simply. His smile was slow and genuine as he pulled the blankets over us. As I drifted toward sleep in the protective circle of his arms, Artemis settled contentedly within me. Jasper. The past few weeks had been nothing but numbers and signatures. Meetings, contracts, endless paperwork. On the surface, Stone Lake Pack was thriving again. Trade agreements were solidified, disputes resolved, finances stabilized. From the outside, I was the alpha who had everything under control. But inside, I'd never felt more hollow. Every meeting without Freya was an echo. Every report she used to prepare felt heavier in my hands. I caught myself turning to her empty chair too often, expecting her calm, steady voice to cut through the noise, only to be met with silence. Mia filled the space with perfume, drama, and shallow commentary. But she wasn't Freya. She never would be. That emptiness gnawed at me, until Timothy slid a flash drive across my desk one evening. Alpha, he said quietly, you should see this. Security footage, clear, unmistakable. Mia, read. The betrayal laid bare. I stared at the screen, the truth burning through every frame. My chest clenched, not with surprise, but with fury. Because deep down I'd known. I'd felt it every time Freya looked at me with those eyes full of things she never said, and I'd ignored it. I'd chosen wrong. Gret sank its claws into me, sharp, merciless. I had driven Freya away. I had let Mia poison me against the only person who had ever been real. That regret curdled into something darker, something hotter. Hatred. Hatred for Mia's lies, for my own blindness, for every moment she had stolen from me and from Freya. I would not be played again. I'd never felt so cold inside, so hollow. And yet, rage seared through my veins like wildfire, relentless and scorching. As I stared at Mia, the woman I once believed was fated for me, all I saw now was a stranger, a venomous parasite, wrapped in silk and lies, who had systematically dismantled everything good in my life. The security footage Timothy had shown me looped endlessly in my mind. Her fake tears, her whispered manipulations, the way she'd slithered between truths and twisted them into weapons. "Jasper, baby, this is all a misunderstanding," Mia cooed, tears shimmering in those blue eyes I used to find so captivating. "That footage was doctored. You know Freya hates me. She'd do anything to come between us." I almost laughed. My knuckles turned white as I clenched my fists. The wolf inside me was a razor's edge, snarling, ready to tear through the skin. This woman had made me doubt Freya. Freya, the one person who never asked for anything in return. She'd turned me into the very thing I despised, a weak, blind fool. "Stop talking." My voice cut like ice, quiet and lethal. Mia recoiled as though the words had slapped her. She'd never seen this version of me before. The real alpha, not the man she'd dressed in pink and dragged around like a prize. Then she broke character. Her gaze flicked toward the door Freya had exited earlier, and the hate that twisted her face made my stomach churn. "This is all her fault," Mia spat, voice dripping venom. "That plain little nothing's been obsessed with you since day one. She's jealous. She'll never have what we do, a true mate bond." A chilling smile curved my lips as the truth slotted into place. "What we have," I said, voice as still as death, "is nothing." I stepped closer. She flinched. "There never was a mate bond, was there, Mia?" I whispered, each word laced with contempt. "You rejected me. Remember that?" Her pupils contracted, her mouth open-closed, but no sound came. "All these years," I went on, "I thought I was broken, that I was weak for feeling the pull, for chasing a bond that wasn't there. But the only thing I was manipulated. I bared my teeth, not in a smile, but a snarl. You played me, and I let you." Her face lost all color. "Time for some karma." I seized her arm, fingers digging into soft flesh. She squealed, heels skidding uselessly across the polished floor as I dragged her toward the door. "Jasper, stop! You're hurting me." "Funny how you suddenly care about being hurt." I didn't loosen my grip. "Did you care when you humiliated Freya? When you made her serve drinks at her own damn birthday party? When you poisoned everyone against her just because she outshone you by existing?" She whimpered. Pathetic. We reached the doors. My guards, loyal, stone-faced, were already waiting. "You enjoy making people kneel, don't you?" I said, thinking of the day Mia forced Freya to scrub spilled coffee in front of the board. "Then you can spend tonight on your knees." I shoved her forward. The guards caught her roughly. "She stays outside, all night, on her knees. If she moves, tries to leave, tries to call anyone, restrain her." "You can't do this," Mia shrieked. "I'm your Luna." I turned, stared her down one final time. "No, you never were." Then I stepped back inside and shut the door on her screams. But the moment the silence fell, rage gave way to something worse. Regret. It hit me like a collapsing building. Freya's face rose in my mind, uninvited and all-consuming. Those steady, intelligent eyes. The quiet strength behind every decision. The way she never once asked to be chosen, but always showed up anyway. God, what a fool I'd been. 8 years. She'd been the constant behind every success. She'd handled crises, balanced the board, protected the pack, and me. And all I'd done was take. I stalked to my car and slammed the door shut. The interior smelled like Mia. Looked like Mia. Pink seat covers, cutesy plushies, her favorite snacks in every damn compartment. All the things Freya had sat beside in silence. I let out a feral growl and began tearing it all out. The plushies, the snacks, the seat covers, I hurled them onto the concrete like garbage. But it wasn't enough. We'd spent nights in this car, kisses stolen beneath the moonlight, her breath fogging the windows, her lips on mine, her body curled into me. Now it was just a hollow shell. She's gone, and you let her go. Something inside me cracked. I beat the dashboard until it split, tore the leather from the seats, shattered the mirror. When I was done, the car was unrecognizable, but the ache inside me was untouched. I grabbed another vehicle from the pack garage and drove like a man possessed to my penthouse. When I stepped inside, the final knife twisted in my chest. Gone was the sleek, masculine interior Freya had helped me design. In its place, floral drapes, pink candles, soft lighting, a pastel-colored nightmare. She erased her. Mia had wiped every inch of Freya from my life. Desperate, I tore through drawers, closets, shelves, looking for something, anything. A mug, a hairpin, a scarf, something to prove she'd been real. Nothing. Then, just as I turned toward the kitchen, something rolled from beneath the couch, a single black hairpin. Simple, sleek. Hers. I sank to my knees, clutching that tiny piece of metal like it was sacred. She'd left quietly, taken her dignity with her, and never looked back. I had watched her pack and said nothing, and now I would have to live with that. By the time the sun began to rise, I was sitting amidst shattered glass and torn photographs, completely numb. My assistant arrived, stepping carefully over the wreckage. "Alpha Kane, we should head to the office. Luna Mia is still waiting." His words barely registered. Mia, the source of all this rot. If not for her, Freya might still be here. If not for her poison, I might have chosen better earlier. "Take me to the office," I said, my voice so raw it sounded like someone else's. And this time I wouldn't stop until I made things right. Mia. When Jasper arrived at the office, the morning bustle came to an abrupt halt. Every employee's gaze was drawn to one particular corner where Mia knelt, a shocking contrast to her usual regal presence. She looked utterly broken. After a night forced to maintain the same kneeling position, her designer dress was crumpled and stained, her perfectly styled hair now a tangled mess. The physical discomfort was nothing compared to the public humiliation she endured. The wolf inside her, once so proud, now whimpered in shame and fury. Just yesterday, she'd strutted through these halls like the Luna she believed herself to be. Now she was on display, her fall from grace a spectacle for all to witness. The rage building within her was something primal and dangerous. "Freya Stone, you manipulative little bitch," she suddenly shrieked, her voice cracking with hatred. "This is all your fault. My mate would never do this to me if you hadn't poisoned him against me." Her eyes, rimmed red and wild, darted around the office as if expecting to find Freya hiding somewhere. "Why don't you just disappear from our territory completely? The pack would be better without you. You seduced an alpha, you pathetic gamma nobody." Her howls echoed through the modern office space, bouncing off glass walls and hardwood floors. Where once her outbursts might have inspired fear and compliance, now they only invited contempt. The power dynamic had shifted overnight. Several pack members who had worked alongside Freya for years stepped forward, their protective instincts awakened. "How dare you speak about Gamma Stone like that?" A senior accountant challenged, her wolf spirit evident in her stance. "She sacrificed everything for this pack for 8 years without a single complaint. You arrived and immediately started undermining her authority." "Exactly," added Timothy's assistant. "Freya managed this entire pack's operations flawlessly. She's never once abused her position. You've been trying to destroy her from the moment you scented her on Alpha Kane. You're the one who forced her to serve drinks at her own birthday celebration," another employee pointed out. "Now you're playing the victim? Please." The whispers spread like wildfire through the pack hierarchy. People were eyeing Mia as though she'd gone feral. She wanted to lash out, to assert the dominance she believed was her birthright, but pinned down by the security wolves, all she could do was kneel there, rage building in her chest. "You're all just jealous bitches," she snarled, her wolf barely contained beneath her skin. "What did Freya do to buy your loyalty? Did she let you all scent mark her too?" She was ranting like a wolf driven mad by silver poisoning, spewing venom that made even the most hardened pack members cringe in discomfort. Just then, Jasper arrived, catching the tail end of her tirade. His expression transformed from cold detachment to something glacial and lethal, the true face of an alpha confronting a threat to his pack. He'd intended her night of public submission to humble her. Instead, she was challenging the entire pack structure, threatening his authority. He strode forward, radiating dominance. The crowd parted instinctively, responding to the power rolling off him in waves. The security wolves immediately released their hold, recognizing their alpha's arrival. Suddenly free, Mia scrambled to Jasper's feet, clinging to his leg while forcing tears to stream down her face. A calculated performance. "Jasper, thank the moon goddess you're here," she whimpered, her voice suddenly honey-sweet. "These subordinates, they're all under Freya's influence. They're attacking your mate. You need to assert your dominance. Remove them from the pack immediately." She twisted around, pointing accusingly at everyone who dared speak against her. Her, him, that female too. They all need to be banished from Stone Lake territory. The targeted employees lowered their heads instinctively, expecting their alpha to defend his supposed mate. But instead of backing Mia as the pack hierarchy would dictate, Jasper kicked her away with such force that she skidded across the polished floor. I gave you a night to reflect on your actions, and this is how you respond. His voice was dangerously quiet. You hold no rank here, Mia, yet you're still attempting to dictate which pack members deserve to stay. I never truly saw what a toxic presence you are until now. I heard every word they said, and their observations are correct. Gamma Stone dedicated herself to this pack. You drove her away with your petty jealousy and false mate claims. Mia sprawled on the floor, designer mascara creating black rivers down her flushed cheeks. I'm your true mate, she cried desperately. Jasper, our bond, it's sacred. Jasper towered over her, his eyes as dead as winter. The office went silent, every wolf sensing the momentous shift in pack dynamics. I love Freya Stone. His declaration hit the office like a thunderclap. Pack members exchanged shocked glances, some even forgetting to maintain proper submission posture in their surprise. But Jasper felt his wolf howl with satisfaction, finally acknowledging what they had denied for too long. A ghost of a smile touched his lips as he ignored Mia's shattered expression. I love Freya, he repeated, stronger this time. My wolf has always recognized her, even when I was too blind to see it. As for you, he continued, addressing the crumpled form at his feet, whatever connection I imagined between us died long ago. These past months were my greatest failure as an alpha. I'm going to find Freya and make things right. Mia, you are banished from Stone Lake territory effective immediately. Her pupils dilated with disbelief. Facing this brutal reality, she laughed through her tears, a haunting sound that made several pack members step back. You're banishing me? Let me share some pack truth. Mighty Alpha, she spat. Freya didn't leave because of me. She left because of you. You think the pack doesn't whisper about what you two shared? You took her as your secret lover for 8 years without ever acknowledging her publicly. The minute I appeared claiming to be your destined mate, you tossed her aside like Omega trash. You're the one who broke her bond to this pack. The revelation of their secret relationship, a violation of traditional pack hierarchy, silenced the room. Jasper's briefly softened expression hardened like granite as his most intimate betrayal was laid bare before his entire pack. Jasper. With her last scrap of power torn away, Mia decided to obliterate everything around her. She laughed with the unhinged ferocity of a she-wolf with nothing left to lose, her eyes wild with vengeful delight. Want to know what I found stuffed in your precious Maybach? She taunted, her voice carrying across the stunned office. Freya's torn panties. You two rutted like animals in there, didn't you? What a pathetic excuse for a mate bond. 8 years as your secret plaything, and that desperate little Gamma just kept crawling back for whatever scraps of attention you'd throw her. Her words hung in the air like poisoned arrows, each one finding its mark as Jasper's expression darkened dangerously. The pack members shifted uncomfortably, some averting their eyes from this raw display of pack hierarchy dysfunction. Face reality, Alpha. Mia spat the title like an insult. You were the one who refused to believe her when she told you about Reed. You watched while I made her serve drinks at her own birthday celebration. You think I drove your precious Freya away? Take a good look in the damn mirror. With each accusation, Jasper's jaw clenched tighter, the tendons in his neck straining as his inner wolf howled with rage and shame. His knuckles turned white as he battled the primal urge to physically silence her. You still don't understand what you've done, do you? He growled, his voice dropping to that dangerous alpha timbre that made everyone's inner wolves instinctively submit. With a sharp hand signal, he summoned the security wolves, who immediately flanked Mia. They grabbed her arms, their grips unforgiving as they dragged her away. Her screams echoed through the office, a haunting soundtrack to her fall from grace, as employees watched in stunned silence, their wolf instincts processing this dramatic shift in pack dynamics. Back at the penthouse, Jasper had security lock Mia in the basement quarters. the same area where she'd once banished Freya to work as kitchen staff. Now she would experience firsthand every humiliation she'd inflicted on the woman who had truly held his pack together. She was forced to carry scalding dishes that left her hands blistered and raw, her once perfect manicure ruined, as her soft skin cracked and bled. She was made to kneel for entire days at a time on the hard stone floor, continuing even after passing out from exhaustion and waking again to the same punishment. Throughout her ordeal, Jasper never once checked on her. His wolf had completely detached from any connection they might have shared. He had more pressing matters. His bond with Freya had been severed by his own blindness, and he was desperate to repair it. Having finally admitted his feelings aloud, both to himself and his pack, he was hell-bent on winning Freya back. His wolf paced restlessly inside him, howling for their missing mate. He showed up at Elena's apartment loaded with shopping bags from exclusive European boutiques, knocking anxiously on her door, his usual alpha confidence nowhere to be found. She answered quickly, her welcoming smile freezing when she recognized him. Her expression morphed into pure disdain, her wolf's loyalty clearly tied to Freya rather than her blood relative. "What the hell are you doing here?" she demanded, blocking the doorway with her body in a clear protective stance. Knowing full well he was in the doghouse with his sister, Jasper lifted the designer bags in a peace offering, attempting a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Haven't seen you since you got back from Paris. Brought you some things, Elle." Elena wasn't remotely swayed by his transparent act, but as Freya had once noted, blood ties ran deep in wolf culture. With an icy glare that would make their father proud, she reluctantly stepped aside to let him in, cutting straight to business the moment the door closed. "You're here for Freya's contact information. I already told you. Not happening. Get over it, brother." Jasper carefully set down the peace offerings and lowered his voice to a gentle rumble, the same tone he'd once used to comfort Elena during childhood thunderstorms. "Elle, I know I fucked up royally. I want to fix things. Just tell me where she is. I swear on our parents' graves, Mia's completely out of the picture. I'll do right by Freya this time." His eyes softened with genuine emotion. "You two are best friends. If we reconnect, you'll see her all the time. Our pack needs her." Elena cut him off with a sharp laugh that held no warmth. "Freya and I are solid with or without you in the equation. As long as she's happy, I don't care if she's in Antarctica. You actually think, after everything you've put her through, you deserve another shot?" Her eyes flashed with wolf gold anger. "Wasn't it you who told me just weeks ago that Mia was going to be my sister-in-law, that I needed to accept the mate bond and show proper respect?" His comeback died in his throat. Elena had always been a firecracker, even as a pup, and Freya's suffering had only fueled her protective rage. Seeing his uncharacteristic silence, she went for the jugular. "You slapped me across the face for questioning Mia, and you stood by while Freya was publicly humiliated at her own birthday celebration. Now suddenly you're sorry?" She shook her head in disgust. "Too fucking late, Jasper. For your information, Freya's thriving overseas." Hearing this confirmation that Freya had left the country, Jasper physically recoiled as though struck. His wolf whined pitifully inside him. He took a steadying breath and, for the first time in his life, humbled himself before his little sister. "Elena, I messed up bigger than any alpha in our bloodline ever has. I've dealt with Mia. I can prove it if you want." His voice grew increasingly desperate. "Just tell Freya I understand now. She loved me for 8 years without conditions. She'll forgive me. Please, Elle, just this once. I'm begging you." His words tumbled out faster and more frantically, like a drowning wolf grasping for anything to stay afloat. His eyes grew red-rimmed with emotion. To Elena, he looked utterly pathetic. She'd never seen her untouchable alpha brother reduced to this broken state. "You knew she loved you for 8 years, and how did you treat her?" Elena's voice dripped with contempt. "Like a convenient bed warmer, a personal assistant with benefits, someone you could use whenever your alpha urges needed satisfaction. You burned through every ounce of her devotion. And now that she's found the courage to break the bond, you're suddenly sorry?" She leaned in closer. "Newsflash, she's a wolf with feelings, not your emotional chew toy." Her words cut like silver-edged daggers, deepening his already profound regret. He dropped to his knees before her. Elena, just let me see her once. One time. If she tells me to go to hell, I'll accept the rejection and never contact her again. In all his privileged life as the Stone Lake Alpha heir, Jasper Kane had never begged anyone for anything. Yet here he was, kneeling before his baby sister, all dignity abandoned for a chance to reclaim the woman his wolf recognized as their true mate. Even Elena was momentarily stunned by how far the mighty had fallen. His wolf submission was genuine, she could sense it, but betraying her best friend's trust wasn't an option either. She caved slightly, rolling her eyes as she sighed heavily. I'll ask if she's willing to see you. If she says yes, and that's a massive moon-sized if, I'll give you her address. His hopeless expression suddenly brightened with desperate hope as he nodded like an eager pup being offered its first hunt, his alpha pride completely forgotten in the face of potentially reconnecting with his true mate. Freya, Italy had been everything I didn't know I needed. Sun-drenched vineyards, winding coastal towns, warm evenings with Silvano's hand wrapped around mine. For 2 weeks, we'd wandered through landscapes that once belonged to the Shadow Pack, his ancestral lands. History clung to the ruins we explored, but instead of ghosts, I found peace there. For the first time in years, I'd woken up without a knot in my chest. No boardroom politics, no pack drama, no Jasper. Just Silvano's steady presence beside me, the man who looked at me as though I'd always been his. We'd laughed until our stomachs hurt, tasted wines older than either of our packs, and I'd even learned to drive his ridiculous vintage motorcycle along the cliffs. He gave me space when I needed silence, warmth when I needed comfort, and passion that burned so brightly it chased away the shadows of the past. I thought the trip would end quietly, that I'd step on the plane home and close the chapter of my life labeled Stone Lake Pack. Then my phone buzzed. Elena. Her message was hesitant, full of pauses, even through text. He's not doing well. He asked to see you, just once. Please. I stared at the screen for a long time, my heart twisting with old pain I thought I'd already buried. When I showed Silvano expecting jealousy, or worse, anger, he surprised me. Go, he said softly, cupping my chin so I couldn't look away. End it the way it should have ended years ago. Clean, final. But no buts, Amor. His lips brushed my forehead, tender and grounding. I trust you, and tonight I'll give you something to remember me by. His eyes glittered with a secret, the kind of promise that sent warmth blooming in my chest. So I sent Elena a message back telling her I was in Milan. I didn't think Jasper would actually come, not after everything, but he did. I chose a quaint coffee shop tucked away from Milan's typical tourist routes for our meeting. When Jasper pushed through the door, the small silver bell announced his arrival before I even looked up. As he spotted me in the corner booth, I noticed how disheveled he looked, so unlike the commanding alpha who once strode through Stone Lake Pack's headquarters with unshakable confidence. His designer suit hung on his frame as though he'd lost weight, and dark circles shadowed his eyes. For a brief moment, I felt a flicker of satisfaction seeing the physical manifestation of his distress. He paused before approaching, studying me with an intensity that once would have made me lower my eyes submissively. Now I met his gaze without flinching, my fingers absently touching the silver crescent moon pendant at my throat, Silvano's gift, a delicate heirloom passed down from his mother, Luna Victoria. Hey, Freya, he said, attempting a warm smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Been a while. Let's skip the small talk, I replied coolly. I only agreed to meet for closure. I took a deliberate sip of my coffee, the bitter warmth fortifying me against the waves of emotion radiating from him. Before I could continue, he jumped in. I get it. I screwed up royally, he said, leaning forward with an urgency that would have once thrilled me. I didn't understand what I really wanted, and I let Mia treat you like garbage. His eyes brightened with desperate hope. Freya, I've finally figured out that I love you. It's always been you. My wolf stirred within me, not with longing but with irritation. 8 years I'd waited to hear those words. Now they fell on ears that could no longer trust them. I offered him an empty smile. Too late, Jasper. Your apology, your feelings, all of it. If that's your whole speech, I should head out. Nothing left to discuss here. His face crumpled as I moved to stand. His hand shot across the table, grabbing mine with the desperation of a drowning man. "Don't say that," he pleaded, his alpha confidence crumbling before my eyes. "We can still make this work. I've dealt with Mia. I'll give you anything, everything, if you'll just come back." His grip tightened, as though he could physically hold me in his life. "We had 8 years together. Are you really throwing that away over one shitty month? I know you're pissed. You can yell at me, throw things, whatever you need. Just please, give us another chance." I pulled my hand away with a strength that surprised him. My wolf, once so eager to submit to his authority, now stood tall within me, reinforcing my resolve. "Yes, Jasper," I said with unnerving calm. "1 month was exactly what I needed to finally see you clearly." The pendant at my throat caught the light as I shifted. "I don't love you anymore. I'm not coming back. Hope you and Mia work things out." As I rose to leave, I saw genuine fear flash across his face, an expression I'd never witnessed on the confident alpha. His world was collapsing, and for once I wasn't rushing to hold it together for him. Terror gripped him as he realized I was truly walking away. He grabbed my wrist with trembling fingers, his composure completely shattered. "Freya, please," he begged, voice breaking. "I'm begging you. I know I fucked up completely." His words tumbled out in a desperate rush. "If you'll just forgive me, we can fly home tonight and get married tomorrow. No more hiding what we are. You can keep working at Stone Lake if you want, or never set foot in that building again. Everything I have is yours." Tears, actual tears, formed in his eyes. "No matter who walks into our lives, I swear I'll never hurt you again. Please, one more chance. We were together for so long. You can't just throw it all away." Once, this moment would have been my fantasy. Jasper Kane on his knees, offering me everything I'd ever wanted. But now, my heart felt like concrete that had finally set. Those 8 years of emotion had hardened into something impenetrable, leaving only clear-eyed wisdom in their place. I took a deep breath, firmly removing his hand from my wrist. "Listen carefully, Jasper," I said quietly. "We're done. I'm giving you exactly what you always wanted. Remember our deal? I promised that when the person you truly loved came back, I would step aside." The memory of that agreement, made in the early days of our affair, hung between us like a ghost. "When Mia returned, part of me hoped you might actually choose me, but you showed me exactly where I stood." His face contorted with desperation as he realized he was losing me forever. The powerful alpha who had commanded an entire pack was reduced to begging, actual tears spilling down his face for the first time since I'd known him. "Freya, please," he gasped, reaching for me again. "I made a terrible mistake. One chance to make this right. Freya. Freya." Outside, Milan's crisp air filled my lungs like the first real breath after being underwater too long. My phone vibrated in my pocket, a text from Silvano. "Hope your meeting brings the closure you need. Dinner still on for tonight? I have something important to ask you." My lips curved into a genuine smile. The silver crescent moon pendant seemed to warm against my skin as I typed my reply. "Dinner's on. But you're the one answering questions tonight, Freya." The silver crescent moon pendant gleamed against my skin as I stepped onto the candlelit terrace of the Milanese restaurant Silvano had chosen for tonight. Silvano stood near the fountain, a vision in a tailored dark suit that accentuated his broad shoulders. His dark hair was slightly tousled, giving him that effortless look that made my heart race. Heads turned when he moved, but his eyes were only on me, filled with an intensity that made my breath catch. The way he looked at me made my heart skip, like I was the only thing that existed in his world. "You're breathtaking," he murmured, lifting my hand to his lips. That single touch sent a shiver all the way to my toes, a wave of warmth spreading through my body. My wolf practically purred beneath my skin. "You don't look so bad yourself," I teased, though my voice was soft. Something in the air felt different, charged. The space between us seemed to crackle with electricity. He guided me to our table, his hand resting protectively at the small of my back. The simple gesture felt more intimate than any touch I'd shared with Jasper in 8 years. Dinner was a dream. The table was set with white roses and lavender, my favorite combination, something I'd only mentioned once in passing during our trip through Tuscany. The wine? That rare vintage we'd found during our countryside tour, when we'd gotten caught in the rain and taken shelter in that tiny family winery. Every detail was him saying, I see you, I know you, I choose you. How was the meeting? He asked, his dark eyes studying my face carefully. I sighed, taking a sip of wine. Closure, Jasper begged, cried, said all the things I once wanted to hear. I paused, realizing the truth of what I was about to say, and I felt nothing. No anger, no regret, just peace. Silvano's gaze stayed steady, a small, satisfied smile playing at his lips. Good. I touched the crescent moon pendant that nestled in the hollow of my throat. Your mother's necklace helped. It reminded me who I am now, who I'm becoming. His expression softened, those intense eyes warming as they fell to the silver pendant. She said it would end up with the right woman. She was right. His fingers brushed mine across the table. She would have loved you, Freya. After dessert, a tiramisu that melted on my tongue like sin, Silvano stood and offered his hand. Walk with me? The night air was cool but not cold, perfect for the light wrap I'd thrown over my shoulders. We strolled through the moonlit garden behind the restaurant, the scent of jasmine thick in the air. The sound of the fountain created a soothing backdrop as he led me to a quiet corner where the light hit his features just so, highlighting the sharp angles of his face. There's something I've been wanting to tell you, he said, voice low and deep, sending another delicious shiver down my spine. He took both my hands in his. His touch was warm, steady, grounding. When I was 17, after my first full shift, I had a vision, a woman standing beneath the moonlight. My wolf knew immediately she was our mate. My breath hitched, my heartbeat accelerating. I searched for her for years, he continued, his eyes never leaving mine. Through gatherings, meetings with other packs, everywhere. I never forgot her face. And then one night, you walked into Crescent Moon wearing that black dress. He smiled, a little breathless. It was you, Freya, my dream made real. You knew? I whispered, stunned. All this time? I did. He touched my cheek with such tenderness that tears threatened. But I wanted you to choose me. Not fate, not the bond, me. Tears pricked my eyes, but these were different from the ones I'd shed over Jasper. These were healing tears, joyful tears. You have no idea how many females my father tried to introduce me to, he said with a small laugh. I turned down everyone they tried to pair me with. Some of the most powerful she-wolves in North America, because none of them were you. His eyes held mine, filled with such raw honesty that it took my breath away. I watched you from afar for months, waiting for the right moment. When I heard you'd finally broken free from Jasper, I knew it was time. Then he dropped to one knee. My heart stopped. The world seemed to pause around us. From his pocket, he pulled out a ring, diamond center, emerald halo, catching the moonlight like magic. The stone seemed to dance with an inner fire. Freya's stone, he said, his voice a vow, strong and clear in the night air. You walked into my life exactly when I needed you. I know with absolute certainty that I don't want a future that doesn't have you in it. My wolf howled with joy inside me, recognizing her mate, her alpha, her forever. I want you as my Luna, my partner, my equal. Not because of fate or tradition or pack politics, but because there is no one else I want by my side as I build my legacy. His eyes gleamed with emotion. Will you marry me? Tears streamed freely now, my heart beating so fast it felt like it might burst from my chest. 8 years of feeling second best, of being hidden away, of never being enough, all washed away by this man who had waited for me, who saw me clearly from the very beginning. Yes, I whispered. Then louder, with all the certainty in my soul, yes, Silvano. He slid the ring onto my finger, a perfect fit, as if it had been made for me all along, and stood sweeping me into his arms. When his lips met mine, the world disappeared. The plants rustled gently around us, as if nature itself approved of our union. A warm breeze caressed our skin, carrying the scent of jasmine and possibility. We broke apart, both breathless, foreheads touching. So, I said, smiling through tears as I admired how the ring caught the moonlight. That's why you brought me to Italy? To propose where your family's story began. Silvano grinned, his hands warm at my waist, keeping me close. That, and I figured I should give you a better memory of Italy than your ex-alpha crying in a cafe. I burst out laughing, the sound echoing in the quiet garden. Consider it overwritten, completely erased from memory. Good. His expression grew serious again, tender. Because you deserve only beautiful memories from now on, amor mio. and I intend to give them to you every day." He kissed me again, slower this time, his hands warm at my waist. I melted against him, feeling the solid strength of his chest, the steady beat of his heart against mine. "Does this mean I'm officially part of the Shadow Pack now?" I asked when we came up for air, a hint of mischief in my voice. "You're much more than that," he murmured against my lips. "You're the future of the Shadow Pack, my Luna." His eyes gleamed with pride. "And I can't wait to see what you'll do with all that power." "First order of business, as future Luna, more kissing," I demanded with a smile. "As my Luna commands," he replied with a grin that made my knees weak. In that garden, surrounded by jasmine, under a moon that seemed to shine just for us, I finally felt whole. No regrets, no shadows, just the future stretched out before me like an open road. And the man who had waited for me long before I ever knew I was his. My wolf howled with joy within me, finally home with her true mate. And as Silvano pulled me close again, whispering Italian endearments against my skin, I knew with absolute certainty that this man, this love, this future, was what I had been searching for all along. Freya, 6 years later. I arrived at the Northern Territory airport just past 9, the weight of my birthday hanging in the air like an unspoken promise. When I turned on my phone, a flood of notifications lit up my screen. Birthday wishes from colleagues and friends in the tech industry where I'd built my reputation as an AI development pioneer. I scrolled through the endless notifications, my heart skipping every time a new message popped up, until I realized none of them were from him. I felt my wolf stir restlessly within me, seeking connection with its mate. The bond between us had once been so strong that we could sense each other's emotions across continents. Now it felt stretched thin, fragile as gossamer. "Happy birthday to me," I whispered, tucking my phone away as I headed for the exit. By the time my cab pulled up to our sprawling woodland villa, a property Silvano had purchased when expanding the Shadow Pack's business interests into this territory, it was already past 10. Sarah, our human housekeeper, looked genuinely startled when she opened the door. "Luna, Freya, oh my, we didn't know you were coming." The title still felt strange on my tongue, even after all these years. Luna Freya Stone Moretti of the Shadow Pack. The ceremony where Silvano had officially claimed me as his mate had been beautiful, meaningful, everything I'd once dreamed of during those dark days with Jasper. "Where are Silvano and Bella?" I asked, setting down my designer bag with the neural network prototype still inside. I'd pushed aside critical work on my AI launch to come here, hoping to spend my birthday with my family after 2 months of separation. "Alpha hasn't returned yet," Sarah replied carefully. "Miss Isabella is playing in her room." I nodded, handing my luggage to Sarah before climbing the stairs. My wolf was already pulling me toward our daughter, desperate to nuzzle and scent her after our time apart. Isabella was sitting cross-legged in her pajamas at her small table, concentrating so intently on something that she didn't notice me enter. At 5 years old, she was the perfect blend of Silvano and me. She had his dark curls and my determined chin. More importantly, she'd inherited his rare mixed blood. Already the pack elders whispered about her potential. "Bella?" My voice caught in my throat. Hearing my voice, Isabella turned her head and happily called out, "Mommy!" Her eyes flashed a momentary amber, a sign of her wolf's excitement, before returning to their normal hue. She turned back to her project just as quickly, her small fingers working deftly with colorful moonstone beads. For a heartbeat, I stood frozen, my arms still half open, holding nothing but air. I moved to embrace her, but she squirmed away. "Mommy, not now. I'll mess it up if you talk to me." The rejection stung more than it should have. 2 months without holding my pup, and she wouldn't even spare me a hug. "Are you making a necklace?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Isabella's eyes lit up. "In a week, it will be Aunt Aurora's birthday. This is a special gift I'm making with Dad for Aunt Aurora. We carefully selected these moonstone beads together, and Dad showed me how to infuse them with pack energy. Aren't they beautiful?" My chest tightened at the mention of Aurora. Daddy also customized other gifts for Aunt Aurora. Isabella continued cheerfully with her back turned to me. "Tomorrow, Bella." I interrupted, unable to hold back the hurt. "Do you remember Mommy's birthday?" "Huh? What?" She glanced up distractedly before looking back down at the beads. Mom, don't talk to me right now. You're making me lose track of the bead order. My wolf whimpered softly in my mind, the sound echoing through the hollow of my chest. She wanted to reach for our pup, but pride and pain kept us still. I stood there watching my daughter, the little girl I'd carried in my body, who wouldn't even look up at me now. Finally, I pressed my lips together and left the room without another word. Sarah met me in the hallway. Luna, I just called the alpha. He said he has something tonight and asked you to rest first. Something tonight. Not someone, I desperately hoped, though my instincts screamed otherwise. I understand, I replied, the words hollow in my mouth. Remembering Isabella's excited chatter about Aurora, I paused before calling Silvano. My fingers trembled slightly as I dialed, the same way they had years ago when I'd called Jasper, always afraid of what I might hear. It took what felt like forever before he answered, his voice distant. I'm busy. Tomorrow we can. Silvano? Who's calling you this late? A female voice interrupted. Aurora's voice, soft, melodic, and too damn familiar, slid through the speaker like poison wrapped in silk. My wolf snarled, territorial rage flaring through our bond. The crescent moon pendant he'd given me when we mated seemed to burn against my skin. Nothing, he replied. Before I could speak, Silvano had already hung up. We hadn't seen each other for 2 or 3 months. I'd finally managed to break away from my work to come to the Northern Territory, and he couldn't even spare time to come home to see me. Even for a phone call, he didn't have the patience to let me finish speaking. Throughout the past year, he'd grown increasingly cold and distant. The attentive, loving alpha who had saved me from Jasper's indifference had been gradually replaced by someone who seemed perpetually distracted, impatient, someone who reminded me more and more of my ex. I told myself it was just the stress of the territorial expansion, that once things settled down, he would return to being the mate who'd sworn eternal devotion under the full moon. But deep down, my wolf recognized the familiar patterns emerging, the late nights, the canceled plans, the way his eyes lingered a little too long on Aurora during pack meetings. In the past, I would have called him again, patiently asking where he was and if he could come back. I would have cowered and begged, desperate to preserve the relationship I had fought so hard to build. My wolf used to whine and submit, desperate for any scrap of attention from our mate. But something had changed in both of us. Today, perhaps because I was too tired or because I'd grown too much to regress, for the first time in years, I didn't feel the urge to chase after love that kept walking away. Freya. I didn't sleep that night. The bed was too big, too cold, and the scent of cedar and Silvano that lingered on the sheets only made it worse. I lay there in the darkness, staring at the ceiling while the silver light from the moon crawled slowly across the room. My chest felt hollow, like something precious inside me had cracked open and leaked away. There was a time when just thinking of him filled me with warmth. Now it only left me cold. Maybe I was too tired. Maybe my wolf was too tired. We'd been trying for so long to hold this bond together, to pretend it still pulsed with life. But that morning, as dawn began to bleed across the horizon, I realized I didn't have the strength to fight for it anymore. Still, I reached for him through the bond. The connection between us had once felt like an endless river. His energy flowing through me, mine through him. Now it was thin and brittle, like ice about to shatter. I could sense him somewhere on the other end, but he was distant, closed off. My wolf whimpered softly, pressing against the invisible wall that separated us. Silvano, I whispered through the bond. Please answer me. Nothing. Minutes dragged by before my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I snatched it up too quickly. Silvano, something up? 2 words. Cold. Detached. A dull ache spread behind my ribs. He didn't even remember. Me, are you free for lunch? Maybe we could have a meal with Bella. Just the 3 of us. There was a long pause before his reply came. Silvano, all right. Let me know once you've decided on the location. Okay. And that was it. No happy birthday, no warmth, no teasing remark like he used to make. Just business. Formal. The kind of message you'd send a colleague, not your mate. I set the phone down, staring at it until the screen dimmed. My heart thudded once, twice, then sank somewhere deep inside me. He had forgotten. I told myself I shouldn't care, that I was strong enough now to stop measuring my worth by his attention. But the truth was, the silence between us hurt more than any fight ever could. The mating bond should have made things like this impossible. Mates were supposed to feel each other's emotions, especially on days that mattered. Apparently, mine no longer mattered to him. When I finally got up, sunlight was spilling into the room, warm and bright. It didn't reach me. In the mirror, I barely recognized the woman staring back. My skin was pale, my eyes dull with exhaustion. The faint lines around my mouth weren't from age. They were from the constant effort of pretending to be fine. Pretending not to notice when the man who once swore to love me forever began treating me like a distant obligation. I dressed carefully, out of habit more than vanity, and headed toward the stairs. I was halfway down when voices floated up from below. Sarah's voice, gentle, nervous. "Is Bella unhappy about the Luna's visit?" My daughter's voice followed, high and sweet, carrying too clearly through the quiet morning. "Dad and I already promised to go to the moonlit lake with Aunt Aurora tomorrow for the pack bonding ritual. If Mom comes, it'll mess up the pack energy." My breath caught. Sarah tried to correct her. "Bella, Luna Freya is your mother and your alpha's mate. You mustn't say such things. But Dad's wolf and my wolf like Aunt Aurora's energy better." Bella replied, as if explaining something obvious. "Why can't I have Aunt Aurora as my mom? Her wolf is so pretty." The world tilted beneath me. For a moment I couldn't breathe. I pressed a hand against the banister, feeling my nails dig into the polished wood. My wolf let out a low, broken sound inside me, a wounded cry I couldn't release aloud. I didn't hear what Sarah said next. My mind had gone blank except for the echo of my daughter's words. Why can't I have Aunt Aurora as my mom? I had carried her for 9 months, fought to bring her into this world, protected her through every fever and nightmare, and now she wanted someone else to take my place. I turned and walked back upstairs before either of them could see my face. In my room, I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor until my vision blurred. My fingers trembled as I reached for the gifts I'd brought, little things I'd chosen so carefully. A bracelet woven with protective runes, a necklace of moonflower petals sealed in glass, a miniature AI wolf pup that mimicked her laugh. I zipped the suitcase shut before the tears could fall on any of them. Downstairs, I heard the front door open and close. Sarah's voice, Bella's laughter, fading into the distance. They were going to pack training, without me. The house fell quiet again. I had left everything, my work, my research, the AI project that could redefine the pack's future, just to come here, to be with them, to feel like a family again. But now, sitting in this silent house, I realized no one had actually asked me to come. Maybe they didn't need me anymore. My wolf stirred uneasily, her presence dim and tired. "We've become outsiders," she murmured, her voice a low growl of pain. "He doesn't look for us. Even our pup turns to another." "I know," I whispered, wrapping my arms around myself. "I know." I thought of Aurora, Silvano's cousin, the daughter of Enzo Hawthorne, heir to the Hawthorne pack. She joined the Northern Council last year, stepping into the political chaos with effortless grace. Everyone admired her, intelligent, beautiful, strategic. There were whispers she'd been blessed by the Fae themselves, gifted with wisdom that outshone most alphas. If she weren't Silvano's blood relative, the elders said, she would have been the perfect Luna. And perhaps that was exactly why my daughter adored her. Because Aurora shone in all the places I had begun to fade. I'd once laughed off the rumors about her closeness to Silvano. I told myself he was loyal, that what we had was stronger than any temptation. But deep down, my wolf had known better. She'd sensed it in the way his voice softened when he spoke of Aurora's achievements, in the way his eyes followed her across the council hall. And now, even my pup's affections were shifting toward her. That realization hurt in a way I hadn't been prepared for. It wasn't jealousy, it was grief. The slow kind that crept through your bones and hollowed you out from the inside. I got up and walked to the window. Outside, sunlight glinted off the frost-covered pines, and the wind carried faint howls from distant patrols. It should have comforted me, reminded me that I was part of something larger, that I had a pack, a home. Instead, I felt like a ghost haunting the edges of my own life. My gaze dropped to the crescent moon pendant around my neck, the one Silvano had given me when he claimed me as his mate. I remembered how it had glowed with his energy back then, a tangible link between us. Now it was just cold metal, lifeless against my skin. I thought of the way he'd once looked at me, like I was his moonlight, the reason his wolf breathed. I thought of how that gaze had slowly shifted to indifference, and I thought of how I had let it happen. I had spent years fighting to be enough, enough mate, enough Luna, enough mother. But maybe love was never meant to be something you fight for. Maybe it was supposed to be felt freely, effortlessly. I sank onto the edge of the bed, covering my face with my hands. A small, bitter laugh escaped me. "Happy birthday to me," I murmured. My wolf didn't answer. She only curled into herself, silent and hurting. Through the window, I heard a distant howl echo through the forest, a wolf calling to its mate. Once, I would have answered without hesitation. Now, I just sat there in the quiet, letting the sound fade into nothing. Freya. I wandered aimlessly through this territory that felt both strange and familiar, the land my mate had chosen to expand our pack's influence, yet where I remained an outsider. As noon approached, I remembered I had arranged to have lunch with Silvano. Looking down at my phone, I recalled our brief morning exchange. Just as I was debating whether to return home to pick up Isabella, a message from Silvano appeared on my screen. Something urgent with the pack. Lunch canceled. I stared at the text without surprise, my wolf curling into a resigned ball inside me, because I was used to this treatment. In Silvano's heart, whether it was pack business or meeting with other alphas, anything had become more important than his Luna. Plans made with me could be canceled at his whim without a second thought. He never considered how deeply it affected my wolf, how each rejection weakened our mate bond a little more. Was I disappointed? Perhaps I would have been before. Now my wolf and I had grown numb to the constant rejection. I felt even more lost than before. I had flown across the country so eagerly, longing to reconnect with my family, only to receive cold treatment from both my mate and my pup. Without conscious decision, I found myself driving toward a restaurant where Silvano and I had shared many meals and happier times. The Wolf's Den was an upscale establishment that catered to both humans and shifters, with private rooms for those who needed to discuss pack business away from human ears. I parked across the street, planning to order something simple for my birthday lunch, alone. That's when I saw them through the large front windows. Silvano, Isabella, and Aurora were seated at a corner table, our usual table. Aurora sat intimately beside my daughter, her perfectly manicured hand resting possessively on Isabella's shoulder. While chatting with Silvano, she played with my little girl's dark curls, her fingers lingering in a way that made my wolf bare her teeth. Isabella swung her legs happily, completely at ease with Aurora, even leaning over to eat pastries that Aurora had bitten into first. Silvano smiled as he served them both, his dark eyes rarely leaving Aurora's face across the table, as if she were the only one in his world. The look he gave her, I knew that look. It was how he once looked at me when I was the center of his universe. So this was Silvano's urgent pack matter. And there sat the daughter I had carried for 10 months, who I had nearly died bringing into this world when her hybrid nature complicated the birth. My wolf, who had been whimpering in pain, suddenly went silent, a dangerous, evaluating stillness taking over her consciousness. The burn of betrayal coursed through my veins, but rather than the desperate ache I'd grown accustomed to, a cold clarity settled over me. I smiled bitterly. I stood there watching my family. No, the family they had become without me, for several long minutes. After a while, I withdrew my gaze and turned away, my decision made. Back at the villa, I prepared divorce papers with steady hands. Silvano had been my salvation after Jasper, yet he had stopped seeing me long ago. If not for that fateful night when he'd recognized me as his destined mate, if not for his prophetic dreams and the Shadow Pack Elder's pressure to secure the bloodline, he would never have claimed me. In the past, I had naively believed that if I tried hard enough, devoted myself completely to being the perfect Luna, there would surely come a day when he would look at me the way he once had. Reality had slapped me hard across the face. Almost 6 years had passed. It was time for my wolf and I to wake up. After putting the divorce papers in an envelope and instructing Sarah to give them to Silvano, I dragged my suitcase to the car. To the airport, I told the driver, ignoring the trembling of my hands. And stop at the first jewelry store you see on the way. Author. The moon hung like a pendant in the night sky as Silvano entered the pack house alone, the weight of the evening pressing down on his shoulders. Isabella clung to his leather jacket, her small form moving drowsily as they exited the car. Though she was the Alpha's daughter, tonight she looked simply like a tired 5-year-old who had stayed out too late. "Dad, do you think Mom will be upset if we don't invite her tomorrow?" Isabella whispered, her voice betraying her conflicted emotions about her mother's presence. "She won't insist on coming," Silvano replied with Alpha certainty, his deep voice resonating with confidence. Throughout their mated years, Freya had always respected his authority. Whenever he showed displeasure, she backed down rather than challenge him. That was the natural order of things between them. In Isabella's young memory, her mother had always submitted to her father. Since he said mother wouldn't intrude on their special trip with Aurora, then she definitely wouldn't. Relief washed over Isabella's features. Her previous apprehension melted away as she bounded into the house, declaring to Sarah that she wanted a bath before bed. "Of course, sweetheart," Sarah responded with a warm smile, then turned to Silvano with a more serious expression. "Alpha, Luna Freya asked me to give this to you." She extended an envelope toward him with slightly trembling hands, sensing something significant in its contents. Silvano took it casually, tucking it under his arm as he asked, "Where is she?" "Well," Sarah hesitated, her eyes dropping momentarily. "Luna Freya packed and left at noon. I assumed you knew." Silvano paused halfway up the grand staircase, turning his head sharply. "She went back?" A flicker of surprise crossed his features before quickly disappearing behind his practiced Alpha mask. "Yes, Alpha." The reason behind Freya's sudden appearance in the Northern Territory, Silvano had never bothered to ask. He hadn't given her the chance to explain her unexpected visit. Learning of her departure now, he merely shrugged it off as another of her emotional reactions. Isabella's eyes widened slightly when she overheard the news. "Mom left already?" A brief shadow of disappointment crossed her face. She had been secretly hoping that if Mom wasn't going to join her and Dad at the beach tomorrow with Aunt Aurora, she might at least spend this evening with her mother. After all, polishing the special wolfsbane beads for Aurora's birthday gift made her fingers ache, and Mom was always good at helping with such delicate work. Sarah, noticing the tension in the air, gently added, "Alpha, the Luna didn't seem well when she departed. Her wolf appeared, distressed." This was putting it mildly. Sarah had seen the pain in Freya's eyes, had scented the sharp tang of grief and anger radiating from her as she packed her belongings with methodical precision. In all her years serving the Shadowpack's Alpha family, Sarah had never seen the Luna's wolf so close to the surface, golden flecks burning in Freya's eyes as she handed over the envelope. "Distressed?" Silvano repeated, a slight frown marring his handsome features. In all their years together, Freya had always been gentle, accommodating, the perfect Luna behind his Alpha authority. Her anger was something he rarely witnessed. How curious. "I'm sure it's nothing," he dismissed with a casual wave, brushing past Sarah to continue up the stairs. The bond between mates was sacred, unbreakable. Freya would calm down eventually. She always did. Author. In the privacy of his chambers, Silvano tossed the envelope onto the bed, intending to read it after changing. Just as he was about to tear it open, his phone vibrated with an incoming call from Aurora. Seeing her name flash across the screen sent a jolt of urgency through him that he didn't stop to analyze. "Aurora," he answered, immediately forgetting the envelope as he listened to her voice. "Yes, everything's prepared for tomorrow's trip." The envelope slipped from the bed to the floor as he paced the room, discussing details of tomorrow's beachside negotiations with the neighboring Red Claw pack. Discussions Aurora would help facilitate with her diplomatic skills. That night, caught up in preparations, Silvano never returned to his bedroom. The following morning, when Sarah came to clean the Alpha's chambers, she noticed the envelope on the floor and recognized it as the one Freya had entrusted to her. Assuming Silvano had read it, she simply placed it in the nearby drawer where he kept important correspondence. Little did she know that inside lay divorce papers bearing the Luna's elegant signature, along with a note explaining her decision to sever their mate bond, a decision that would send shockwaves through the entire northern packs when finally discovered. After landing back in the main territory, Freya went straight to the pack house, her steps determined despite the hollowness in her chest, where her wolf curled in silent agony. The severing of a mate bond was excruciating, but she moved with purpose, gathering only what she truly needed from the life she was leaving behind. 6 years of marriage had accumulated many possessions, but Freya took only a few essentials. Several changes of clothes, 2 sets of toiletries, and the professional books she'd need to rebuild her career. The rest, designer clothes Silvano had insisted befitted his Luna, jewelry from pack ceremonies, gifts from diplomats seeking the Alpha's favor, she left behind. They were trappings of a role she now understood had never truly been hers. Freya paused at Isabella's room, running her fingers over the stuffed wolf she'd made by hand when her daughter was born. The birth had nearly killed her. Isabella's hybrid nature with her quarter-elf blood from Silvano's lineage had complicated the delivery. Freya had hemorrhaged for hours, her wolf's strength the only thing keeping her alive until the pack healer could stabilize her. "She doesn't need this anymore," Freya whispered to herself, replacing the toy on the shelf. "She has Aurora now." Throughout their marriage, Silvano had provided generous monthly allowances, separate accounts for Freya and Isabella. The card designated for Isabella had remained untouched. Freya had always intended to give it to her daughter when she was old enough to understand its value. Her own card should have been nearly empty. Before Isabella had gone to live with Silvano in the Northern Territory, Freya had spent most of her allowance on them both. Elegant suits for her mate that accentuated his powerful frame, educational toys for Isabella that nurtured her intelligence. Every time she'd spotted something perfect for them while shopping, she couldn't resist purchasing it, her wolf purring with satisfaction at providing for her family. Her own needs had always been secondary. The Shadow Pack Luna needed to look polished and sophisticated at official functions, but otherwise, Freya preferred simple comfort over luxury. Her heart and eyes had been full of her mate and pup, wanting only to give them everything they deserved. But in the past year, with Isabella living primarily with Silvano in the Northern Territory, opportunities to shop for them had dwindled. To her surprise, over $4 million had accumulated in her account, an amount that might seem insignificant to the Alpha of North America's most powerful pack, but was life-changing for a woman starting over. Since it was money Silvano had designated for her use, Freya transferred it all to a private account without hesitation. She left both cards behind on Silvano's desk, a silent statement that she would take nothing more from him than what was rightfully hers. 4 years earlier, when a pack friend had faced financial difficulties, Freya had purchased an apartment to help boost their real estate sales. The modest 100-square-meter space near her former workplace had remained empty all this time, maintained by a cleaning service but never inhabited. Now it would become her sanctuary. Exhausted from the emotional and physical toll of breaking her mate bond, Freya collapsed onto the bed in her new home shortly after 10 that evening. The emptiness where Silvano's presence had always hummed in her consciousness felt like an open wound, but her wolf had gone strangely silent, as if conserving strength for the battles ahead. Ding, 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 ding. The harsh alarm jolted Freya from a dreamless sleep. Her mind cleared slowly through the fog of exhaustion. 1 a.m. here meant approximately 7 a.m. in the Northern Territory, where Silvano and Isabella would be starting their day. This was when she typically called her daughter for their daily conversation. When Isabella had first gone to the Northern Territory with Silvano, the young girl had struggled with the separation, missing her mother terribly, and calling at all hours. But as weeks turned to months, Isabella's enthusiasm had waned, her responses growing increasingly perfunctory, sometimes even impatient. The alarm had long since lost its purpose, becoming instead a daily reminder of her daughter's gradual emotional departure. Freya's finger hovered over the phone screen. Her wolf stirred briefly, a maternal whine rising in her throat. "No," she whispered to her wolf, "we need to learn to let go." With determination that belied the tears gathering in her eyes, Freya deleted the alarm and powered off her phone before sinking back into the blessed oblivion of sleep. Author. Miles away, Silvano and Isabella were finishing breakfast at the Northern Territory villa. The Alpha barely registered that Freya hadn't made her usual call, his mind already occupied with the upcoming negotiations. Aurora would be arriving soon, and he needed to prepare Isabella for the day's events. Isabella, however, had noticed the silence from her mother's end. Her bright eyes darted to the clock repeatedly, a mixture of relief and something deeper, something that tugged uncomfortably at her young heart, swirling inside her. "Young miss, aren't you going to wait for your mother's call?" Sarah asked gently as Isabella grabbed her small beach bag. Isabella's wolf, still developing but already showing alpha tendencies, bristled at the suggestion. "Mom's probably busy," she replied, her tone deliberately casual. "Besides, we're going to be late meeting Aunt Aurora." She dashed for the door, evading Sarah's attempt to slow her down. "Young miss, it's still early. You have time." But Isabella was already racing toward the car, her heart pounding with an emotion she couldn't quite name. If she left now, she wouldn't have to endure another lengthy conversation where her mother asked too many questions and made her feel guilty for enjoying her time with Dad and Aurora. Yet as the car pulled away from the villa, Isabella found herself glancing back at the house, a tiny frown creasing her forehead. Mom had never missed their morning call before, not once in all these months. Her wolf pup whimpered softly, but Isabella silenced it with the excitement of seeing Aurora again. Aurora never made her feel bad about wanting to run wild or stay up late. Aurora understood her in ways her mother never had. Still, as they drove toward the beachfront meeting place, Isabella couldn't shake the strange feeling settling in her stomach, like something important had changed, something she wouldn't understand until it was too late to fix. The next morning, Freya walked purposefully through the corporate headquarters, where she had worked since marrying Silvano. As Gamma of the Shadow Pack, she had also taken on significant responsibilities within Moretti Enterprises, overseeing pack integration into the human business world with remarkable efficiency. Now, with divorce papers filed and her mate bond severed, she had no reason to remain. The company was Silvano's domain, and every corner held memories of the life she was leaving behind. Freya knocked firmly on Timothy's door, her back straight and her expression carefully neutral, despite the bone-deep exhaustion of breaking a mate bond. The beta looked surprised when she entered. "Luna," he began, then stopped when he caught her scent. His eyes widened in shock. "Freya, your bond." "I need to resign, effective immediately," she said, placing her letter on his desk. Her voice was steady, though her wolf ached inside her. "I've already cleared my office." Timothy stared at her in disbelief. "Does he know?" Timothy asked quietly, struggling to process what this meant for the pack hierarchy. Freya's smile was brittle. "He will soon enough." As she turned to leave, Timothy called after her. "Where will you go? What should I tell the pack?" Pausing at the doorway, Freya looked back one final time. The golden flecks in her eyes, signs of her wolf's presence near the surface, gleamed with newfound determination. "Tell them their Luna has remembered who she was before she became a mate," she replied, "and that sometimes even fate makes mistakes." In the world of the Shadow Pack, information traveled fast, especially when it concerned the Alpha's mate. Timothy had immediately recognized the significance of Freya's resignation, but Jake, one of Silvano's personal secretaries, was blindsided by the formal letter that now sat on his desk. Jake was among the privileged few at Moretti Enterprises who knew the complex dynamics between Freya and Silvano. Anyone in the Alpha's inner circle understood that his heart had never truly been claimed by his Luna, despite their mate bond. The primal connection that should have bound them together had always seemed one-sided, with Freya's wolf desperately reaching out while Silvano's remained distant. After their mating ceremony, Silvano had remained cold toward her, rarely returning to their den at the main pack house. His absences grew longer after Isabella was born, his duties in the Northern Territory providing a convenient excuse. To bridge this growing chasm and win over her mate, Freya had strategically chosen to work at Silvano's company. Her initial goal had been ambitious, to become his personal secretary, positioning herself where he couldn't avoid her presence. but Silvano had firmly refused. Aluna doesn't serve her alpha in the workplace, he'd stated coldly, though everyone knew the real reason. Even the intervention of Elder Moretti, Silvano's grandfather and the pack's respected former alpha, couldn't sway him. Finally, Freya had been forced to settle for joining the secretarial department as one of many ordinary staff members. At first, Jake had worried she would use her position as Luna to create chaos within the department's hierarchy, but the results had surprised him and everyone else watching the situation unfold. Though Freya occasionally leveraged her status to get closer to Silvano during company events, she chose her moments wisely and never pushed beyond the boundaries of professional decorum. Instead, perhaps hoping to earn her mates' respect through competence rather than their bond, she worked with remarkable diligence and displayed exceptional capability. "She's trying to prove her worth to him," Jake had overheard Beta Timothy saying once, as if being his true mate wasn't enough. Whether during her difficult pregnancy with Isabella or other challenging times, she had followed company procedures to the letter, never seeking special treatment despite her rank in the pack. The other wolves in the office had initially walked on eggshells around her, but gradually came to respect her work ethic and integrity. Over the years, she had risen through merit alone to become the department's team leader. Jake had always observed her unrequited feelings for Silvano with a mixture of pity and admiration. Honestly, he never imagined she would resign. The mate bond was sacred among werewolves. He couldn't believe she would willingly sever it. Her resignation now probably meant something catastrophic had happened between them, something unknown to the wider pack, with Silvano forcing her out of both his life and the company. Jake's wolf bristled at the thought. Forcing a mate away violated every instinct their kind possessed. Despite his internal turmoil and recognition of her strong capabilities, Jake maintained professional courtesy, his voice betraying none of his shock. "I'll take your resignation and arrange for your replacement soon." "All right." Freya nodded, her sense surprisingly calm for a she-wolf who had just torn away half her soul. She returned to her desk with the dignified posture of a Luna, even as the golden flecks in her eyes, evidence of her wolf's distress, betrayed her inner pain. Jake worked through his normal tasks before reporting to Silvano through their secure pack communication channel. As they were wrapping up their discussion about the Red Claw pack negotiations, he suddenly remembered Freya's resignation. "Oh, Alpha, regarding," he began. Although he had told Freya he would arrange her replacement quickly, he wanted to gauge Silvano's thoughts on exactly when she should leave. If the Alpha wanted his estranged mate gone by tomorrow, immediate arrangements would be made. But as the words reached his lips, he recalled what Silvano had decreed when Freya first joined. Handle all her company matters according to standard procedures. No need to report specially to him. "I won't micromanage her affairs," he had stated firmly, his wolf eyes flashing with warning. And indeed, that's how it had been. Over these years, Silvano had never actively inquired about Freya's matters at work. When encountering her at the company, he treated her with the cool politeness one might offer a business associate rather than a mate. It had always struck Jake as unnatural. Wolves were tactile creatures by nature, especially with their mates. Yet Silvano and Freya moved in separate orbits, the space between them charged with unspoken tension. 2 years ago, when they had planned to promote her based purely on merit, they had specifically mentioned it to Silvano, considering his obvious emotional distance from her. The implication being, if he disapproved, they would find another candidate. At the time, Silvano had frowned impatiently, his powerful alpha aura making the air in the room heavy. "I've told you before, I won't interfere with her professional growth. Follow standard procedures." His voice had dropped to a dangerous growl. "And don't ask me about Freya's company matters again." Seeing Jake's hesitation now, Silvano's eyebrows drew together in that familiar expression of impatience. "What is it?" he demanded, his alpha tone making Jake's wolf instinctively lower its head. Jake snapped back to attention. "Nothing, Alpha." Since Silvano must already know about Freya's resignation but hadn't mentioned it, it clearly wasn't important enough to discuss. They should handle it like everything else, according to company policy and pack protocol. With this thought, Jake said nothing more. Silvano ended the video call, his expression unreadable. Freya, what are you thinking about? At noon, a hand landed gently on my shoulder, pulling me out of the fog that had settled over my mind. I blinked, startled to find myself still in the office, my screen glowing with unread reports. Nothing important, I said with a faint smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. My colleague, a beta wolf from the Silver Crescent subpack, arched an eyebrow, trying to mask the way she subtly scented the air between us. I knew what she was doing. All of them did. Wolves were attuned to emotional changes in scent, and mine had shifted in a way that couldn't be hidden. The bond had been severed. The emptiness it left behind had its own smell, faint, metallic, hollow. She hesitated before asking softly, "Not calling your daughter today?" My throat tightened. I forced myself to keep typing. No, not anymore. Two simple words, but they landed like stones. For years, I'd called Isabella twice a day. Once at 1 a.m, matching her breakfast time in the Northern Territory, and again at noon to hear her talk about school, the pack, the small things that filled her world. It had been our ritual. Everyone in the office had known about my mystery child, though not her father's identity. They didn't know that Isabella's father was our company's alpha investor, the very man who had once promised me forever. That secret was one I'd protected fiercely, allowing my daughter to grow up with some semblance of normalcy. But that part of my life was gone now. When the clock hit 6, I left work on time for the first time in months. The sunset washed the city in hues of gold and smoke. I stopped by the grocery store to pick up vegetables, tea, and after a moment's hesitation, a small potted wolfsbane plant. The cashier, another pack wolf, noticed. His gaze flicked to the plant, then to me, and he quickly looked away. He knew what it meant. Wolfsbane could dull the pain of a severed bond if brewed right, never enough to numb it completely, but enough to make it bearable. I thanked him quietly and headed home. The new apartment was small but full of light. My old home with Silvano had been vast and luxurious, but sterile, a place that never felt entirely mine. Here, the scent of fresh paint mingled with the herbs I'd placed by the window. For the first time in a long while, the space felt peaceful. After dinner, I sat by the window with my laptop, scrolling through the latest updates about the upcoming Technology Expo. The exhibitor list was long, full of names I hadn't seen in years. The sight brought a strange ache of nostalgia and something else, determination. I picked up my phone and dialed an old number. "Please reserve a ticket for me for next month's Tech Expo," I said once the line connected. Silence. Then a familiar voice, cold and edged with disbelief. "Are you serious this time, Freya?" I closed my eyes. Yes. A sharp exhale came from the other end. "The last 2 times you asked, I saved a spot, and you didn't show up. Do you know how many wolves dream of getting those tickets? You just wasted them." I deserved the rebuke. In our world, wasting opportunities, resources, was disrespectful to the pack. "I won't waste it this time," I said quietly. "If I don't attend, I'll never ask again." Another pause, then a soft click. The call ended, but I knew that silence meant agreement. I set the phone down and leaned back, staring at the faint reflection of my face in the window. I barely recognized myself anymore, but for the first time in months, my reflection didn't look broken. It looked ready. The truth was, I wasn't just planning to attend the expo. I intended to reclaim what I had left behind, the company I helped build before I became Gamma of the Stone Lake Pack. Years ago, I'd been one of its founding partners, the one who bridged the gap between human engineering and supernatural innovation. The AI systems I'd designed had once been at the forefront of hybrid tech research. Even during those dark years tangled in Jasper's web, I had never truly abandoned the work. It had been my lifeline, the one part of me he couldn't control or corrupt. But when I chose Silvano, when I chose love and motherhood over ambition, I stepped away. Now I saw how naive that had been. My departure had disrupted the company's trajectory. They had survived, even succeeded, but they'd never achieved what we once dreamed of. My partners had every right to resent me for walking away at our peak. In the years that followed, our correspondence dwindled to brief, impersonal updates, and now I wanted back in, but I couldn't just return as if nothing had changed. The industry had evolved beyond recognition, its pace ruthless, I had spent too long buried in pack affairs and domestic routines. My skills were outdated, my knowledge dulled by years of neglect. The words felt foreign and freeing all at once. Over the next few days, I settled into a rhythm. I worked during the day, studied at night, and avoided thoughts of Silvano and Isabella entirely. They hadn't called. I hadn't expected them to. Even before I'd left, our communication had already become one-sided. I was always the one reaching out, always the one trying to keep us connected while they drifted further away. By the end, their replies had been little more than polite acknowledgments. Now the silence was complete, and for the first time it didn't terrify me. Some nights, my wolf whimpered softly, reaching for the familiar warmth that was no longer there. The instinct to comfort, to nurture, was still there. It always would be. But each time I closed my eyes and whispered, "We're going to be okay." Sometimes loving someone meant letting them go, especially when they had already let you go in every way that mattered. And so I let the bond stay broken. I let the silence stretch. Silvano, I felt my wolf stir as soon as Isabella's call came through. No matter where I was or what I was doing, her voice always triggered my protective instincts. "Dad, did you know about this?" Her voice trembled over the line. I continued flipping through the territorial reports on my desk, keeping my voice steady despite the tension building in my chest. "Yes. When did you find out?" "A while ago." I deliberately kept my answers short. My wolf paced restlessly inside me, sensing the distress in our pup's voice. "You. Dad, you're so mean." Isabella's sobs tore at me as I pictured her clutching that ridiculous pink pig plushie I'd bought her last moon festival. "Why didn't you tell me? I can't bear to part with Aunt Aurora. If she's not here, I don't want to study here either. I want to go home. Boo-hoo." I set down the border dispute document I'd been reviewing. The Northern Territory had been stable enough lately. The full moon had passed without incident, which meant my presence wasn't as critical anymore. "It's being handled," I replied, my voice calm despite the decision I'd already made. "What do you mean?" Isabella hiccuped. "We're going back to the Shadow Pack next week." Her squeal of delight nearly deafened me, and I found myself smiling despite the complications this return would bring. "Really?" The affirmative rumble came from deep in my chest. "Then why didn't Aunt Aurora tell me earlier?" "The matter just got settled. Haven't told her yet." In truth, I hadn't even informed the Pack Council. My beta would be furious at the short notice, but that couldn't be helped. My daughter needed this. "Dad, don't tell Aunt Aurora about this yet. Can we give her a surprise when we get back?" Isabella's voice had transformed from devastation to excitement in seconds, reminding me how quickly a child's heart could heal. "All right," I agreed, though my wolf tensed at the thought of Aurora's reaction. My cousin had been indispensable during our time here, but her growing attachment to Isabella and her subtle digs at Freya were beginning to concern me. "Dad, you're the best. I love you so much." After ending the call, I leaned back in my chair, pinching the bridge of my nose. The Northern Territory would survive without me for a while. We'd established enough alliances to keep things stable, and my second would handle any minor issues. But returning home, returning to the space Freya had once filled, my wolf whined softly inside me. The mating bond between us had grown so quiet lately that sometimes I could barely feel it. At first, I'd attributed it to distance, but deep down, I knew better. Bonds didn't weaken with mere miles. They weakened with neglect. And I had neglected her. Not intentionally, never that, but I'd allowed pack duties and political necessities to come before her needs. Before Isabella's needs, too, if I was being honest with myself. Pulling out my phone, I stared at Freya's contact. When was the last time I'd called her, rather than waiting for her daily check-ins? When had I last told her I missed her? That I loved her? Before I could press dial, my office door opened. Aurora stood there, elegant as always in her tailored suit. "Alpha Hawthorne is waiting in the conference room," she said, her voice professional though her eyes lingered on me a moment too long. "He's brought the treaty amendments you requested." I nodded, tucking my phone away. "I'll be there in a moment." She didn't move immediately. "Is everything all right? You seem distracted." "Fine," I said curtly. "We're returning to the Shadow Pack next week. Make the necessary arrangements." Her composure faltered for just a second. A slight widening of eyes, a subtle catch of breath. I see. And should I prepare to accompany you, or? The question lingered in the air, heavy with things left unsaid. That won't be necessary, I said evenly, my voice leaving no room for argument. Once the documents are signed, you and Uncle Enzo can leave. You've done enough for today. Alpha Enzo Hawthorne, my mother Victoria's brother. Our bloodline ran the same, intertwined through generations, binding me, him, and Aurora in ways the world often forgot. I needed to remind her of that. For a fleeting second, something shifted in Aurora's gaze. Disappointment, perhaps, or defiance, carefully disguised as obedience. But she was quick to compose herself, lowering her lashes with practiced grace. Of course, she said smoothly. I'll make the travel arrangements right away. As she closed the door behind her, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Aurora was family, and she'd been invaluable during our time in the Northern Territory. But sometimes the way she looked at Isabella, like she was claiming her, set my teeth on edge. And the way she spoke of Freya, always with that subtle undertone of judgment. My wolf growled softly. Freya was my mate, my Luna, the mother of my child. No matter how distant we'd grown, that bond couldn't be broken, wouldn't be broken. It was time to go home and remind both of us of that fact. Isabella. I bounced on my bed with pure excitement after hanging up with Dad. We were going home, and we were going to surprise Aunt Aurora. I couldn't wait to see her face when we showed up unexpectedly. But then, as I hugged my plushie tight against my chest, I realized something. Going home meant seeing Mom again. My excitement dimmed a little. It had been days since Mom's regular calls, and at first it had felt like freedom. No more lectures about studying harder, eating properly, or going to bed on time. No more detailed questions about my day that made me feel like I was being interrogated. I'd deliberately missed her calls at first, leaving early or turning off my phone after school. Then I'd stopped, worried she'd be angry. But she hadn't called again. I frowned, a strange feeling settling in my stomach. Mom had never gone this long without calling before. Even when she was mad at me for getting that B in math, or when I accidentally broke her favorite vase, she'd still called. She'd lectured me, sure, but she'd called. Because Mom always said I was the most important person in her world. Before I could think twice about it, I reached for my phone and dialed her number. But just as it started ringing, another thought hit me. When we went home, I probably wouldn't see Aunt Aurora as much anymore. Mom didn't like Aunt Aurora. She never said it directly, but I could tell by the tight way she smiled whenever Aunt Aurora visited. And Mom always found excuses for me to be busy when Aunt Aurora invited me places. Angry all over again, I hung up before Mom could answer. The phone rang almost immediately after. Mom's picture appeared on the screen, her smiling face making my stomach twist with confusing feelings. I turned away, refusing to answer. Let her worry for once. When the landline rang minutes later, I knew exactly who it was. Sure enough, Auntie Sarah knocked on my bathroom door soon after. Young miss, your mother called. She was worried because you hung up. I rolled my eyes, toothbrush still in my mouth. I pressed it by accident, I lied, foam dribbling down my chin. Auntie Sarah nodded, clearly relieved, and hurried downstairs to call Mom back. I snorted after she left. Good. Mom deserved to worry a little. She was probably only calling because she felt guilty about ignoring me. But as I rinsed my mouth, staring at my reflection, my wolf whimpered softly inside me. She missed Mom. She missed her scent and her warmth, and the way Mom would sing to us when I couldn't sleep. Stop it, I whispered fiercely to my reflection. We don't need her. We have Dad and Aunt Aurora now. But even as I said it, I couldn't quite meet my own eyes in the mirror. Freya. The phone's sharp ring jolted me from sleep, my heart leaping at the sight of Isabella's name on the screen. Isabella? I answered immediately, my voice rough with sleep but flooding with relief. Nothing, just silence. Then the call ended abruptly. My maternal instincts surged, wolf and human both suddenly alert. Had something happened? Was she in trouble? Was she trying to signal for help? I called back immediately, anxiety mounting when she didn't answer. Without hesitation, I dialed the villa's landline, my fingers trembling slightly. Stone Lake Villa, how may I help you? Auntie Sarah's familiar voice came through. Sarah, it's Freya, I said quickly. Isabella just called me and hung up. Is everything all right there? The young miss should be fine, Sarah reassured me. She went to bed very late last night and woke up late today. When I went upstairs earlier, she was still asleep. I'll go check and call you back. I exhaled slowly, trying to calm my racing pulse. All right, thank you for the trouble. While waiting for her to call back, I paced the small apartment. The minutes stretched like hours until finally my phone rang again. Miss Freya? I just spoke with the young miss. She said she pressed your number by accident. She's perfectly fine, just getting ready for the day. The relief was immediate, though something in my instincts still bristled with doubt. Thank you for checking, Sarah. After hanging up, I sank onto the edge of my bed, suddenly exhausted despite having just woken up. Since leaving the Shadow Pack, since choosing to let Silvano and Isabella go, I'd been having trouble sleeping. My wolf would wake me throughout the night, searching for the familiar sense of mate and pup, whimpering when she found neither. I glanced at the clock, 5:17 a.m., too early to start getting ready for work, too late to try falling back asleep. With a sigh, I headed to the kitchen to make coffee. As the machine gurgled to life, I found myself staring at Isabella's picture on the refrigerator. Her bright smile, so much like her father's, stared back at me. In the photo, she was holding up a science fair ribbon, her eyes shining with pride. I remembered that day clearly. Silvano had been away, handling some dispute at the northern border. Isabella had been devastated by his absence, but I'd stayed up all night helping her perfect her project. When she won first place, her happiness had been worth every exhausted moment. Now I wondered if she remembered that day the same way, if she remembered me staying up with her, or if she only remembered that her father wasn't there. The coffee machine beeped, pulling me from my thoughts. As I poured the steaming liquid into my mug, I reminded myself why I had made this choice, why I had signed those divorce papers, why I had given up custody. Because sometimes loving someone meant letting them go. Isabella had made her preference clear. She wanted her father, she wanted Aurora, and she barely tolerated me. Every conversation had become a battle. Every attempt to connect was met with resistance. And Silvano, well, he had made his choice long before I made mine. I took a sip of coffee, welcoming the bitter heat. The Tech Expo was in 3 days. I had prepared as much as I could, studying late into the night, reviewing industry developments I'd missed. My old colleagues might reject me, they might laugh me out of the building, but at least I was trying. At least I was fighting for something, instead of clinging to the shattered pieces of what once was. The rising sun painted the small kitchen in golden light. A new day, another step forward. No matter what happened at the expo, no matter how Isabella truly felt about me, I would keep moving forward. For myself, for the woman and wolf I was still becoming. Freya. I hadn't heard about Silvano's return. No one had thought to tell me. It had been half a moon cycle since I'd moved out of the pack house and into this small apartment on the edge of Shadow Pack territory. During this time, I had gradually grown accustomed to and even begun to appreciate the quiet solitude of living alone. No pack politics, no disappointed looks, no competing for attention that should have been freely given. This morning was Saturday, and I had allowed myself the luxury of sleeping in. My wolf had finally settled into a more peaceful rhythm, no longer whimpering through the night for our mate and pup. After washing up, I pulled back the curtains to find perfect sunshine streaming through the windows. I stretched, feeling my wolf stir contentedly as I moved around the apartment, watering the small collection of plants I'd started. I was about to make myself a simple breakfast when the doorbell rang. Mrs. Winters from across the hall stood there with a covered dish in her hands. "Freya, hope I'm not disturbing you?" Her eyes crinkled warmly at the corners. "Not at all," I replied softly, my wolf immediately responding to her genuine kindness. "I was already awake." "That's good." Mrs. Winters smiled, holding out the covered dish. "These are freshly made moon pies and venison pasta from our home this morning. Thought you might like some." "Thank you," I said, genuinely touched. "This is too kind. It's the least we could do. If you hadn't shifted and chased away that rogue wolf from our Amy the other day, goddess knows what would have happened." Her eyes grew serious. "We've been wanting to properly thank you, but my husband and I have been so busy with pack duties, we couldn't find the time." We feel quite embarrassed. It was nothing, Mrs. Winters, I assured her, my wolf preening slightly at the recognition. You're too kind. After exchanging a few more pleasantries about the upcoming full moon celebration, Mrs. Winters left. I carried her offerings inside, inhaling the rich scent of the food. It had been a long time since anyone had cooked for me. In the Shadow Pack house, I had always been the one preparing meals, making sure Isabella's diet was perfectly balanced and Silvano's favorite dishes were ready whenever he returned from his duties. I ate breakfast while studying the algorithmic mechanism of the Artemis system, the pack management AI I'd been developing in secret since university. The code scrolled across my screen, complex but familiar, like returning to a language I'd once been fluent in. In the afternoon, a news notification about Crescent Moon University's centennial celebration appeared on my phone. I paused, checked the date, and realized it was indeed my alma mater's birthday. Scrolling through my feed, I found several trending topics about Crescent Moon U100 years. The celebration's high publicity wasn't just because it was the most prestigious university for supernatural beings in North America, but also because this was its first centennial celebration. As a result, an exceptional number of honorary alumni had been invited back for the ceremony. These were prominent figures across various fields: pack leaders, renowned healers, mystics, and innovators. My hands trembled slightly as I recognized several familiar faces in the footage. Professor Blackwood, still as stern-looking as ever. Dr. Ramirez, whose research on hybrid genetics had saved countless lives. And there, in the background, Johnny Nakamura, my old research partner. Memories of my university days rushed back like a flood tide. My wolf stirred restlessly within me as I remembered the fire that had once driven me, the ambition, the hunger to create something that would transform pack life forever. If I hadn't entered the mating bond with Silvano right after completing my undergraduate degree, perhaps I too might have been among the honorary alumni invited back for today's ceremony. Perhaps my name would have been mentioned alongside theirs. I closed my laptop and, after some hesitation, grabbed my keys. My wolf urged me forward, suddenly hungry for connection to my past self, the self who had been more than just someone's mate or someone's mother. The drive to Crescent Moon University didn't take long. It was already afternoon when I arrived, and many of the VIP guests invited to the ceremony had left. Yet the campus was still crowded with students and alumni celebrating the milestone. As I wandered aimlessly around the familiar grounds, a voice called out to me near the advanced computing laboratory where I'd spent so many late nights. Freya? Is that really you? 20 minutes later, we sat in a quiet tea house just off campus. Johnny poured me a cup of wolfsbane tea, his expression curious but kind. How have you been lately? I held the delicate cup, looking down at the swirling amber liquid with a faint smile. Quite well, actually, just preparing for a mate bond severance. Johnny's hand froze mid-pour. He clearly hadn't expected this answer. I'm sorry, that's serious. It's fine, I said, surprised by how much I meant it. It's been coming for a long time. What are your plans now? Would you consider coming back to SFAI Solutions? The hope in his voice was unmistakable. I've thought about it, but... I hesitated, my wolf shrinking back slightly at the thought. Johnny didn't know all my concerns, but he spoke earnestly, leaning forward. The company needs you, Freya. You're still a major shareholder, and I hope you'll come back to take charge. The Artemis system has evolved, but it still runs on your original framework. I. Looking at Johnny's serious expression, I couldn't express my deepest fear, that I was no longer the brilliant mind he remembered. It wasn't that I didn't want to return, but AI development had advanced so rapidly in the supernatural community. I'd been away from the field for 6 years, focused entirely on pack matters and raising Isabella. Even if I returned now, I feared I couldn't keep up with current developments, let alone lead the industry as I once had. Though Johnny and I had rarely met in recent years, even from our few encounters, I could see the concern in his eyes, the unspoken awareness of how far I had fallen from my former brilliant self. He didn't know much about my mated life with Silvano, but he knew enough. Though he clearly had his suspicions, he didn't voice them, instead speaking earnestly. It's okay to fall behind for a while, he said, his tone softer than I remembered. Your talent was never something ordinary, Freya. Even among wolves, what you can do with tech still amazes people like me. As long as you still want this, it's not too late to get back in the game. A faint smile tugged at his lips, rare warmth flickering through his usually serious face. Besides, you were Professor Blackwood's favorite student. He used to brag about you every chance he got. I couldn't help but laugh. Please, if he heard you say that, he'd probably roll his eyes and claim I was just the tallest kid in kindergarten. Freya. The memory of our professor brought a bittersweet smile to my face. I saw in the news that Professor Blackwood came back for the celebration. How is the old wolf doing these days? Johnny's eyes lit up with amusement. He's well, just extremely annoyed by what he calls disgraceful former students like us, showing up in his territory now and then. Still has that same growl when someone challenges his theories. I laughed, feeling my wolf stir with nostalgia for those days when our mentor would prowl around the lab, demanding excellence from every line of code we wrote. Those late nights had forged something special in me, a strength I'd almost forgotten I possessed. Johnny leaned forward, his eyes serious now. Come back to us, Freya. The the company, needs you. I gripped my teacup tighter, feeling the warmth seep into my palms. My wolf, who had been so subdued for years, suddenly perked up her ears, interested. After taking a deep breath, I nodded. All right. The word felt both terrifying and liberating as it left my lips. I'd given up that part of myself for 6 years because of my bond with Silvano, surrendering to the role of Luna and mother. After being away from the field for so long, catching up would require considerable effort. But my wolf and I both felt the same certainty. It wasn't too late. When can you return to headquarters? Johnny asked, barely containing his excitement. I need to wait for someone to take over my current responsibilities in the pack, I explained. It might take some time to ensure a smooth transition. What I didn't say was that I needed to complete the mate bond severance ritual, something that hadn't been done in the Shadow Pack for generations. That's fine, Johnny nodded. There's no rush. The code you wrote years ago is still running systems across multiple territories. A few more weeks won't matter. After chatting a while longer about technological advancements in hybrid interface systems, Johnny checked the time on his phone. My development team introduced me to a genius in quantum algorithms who just returned to the country. We're meeting shortly. Since you're already here, why not join us? They've been working on some fascinating applications for pack border security. My wolf retreated slightly at the thought of meeting strangers. I'm not familiar with your team members. Maybe next time when I'm officially back. Fair enough. Johnny stood, leaving some bills on the table. I'm just glad you're coming home, Freya. Just as Johnny departed, my wolf tensed. A familiar scent reached me before I saw her. Aurora Hawthorne, Silvano's cousin, approaching with her usual graceful stride. Hello, Aurora, I greeted her, keeping my voice neutral despite my wolf's instinct to either submit or challenge. Aurora didn't respond immediately, her eyes narrowing as she assessed me. Why are you here? She finally asked, not bothering to mask her disapproval. It's Crescent Moon's centennial celebration, I replied evenly. I came back to visit my alma mater. I could see the slight surprise in her eyes. She'd forgotten I was also a graduate of this prestigious university. Among today's attendees were mostly current faculty, students, and specially invited honorary alumni like herself. But she quickly composed herself, smoothing the irritation from her tone. Adrian says he's craving your venison stew, Aurora announced lightly, as if delivering a message from a superior. I'll let him know to visit the Shadow Pack Lodge later this week. Adrian, son of Jackson, the beta of the Hawthorne Pack. His grandfather had once been Luna Victoria's childhood guardian, and now the boy was being groomed as the next beta, Aurora's future second-in-command. And like any good future beta, he'd already learned to mirror his leader's attitude. The rest of the pack followed suit. To them, I was little more than a glorified caretaker, someone useful for cooking, hosting, and keeping the Alpha's household in order. Not a strategist, not a leader, certainly not a Luna to be respected. Previously, for Silvano's sake and to maintain pack harmony, I had accepted this treatment. But now that I was preparing for the mate bond severance, I no longer felt compelled to compromise myself. I'm sorry, Aurora, but I'll be busy this week, I replied firmly. Since I was returning to my professional field, I needed to focus my time and energy on what truly mattered. After the severance, I would have no formal connection to either Silvano or Aurora. I wouldn't waste any more of myself on their politics. Aurora's eyebrows shot up in surprise. After all, I had never refused her before. For years, I had lowered myself to please Silvano's family and maintain pack harmony. However, she quickly masked her shock with disdain. With neither Silvano nor Isabella by your side, what important matters could you possibly have? I felt my wolf bristle at her words, but kept my composure. The assessment was fair in its way. For years, I had abandoned my own identity, centering my existence around Silvano and our daughter, constantly orbiting them like a moon trapped in their gravity. But no more. Before I could respond, several well-dressed wolves approached us. "Aurora," they called out cheerfully. They were clearly part of her academic circle. Seeing me, they gave me a curious once-over before asking, "Aurora, who is this?" Aurora didn't introduce me as her cousin's mate, the Luna of Shadowpack. Instead, she said coldly, "An acquaintance." "Oh, just an acquaintance." They, like Aurora, were all distinguished guests at the centennial celebration. When they first spotted Aurora talking to someone, they assumed I must be important. Now, reading Aurora's dismissive body language, a few male wolves couldn't help but glance appreciatively at my figure, but the others barely acknowledged my presence. They clustered around Aurora and quickly moved away, their animated conversation fading as they disappeared into the crowd. Aurora's refusal to acknowledge my position might have wounded me deeply in the past, but now my wolf and I felt only relief. After they left, I gathered my belongings and departed as well, my steps lighter than they had been in years. Just past 10 that night, as I was reviewing some of Johnny's recent research papers, my phone pinged with a notification that Silvano and Isabella's flight had arrived at the airport on schedule. For the first time in our relationship, I felt no compulsion to rush to greet them. My wolf, instead of pining for our mate, simply settled more comfortably on the couch beside me as I continued reading Author. It was nearly dawn when Silvano and Isabella finally arrived at the Shadowpack territory. The night sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of sunrise, casting a soft glow over the forest surrounding their estate. Isabella had fallen asleep during the drive from the airport, her small body curled up in the back seat, exhausted from their journey. Her face, so much like her father's, looked peaceful in sleep, her long eyelashes casting tiny shadows on her cheeks. Carrying his daughter carefully, Silvano climbed the stairs of their home, his powerful frame moving with the silent grace characteristic of an alpha wolf. As he passed the master bedroom, he noticed the door was ajar, but the room beyond lay in darkness. His wolf stirred within him, immediately sensing something was amiss in their territory. After tucking Isabella into her bed and pulling the covers up to her chin, he returned to the master bedroom. The dim light he switched on revealed an empty bed, the sheets undisturbed. Freya wasn't there. His wolf growled softly, displeased by his mate's absence. The butler appeared in the doorway with his luggage, his posture respectful as he approached his alpha. Silvano loosened his tie with one swift motion, his voice deceptively calm as he asked, "Where is she?" "Luna Freya left for a business trip, Alpha," the butler replied quickly, avoiding direct eye contact as any subordinate wolf would when delivering potentially displeasing news to their alpha. The butler hadn't personally witnessed Freya's departure with her luggage half a month ago. He was merely repeating what other pack members had told him, that their Luna had packed her belongings and left, presumably for some business matter. Silvano's expression remained unreadable, but his wolf paced restlessly within him. Freya rarely traveled for business in the years since they'd mated, and when she did, it was never for more than 2 or 3 days. This extended absence was unusual, especially without prior notice to him. He merely grunted in acknowledgement, dismissing the butler without further questions. His wolf wanted to track her, to find his mate immediately, but pride keeping him from showing concern. The next morning, at the Shadowpack headquarters, Freya was focused on reviewing security protocols when a familiar scent hit her senses. Her wolf immediately perked up, alerting her before she even saw him. Silvano was here. When their eyes met across the lobby, Freya momentarily froze, unprepared for the sudden encounter. Her wolf whined softly, still drawn to her mate despite her human half's determination to sever their bond. Surprise flickered briefly across Silvano's features before his expression settled back into its usual impassive mask. He clearly hadn't expected to see her at headquarters, assuming she was still away on whatever business trip the pack believed she'd taken. Without breaking stride, he walked past her as if she were merely another pack member, his cold demeanor a stark reminder of the distance between them. In days gone by, his unexpected return would have filled Freya with joy. She would have watched him with adoring eyes, her smile bright even in the face of his indifference, always hoping today might be the day he truly saw her. But now she simply lowered her gaze after a brief glance at his handsome face. The excitement and desperate hope that once animated her features when in his presence were noticeably absent. Silvano hadn't registered these changes before he left, but something about her lack of response tugged at his wolf's awareness. Something was different. As Silvano's tall figure disappeared down the corridor, Freya found herself wondering when exactly he'd returned. His presence meant the mate bond severance ritual could perhaps proceed sooner than expected. The thought brought neither joy nor sorrow, just a practical consideration in her new reality. Having committed herself to breaking their bond, Freya refused to dwell on thoughts of Silvano. She returned to her workstation, immediately immersing herself in the security protocols that needed her attention. Half an hour later, her phone rang. It was Timothy, Silvano's beta. The alpha wants 2 cups of coffee brought to his office, Timothy instructed, his tone professional but not unkind. Typically, when Silvano wanted her coffee, Timothy would call her to prepare it, and then either Timothy or another pack member would collect it. Only on rare occasions, when Timothy and others were occupied with more pressing matters, did she have the opportunity to deliver the coffee herself. Today, from Timothy's tone, it seemed she was expected to bring the coffee directly to Silvano's office. After carefully preparing the coffee exactly as Silvano preferred it, Freya placed the cups on a silver tray and made her way toward the alpha's office. The door to Silvano's office stood open. As Freya approached, about to announce her presence with a polite knock, she froze at the threshold. Through the opening, she could clearly see Aurora sitting comfortably on Silvano's lap, their lips pressed together in what appeared to be an intimate kiss. The blood drained from Freya's face, her skin suddenly ashen. Her wolf let out a pained whimper within her, the sight of their mate with another female, especially Aurora, cutting deep despite her decision to end their bond. Sensing her presence, Aurora quickly pulled away from Silvano, sliding off his lap with practiced grace. Her eyes met Freya's, not with guilt, but with something closer to triumph. Silvano's expression darkened dangerously, his voice dropping to the low, cold tone that made lesser wolves cower. "Who gave you permission to enter?" Freya's fingers tightened around the tray as she struggled to maintain her composure. "I came to bring your cough." "That's enough, Freya," Adrian interrupted, appearing beside her in the doorway. As Aurora's future beta, he was often at headquarters, learning the intricacies of pack leadership. His eyes were cold as he assessed her. "This is quite tasteless, even for you." Though he didn't spell it out, his implication was clear. He believed she had known Aurora was visiting Silvano and had used the coffee delivery as an excuse to intrude on their private moment, a pathetic attempt to assert her position as Luna. Silvano's expression suggested he shared this interpretation of her actions. His wolf glared at her through his human eyes, seeing not his mate but an unwelcome interruption. In the past, she might indeed have orchestrated such an intervention, desperate for any chance to remind Silvano of their bond. But now, when she had already decided to sever their connection, such jealous maneuvering was the furthest thing from her mind. Yet neither Silvano nor Adrian gave her any opportunity to explain. "Leave immediately," Adrian ordered, his tone carrying the authority of a beta speaking to a subordinate, completely disregarding her status as Luna. Freya's eyes reddened with unshed tears, her hands beginning to tremble. Coffee sloshed over the edge of the cups, scalding her fingers. Though the pain was sharp, she made no sound, her wolf too proud to show weakness before those who had already dismissed her. She turned to leave, dignity the only shield she had left. But after taking just 2 steps, Silvano's voice followed her, cold and final. If there's a next time, don't bother coming to headquarters anymore. Freya, I had already resigned. Even without today's incident in Silvano's office, once they found my replacement, I would leave the Shadowpack headquarters for good. But I knew that no one here cared about my affairs or my future plans. There was no point in saying anything as I silently turned to leave with the tray of spilled coffee. Before I made it to the door, I heard Aurora's honeyed voice gently comforting Silvano. Come on, Sil. I'm sure she didn't mean to intrude. Don't stay angry. My wolf growled at the familiarity in her tone, the easy way she used his nickname when even I, his mate, rarely did. Once alone in the break room, I poured out the remaining coffee and held my scalded fingers under running cold water, then expertly retrieved a small container of healing salve from my bag to apply to the burn. The relief was immediate but temporary, much like most things in my life these days. Despite my current culinary skills and coffee-making expertise, before bonding with Silvano, I had never done housework, couldn't cook, and had barely even tasted coffee. I'd been a gamma, respected for my intelligence and organizational skills, not my domestic abilities. But after our mating ceremony, for Silvano and Isabella, I had learned it all. The countless hours spent learning, progressing from terrible to perfect, only I knew the bitterness of that journey, the burns and cuts and failures endured while everyone slept. As for the healing salve in my bag, what wolf mother who personally cared for her child didn't habitually carry some first aid supplies? Though since Isabella had gone with Silvano on his business trip, I rarely needed these medicines anymore. Fortunately, they hadn't expired. After treating my wound, I pushed down the needle-like pain in my chest, the mate bond protesting at what I'd witnessed, and returned to my desk to work. My wolf whimpered inside me, wanting to confront Silvano, to claim what was ours, but I silenced her. We had already decided our course. Just as I finished organizing security reports, I overheard excited whispers from nearby desks. I heard the Alpha's special guest is visiting headquarters today. Special guest? Who is she? What's her background? Is she beautiful? Not sure about her background, but reception says she's from the Hawthorne Pack, super gorgeous with the most incredible presence. Some say she might be a potential mate candidate. The chatting wolves noticed me getting up and remembering they had a meeting scheduled with me, quickly fell silent with awkward smiles. Work first, gossip later, one mumbled, avoiding my eyes. I knew their special guest meant Aurora. My expression remained carefully blank as I left the office and entered the elevator with my colleagues. I was Luna of this pack, at least in title, yet they spoke of replacement mates right in front of me. The bond between Silvano and me must appear as weak to them as it felt to me now. Leaving the elevator, heading toward the meeting room, we encountered Aurora approaching with 4 senior pack officials. The officials crowded around her, their manner careful, fawning, and eager to please a woman they clearly viewed as important to their alpha. Aurora was saying with a practiced smile, "Thank you all for taking the time to show me around headquarters." Dressed in designer clothes that accentuated her lithe wolf form, every movement revealed her elite upbringing and status. Though her words were polite, she carried herself as if already the pack's Luna, her courtesy tinged with distance, clearly treating the officials as her future subordinates. The officials smiled obsequiously. "Given your connection to Alpha Silvano, this is just our duty, Miss Hawthorne." "Indeed, indeed." Seeing my group exit the elevator, despite us already moving aside to clear the way, the officials immediately frowned with disapproval. "How careless! What if you had bumped into Miss Hawthorne? Absolutely no manners." The 2 colleagues beside me stole glances at Aurora, while quickly backing up against the wall, their wolves instinctively submitting to what they perceived as a stronger female in the hierarchy. Aurora also noticed me standing there, but she quickly shifted her gaze away with calculated indifference, clearly not considering me worth her attention, and proceeded to the elevator surrounded by the fawning officials. My wolf bristled at the disrespect shown to us as Luna, but I kept her contained. This battle wasn't worth fighting. After the elevator doors closed, my colleagues exhaled in relief, then excitedly began gossiping. That must be the Alpha's special friend from the Hawthorne pack, right? God, she's gorgeous. And did you catch her scent? So powerful. No wonder she's from one of the elite bloodlines, so confident and commanding. The difference between her and ordinary wolves is really obvious. Exactly. They turned to me and asked softly, "What do you think, Freya?" I lowered my eyes and replied quietly, "Yes." Over the years, while my pack struggled with declining territories, the Hawthorns prospered under excellent leadership. Aurora had been blessed by Elizabeth, Silvano's grandmother, receiving the rare gift of enhanced wolf senses. Reportedly, Silvano had always shown Aurora special attention, spending countless hours training with her and supporting her development as a future leader. And Aurora hadn't disappointed, growing into a formidable she-wolf with remarkable abilities. After years living in elite wolf society, Aurora now carried herself with more natural authority than I, the mated Luna, ever managed to project. The moon goddess seemed to especially favor her with her gifts and opportunities. "Freya, are you all right?" Seeing my pale face, my colleagues looked worried, perhaps detecting the distress in my scent. I snapped back to the present, quickly mastering my emotions. "I'm fine." Silvano and I would complete our bond severance soon. Whoever he loved wouldn't matter to me anymore. I had a meeting to lead, security protocols to finalize, and a new life to plan. The mate who had never truly chosen me could keep his Aurora. I would find my own way now, with or without a mate by my side. Freya. That evening, I worked late at the office, trying to lose myself in spreadsheets and security protocols rather than dwelling on what I'd witnessed earlier. The clock had just struck 9 when my phone lit up with Elena's name. "Freya?" Her voice was slurred. "I need a ride. Had a bit too much to drink." My lips quirked into a small smile. At least someone still needed me for something. "Where are you?" I asked, already gathering my things. After Elena gave me the restaurant name, I quickly finished organizing the documents on my desk, grabbed my car keys, and headed out. My wolf was restless inside me, sensing my emotional turmoil, but having no way to fix it. 20 minutes later, I pulled into the restaurant parking lot. As I stepped out of my car and headed toward the entrance, a small figure emerged from the side door, bouncing along the pathway. My heart stopped. Isabella? My daughter? My wolf surged forward in recognition, desperate to scent our pup. I froze mid-step, unable to process what I was seeing. Isabella should have been with Silvano in Country A, where he was handling territory negotiations. Their work shouldn't have been completed yet. I had assumed Silvano was only back briefly to handle urgent pack business. Never had I imagined our daughter would return without even a text message to her mother. The pain of this realization cut deeper than any physical wound. My hand tightened around my handbag strap as I instinctively followed her small figure, staying just far enough behind not to be noticed. My wolf whimpered inside me, desperate to call out to our pup. When we reached the lobby's corner, I caught sight of Aurora and several pack officials appearing at the end of the hallway. I quickly stepped aside behind a decorative column, concealing myself from view. "Aunt Aurora." Isabella's voice rang out with pure joy as she raced toward the woman who had been in my mate's office earlier today. My daughter threw herself into Aurora's arms with an enthusiasm she rarely showed me anymore. I sank onto a nearby sofa, my back to them, using the large potted plants as additional cover while the bond mark on my neck burned with bitter recognition. "Bella, you're back in the territory too?" Aurora's voice was warm, genuinely pleased. "Because you came back, Auntie Aurora. Daddy and I missed you so much that he finished his work early and brought me back. We specifically returned the day before your birthday so we wouldn't miss it." Each word was like a silver dagger to my heart. My daughter, who hadn't called me once since returning, had apparently been counting the days until she could see Aurora again. "This is the necklace Daddy and I made for you by hand. Happy birthday, Auntie Aurora." "Wow, you and your dad made this yourselves? That must have taken a lot of effort. You're amazing, Bella. I love it, thank you." My wolf howled in silent agony inside me. When was the last time Silvano and Isabella had crafted anything together for me? I couldn't remember a single instance. "I'm so glad you like it, Auntie Aurora." Isabella's voice was filled with adoration. "It's been a week since I've seen you. I missed you so much. If I hadn't been able to call you every day, I wouldn't have been able to stay in Country A." "I missed you too, Bella." The depth of affection between them was unmistakable. My daughter called Aurora every day, yet couldn't spare a moment to let her own mother know she was back in town. Then I heard footsteps approaching, footsteps I would recognize anywhere. My bond mark pulsed with recognition before my conscious mind could process who was approaching. Silvano. After 7 years of marriage, I could identify his stride without seeing him. I had waited for those footsteps every evening, attuned myself to the rhythm of his movements. His gait was just like the man himself, deliberate, composed, and powerful. Even among family, he maintained that steady, almost indifferent demeanor, as if nothing in this world could truly touch him. I used to believe nothing could disturb his composure. Then Aurora appeared in our lives, and suddenly there was an exception to every rule I thought I understood about my mate. Before I could sink deeper into painful memories, Isabella's excited "Daddy!" pulled me back to the present. The pack officials all greeted him with respectful deference. He responded briefly, then said to Aurora, "Happy birthday." Aurora's voice was warm with familiarity as she replied, "Thanks." "Daddy, didn't you prepare other birthday gifts for Auntie Aurora? Quick, give them to her." Isabella's eager voice carried clearly across the lobby. Sudden silence fell over the group. Then, one of the officials burst out laughing, and I heard him say to Isabella, "That's a private gift your daddy prepared for Auntie Aurora. He'll probably give it to her in private. We shouldn't interfere, haha." The others chuckled knowingly, and my stomach twisted with nausea. "I've already given it to her," Silvano stated simply. "Huh? When?" Isabella sounded disappointed. "Daddy, you secretly went to see Auntie Aurora without me again. Humph." More laughter erupted from the group while I sat frozen, remembering Aurora's visit to headquarters this morning. My mate had likely given her the gift then, during the private meeting I had interrupted. "Let's not stand here," Aurora said with a hint of shyness in her voice that made my wolf snarl. "Let's go upstairs." Their footsteps gradually faded away as they moved toward the elevators, leaving me alone with my shattered heart. The bond mark on my neck throbbed with dull pain as my wolf curled into herself, no longer fighting but accepting the inevitable truth of our situation. After what felt like eternity, I pulled myself together and went upstairs to help Alina. By cruel coincidence, the private room where my friend was dining was on the same floor as Aurora's birthday celebration, Freya. As I helped Alina into the elevator, I caught sight of Levi, one of Silvano's pack friends since childhood, pausing mid-stride in the hallway. "What's wrong?" asked Adrian beside him. "I think I saw someone familiar," Levi replied, his brow furrowing. They had all grown up alongside Silvano and were well aware of my history with him, how I'd become his Luna after escaping the emotional devastation left by Alina's brother Jasper. My wolf bristled at the memory. To be honest, while these wolves acknowledged my beauty, they always found me too reserved. Pretty but forgettable, not what they expected for the Luna of the Shadow Pack's future alpha. Silvano maintained professional boundaries with me in public, and his friends followed suit, rarely acknowledging my presence. I wasn't surprised. I'd never been fully accepted into their inner circle. To them, I was an outsider who had somehow captured their alpha's attention, a curiosity at best. I hadn't noticed Levi's gaze as I focused on helping Alina, and after leaving the hotel, I took her home and stayed overnight to ensure she was all right. My wolf remained vigilant through the night, protective instincts triggered by the emotional storm brewing inside me. When Alina woke the next morning and saw me, she embraced me gratefully. "Thanks for last night, Freya. I'll treat you to a hunt another day." I'd already prepared breakfast and patted her head affectionately. "Go wash up. Food's getting cold." Elena hugged me tighter, burying her face against my waist with a playful nuzzle. "Goddess, you're so warm and your scent is so comforting. It feels wonderful to be close to you." My wolf preened slightly at the affection, something she hadn't felt from my own mate or pup in far too long. After washing up, Elena saw the breakfast I'd prepared, and her eyes lit up with appreciation. "Any wolf who had you as their mate would be blessed by the moon goddess herself," she said, then immediately regretted her words, remembering my situation with Silvano. As she settled down to eat, scrolling through her phone, her expression suddenly shifted. Silvano's back in the territory? Yes, I replied simply, my bond mark tingling uncomfortably at the mention of my mate. Elena handed me her phone, and I saw Levi's social media post from the previous night. Happy birthday to the beautiful she-wolf, read the caption beneath several photos from Aurora's celebration. Though ostensibly celebrating Aurora's birthday, nearly half the images featured Silvano and Aurora together. Most telling was the cake-cutting moment, where my mate and his cousin held the same crystal knife together, their wolves clearly comfortable in each other's presence. Isabella was conspicuously absent from the photos, almost certainly a deliberate choice, meant to keep the gathering hidden from the Moretti elders. Silvano's mother, Luna Victoria, had always held a complicated stance toward Aurora Hawthorne, her stepdaughter, and the namesake of the woman once accused of orchestrating Alpha Dominic Hawthorne's death. Even though Victoria and Alpha Enzo had publicly mended their family ties, her wariness toward the younger Aurora had never truly faded. If Luna Victoria ever discovered that Silvano was encouraging a bond between his daughter and Aurora, her fury would be nothing short of legendary. Looking at these images, any wolf would assume Silvano and Aurora shared a mating bond. The celebration was clearly arranged specifically for her by my mate. Recalling the cold indifference I'd received on my own birthday just 2 weeks ago, not even a text message from either my mate or daughter, I looked away, my wolf whimpering softly. Elena watched me with concern. Freya, it's fine, I cut her off, returning the phone. Whatever they do has nothing to do with me anymore. I've asked Silvano for the dissolution of our bond. What? Elena's eyes widened in shock, her wolf jerking to attention. You initiated a bond severance? Yes. My wolf cowered inside me, both terrified and relieved by my decision. Elena hadn't always disliked Silvano. In fact, she once admired him greatly and even harbored feelings for him, like many unmated she-wolves in our territory. It wasn't for any particular reason, beyond the fact that Silvano was simply exceptional among werewolves. When he took his place as the future alpha, Silvano wasn't even 20, yet his companies spanned technology, pharmaceuticals, entertainment, and tourism sectors. In the following years, while continuing to grow his business empire, he also strengthened the Shadow Pack's position among the North American territories. Under his leadership, the pack had reached unprecedented heights of prosperity and security. Every wolf in our territory respected him deeply, their submission to his alpha aura absolute and unquestioning. Moreover, Silvano possessed the striking good looks typical of the Moretti bloodline. Tall, powerful, with piercing eyes that reflected his wolf's dominance. So Elena wasn't surprised when I considered something of a lone wolf genius myself, had found myself drawn to another exceptional mind like Silvano's. What had surprised everyone was that he had chosen me as his mate, especially after what happened with Jasper. But Silvano could be utterly ruthless to those who fell from his favor. Thinking about how he had gradually withdrawn from me over the years and carelessly trampled on my devotion, Elena had completely lost her admiration for him. She had witnessed how deeply I loved my mate. Over the years, she had suggested several times that I consider bond severance, a rare and painful process for mated pairs. But I had always silently shaken my head, my wolf unwilling to even consider it. So Elena never imagined I would actually initiate the process myself. She stared at her breakfast, appetite gone, looking at me with concern. What happened? I thought carefully before answering. It's not really any one thing. Perhaps I just accumulated enough disappointment until suddenly I felt too tired to continue. That's when I decided. Elena understood my nature well. She knew that once I made a decision, even if my wolf might still pine for her mate, I wouldn't easily change my mind. She came over and embraced me, her wolf offering comfort to mine. It's okay, Freya. Breaking the bond might be for the best. I agreed quietly, my wolf curling into a ball of misery inside me. After breakfast, I left Elena's place for work, my thoughts heavy. Before moving out of the pack house, even though Silvano and I worked in the same building, we had always maintained separate schedules, never arriving or departing together. He had kept such strict distance between us that sometimes we wouldn't cross paths at headquarters for weeks at a time. Now that I had moved out, seeking independence from his influence, we seemed to encounter each other daily, as if the moon goddess herself was taunting me with what I was choosing to leave behind. Silvano. I stood in the hallway outside the conference room, feeling my wolf prowling restlessly beneath my skin. The merger agreement with the Eastern Territories had consumed most of my morning, but my thoughts kept drifting to what Adrian had told me last night about seeing Freya at the hotel. She was helping Elena into the elevator, Levi had confirmed when I questioned him. She looked different somehow, more distant. Even now, hours later, my wolf was still unsettled by this information. Freya had been avoiding me for weeks, ever since she'd moved out of the pack house. The bond between us had grown dangerously thin, stretched almost to breaking point. Alpha Silvano, the documents are ready for your signature, my assistant announced, pulling me from my thoughts. I nodded, my face maintaining the cold, composed expression that had become my signature in these business dealings. Every wolf in our territory knew better than to mention my mate around me these days. The subject had become a minefield that even my closest allies avoided. As I walked back to my office, my phone buzzed with a message from Aurora. Isabella asked if she could stay with me again tonight. I told her to check with you first. My wolf growled at the presumption. Aurora had been spending far too much time with my daughter lately, creating a bond I found increasingly concerning. While Isabella adored her, I couldn't ignore how Aurora subtly encouraged my pup's distance from her mother. Tell her no. She needs to focus on her studies tonight, I replied tersely. I paused before entering my office, sensing a familiar scent lingering in the hallway. Freya had been here, probably just minutes ago. My wolf surged forward, desperate to catch even that faint trace of her. Without thinking, I followed the scent trail toward the development department where she'd been working since moving out of our home. Through the glass walls, I could see her at her desk, head bent over her computer, fingers moving rapidly across the keyboard. Even from this distance, I could see the tension in her shoulders, the slight furrow between her brows as she concentrated. My wolf whined, urging me to go to her, to bridge this growing chasm between us. Alpha Silvano? Chad, one of my senior assistants, approached with a stack of documents. These need your immediate attention. I tore my gaze from Freya and nodded. I'll be in my office. Hours later, as I was reviewing quarterly projections, Chad entered my office looking unusually flustered. Sir, there's a situation with Secretary Freya. My head snapped up, wolf instantly alert. What happened? She refused to complete an urgent task I assigned her and left early, he explained, a hint of accusation in his tone. She seems to believe her connection to your family grants her special privileges. My wolf bristled at his words. Freya had never once leveraged our relationship for special treatment. In fact, she'd always worked twice as hard as anyone else to prove her worth independent of being my Luna. What exactly was this urgent task? I asked, my voice dropping to a dangerous register that made Chad take an involuntary step back. The Eastern Territories Resource Allocation Report, he admitted. It needs to be processed before tomorrow's meeting. I narrowed my eyes. That report isn't due until next week, and it certainly doesn't fall under Freya's current responsibilities. Chad's face paled. I thought with her expertise. You deliberately targeted her. I cut him off, my wolf's anger bleeding into my voice. Was this your idea, or did Aurora put you up to it? His silence was answer enough. If you're dissatisfied with my mate's work, you can follow proper termination procedures, I said coldly, watching him flinch at the word mate. Though I doubt you'll find legitimate grounds. Just then, my phone rang. Aurora's name flashed on the screen. I dismissed Chad with a wave, answering the call as he scurried away. I'm leaving work now. I'll be there soon. Perfect timing, Aurora's voice came through, honeyed and familiar. Isabella's been asking for you all afternoon. She says she wants to show you her new drawings. I sighed, feeling the weight of my divided attention. I'll be there in 20 minutes. And Aurora? Yes? Stop using my staff to antagonize Freya, I said flatly. It's beneath you. There was a pause before she replied, her tone carefully controlled. I don't know what you mean, cousin. You know exactly what I mean. It stops now. I ended the call and gathered my things, my wolf still agitated. As I headed to the elevator, I caught another trace of Freya's scent and followed it instinctively to the parking garage. Through the window, I watched as she climbed into her car. Not the luxury SUV I'd bought her, but the modest sedan she'd owned before we met. Another symbol of her determination to separate herself from me. My wolf howled in frustration inside me. How had we reached this point? When had the distance between us grown so vast? I remembered the early days of our mating, when she'd look at me with those intelligent eyes filled with love and trust. Now she could barely stand to be in the same room with me. As her car pulled away, I felt the mating bond between us stretch painfully. My mother had warned me this might happen if I continued to neglect my Luna. The bond between mates is sacred, she'd told me. If you don't nurture it, it will wither like a flower without water. I hadn't listened. I'd been too focused on securing our territory, on preparing Isabella for her future role, on maintaining the delicate balance of power in the North American packs. And now my mate was slipping away from me, taking pieces of my soul with her. My phone buzzed again, this time a message from my father, Alpha Leo. Council meeting tomorrow. Victoria wants to discuss the Hawthorne situation. Be prepared. I closed my eyes briefly, dreading another confrontation about Aurora's growing influence in our territory. My mother had never trusted Aurora, convinced she carried the same manipulative nature as her grandmother and namesake. And perhaps she wasn't entirely wrong. As I drove toward Aurora's residence, where Isabella was waiting, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was moving in the wrong direction, away from the one person my wolf recognized as home. The bond mark on my shoulder throbbed painfully, a physical manifestation of the distance between Freya and me. I pressed my hand against it, feeling the echo of her heartbeat through our weakening connection. My wolf growled a single word in my mind, mate. And for the first time in years, I allowed myself to wonder if I had made a terrible mistake in letting her walk away. Isabella. I sat in the window seat of Aunt Aurora's guest room, staring into the darkness of the shadow-packed territory that stretched before me. It had been exactly 16 days since Mom moved out of our home. Isabella? Are you still awake, sweetheart? Aunt Aurora's soft voice came from the doorway, accompanied by her distinctive pine and vanilla scent. I turned from the window, quickly wiping away any trace of tears. I was just finishing my drawing. Aunt Aurora glided into the room, her silver blonde hair catching the moonlight streaming through the window. She sat beside me, her movements as graceful as always. Every wolf in our territory whispered about how she carried herself like a true Luna, unlike my mother, whose awkwardness at formal pack gatherings had become legendary. Your father just texted that he'll be here soon, she said, gently brushing a strand of hair from my face. Would you like to show him your drawings tonight or save them for tomorrow? Tonight, I answered immediately. I'd been working on these sketches all day, hoping they might make Dad smile. He rarely smiled these days. Auntie Aurora nodded, her eyes studying my face. You look so much like her, you know? Like who? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Your grandmother Victoria, she said, tracing the curve of my cheek with her finger. She had that same look in her eyes, like she could see things others couldn't. My chest tightened with pride. Everyone said Grandma Victoria had been special, gifted with abilities beyond normal wolves because of her elven bloodline. Dad told me once that her abilities had saved our pack from destruction multiple times. I wish I'd known her, I whispered. She would have adored you, Auntie Aurora assured me. Just as I do. A comfortable silence fell between us as she looked over my shoulder at the drawings in my lap, scenes from the dream I'd had last night. A forest bathed in moonlight, wolves running through clearings, and in the center a small white wolf cub with silver blue eyes. These are beautiful, Isabella, Auntie Aurora said softly. You have a true gift. I smiled, soaking in her praise. Mom never really understood my drawings. She'd look at them with that worried furrow between her brows, especially when I tried to explain they were from my dreams. She'd just suggest I focus more on my math lessons instead. Do you think? I hesitated, picking at the edge of my drawing pad. Do you think I'll be strong enough to shift soon? Auntie Aurora's eyes softened. Your wolf is developing beautifully, Isabella. She's just taking her time because you're special. You have the ancient bloodline running through your veins. Mom says I need to be careful because of my health problems. Auntie Aurora's expression flickered briefly. Your mother is naturally cautious, sweetheart, but sometimes being too cautious can hold a young wolf back from reaching her full potential. Before I could respond, I heard the front door open downstairs and caught my father's scent. Dad's here. I jumped up, nearly dropping my drawings in my excitement. Aurora smiled. Go on down. I'll be there in a minute. I raced downstairs, my bare feet barely making a sound on the polished hardwood. Dad was standing in the foyer, shrugging off his jacket, his face set in the stern expression he always wore after work. But when he saw me, his features softened slightly. Isabella, he said, opening his arms. I launched myself into his embrace, breathing in his familiar scent. I made new drawings today, I told him excitedly, holding up my sketch pad. They're from my dream last night. There was a white wolf cub, and she was running through the moonlight, and there were these weird lights in the trees that looked like stars, but... Isabella, Dad interrupted gently, slow down. I took a breath, trying to contain my excitement. Sorry, but can I show you, please? Dad glanced at his watch, then nodded. Let's sit down first. He followed me to the living room where I spread my drawings across the coffee table. As he looked through them, I watched his face carefully, hoping to see that spark of recognition, that moment when he might say, "This is just like Victoria's visions." But his expression remained neutral as he examined each drawing. These are very good, Isabella, he said finally. You're becoming quite the artist. My heart sank a little at his measured response. I'd hoped for more. She has a remarkable talent, doesn't she, Silvano? Auntie Aurora said as she entered the room, carrying a tray with coffee for Dad and hot chocolate for me. Just like Victoria used to have. Dad's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing slightly at Aurora's words. My mother's talents are her own, he said firmly, not copies of anyone else's. Auntie Aurora set the tray down. Of course, I simply meant the creative gift runs in the family. I sipped my hot chocolate, watching the strange tension between them. There was always this undercurrent when they talked about me or Grandma. Did Mom call today? I asked suddenly, the question escaping before I could stop it. Dad's jaw tightened. Your mother is very busy with her work. She hasn't called me in 16 days, I said, my voice smaller than I intended. Not even once. Something flashed in Dad's eyes, pain, anger, I couldn't tell which. Isabella, your mother loves you very much. She's just finding her way right now. If she loved me, she wouldn't have left, I blurted out, immediately regretting the words when I saw Dad's expression darken. Auntie Aurora placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. Sweetheart, sometimes adults need space to figure things out. It doesn't mean she doesn't love you. But she calls Raven every day. I continued, unable to stop the hurt from spilling out. She never forgets to call Raven. Who told you that? Dad asked sharply. Isabella. I shrugged, suddenly feeling like I'd said too much. I just heard Uncle Adrian mention it to Uncle Levi. Dad and Aurora exchanged a look I couldn't decipher. Then Dad sighed and ran a hand through his dark hair, a gesture so like my mother's that it made my chest ache. Isabella, it's getting late, he said finally. Why don't you head up to bed? We can talk more in the morning. Can I stay here tonight? I asked, glancing at Auntie Aurora. Auntie Aurora said I could, but only if you said it was okay. Again, that strange tension filled the room. Dad looked at Auntie Aurora for a long moment before turning back to me. Not tonight, he said firmly. You have your studies tomorrow, and your things are at home. But no arguments, Isabella. His voice carried the slightest hint of alpha command, not directed at me fully, but enough to make my wolf pup whimper in submission. I gathered my drawings silently, disappointment heavy in my chest. I'd hoped to spend the evening with Auntie Aurora, listening to her stories about the old days, about Grandma Victoria and the magic that supposedly ran in our bloodline, stories Mom never wanted to tell me. I'll bring her home, Auntie Aurora offered. It's on my way. Dad hesitated, then nodded. Thank you. I need to make a few calls before heading back. As I went upstairs to collect my things, I could hear their voices below, too low to make out the words, but tense enough that even my young wolf could sense the conflict. I moved closer to the stairwell, straining to hear. "Pushing too hard," Dad was saying. "She's still recovering from... She'll never grow stronger if you keep treating her like she's made of glass," Auntie Aurora replied. "Luna Victoria would have... Shoo, don't tell me what my mother would have wanted for my daughter," Dad cut in, his voice carrying that dangerous edge that made even grown wolves cower. I backed away from the stairs, my heart pounding. Dad never spoke to anyone that way, except when Mom had packed her bags and told him she was leaving. I'd hidden at the top of these very stairs that night, listening to their final argument, hearing the cold fury in Dad's voice as he told Mom she was making a mistake she would regret. Mom had replied just as coldly, "The only mistake I regret is believing you ever saw me as your equal." As I gathered my backpack, I wondered if Mom ever thought about me anymore. Did she miss me, or was she happier now, away from us? Auntie Aurora appeared in the doorway, her smile back in place, as if the tense conversation downstairs had never happened. "Ready to go, sweetheart?" I nodded, shouldering my backpack. "Don't worry about your father," she said softly as we walked to her car. "He's just under a lot of pressure right now, with the territory negotiations and everything else." "Is that why Mom left?" I asked. "Because Dad was too busy?" Auntie Aurora helped me into the passenger seat before answering. "Your mother left because she wanted different things than what being a Luna requires," she said carefully. "Being an alpha's mate is a tremendous responsibility, one that not everyone is equipped to handle." "But you could handle it," I said, watching her face. "Couldn't you?" Something flickered in Auntie Aurora's silver blue eyes, something that made my young wolf stir uneasily. But then she smiled and the moment passed. "What matters is that your father finds someone who can stand beside him as a true partner," she said, starting the car. "Someone who understands the weight of leadership and the sacrifices it demands." As we drove through the quiet streets of the territory toward my father's house, no longer home since Mom left, I stared out the window at the moon hanging low and full in the sky. In my mind, I saw the white wolf cub from my dreams running beneath it, free and wild and unafraid. I wondered if I would ever feel that way again, free, without this constant ache in my chest that had been there since the day Mom walked away from us. When we arrived, the house was dark and empty. Auntie Aurora walked me to the door, using her key to let us in. Dad had given her one for emergencies after Mom left. "Will you be okay until your father gets home?" she asked, kneeling to my level. I nodded, used to being alone in the big house. "I'm not a baby." "No, you certainly aren't," she agreed, kissing my forehead. "You're a future alpha's daughter, with ancient magic in your blood. Never forget that, Isabella." After she left, I climbed the stairs to my bedroom, passing Mom's old office on the way. The door was slightly ajar, and on impulse, I pushed it open. The room smelled faintly of her still, lavender and something uniquely Mom. Her desk was empty now, all her computers and papers gone. The walls were bare where her degrees and certificates had once hung. It was as if she'd never existed here at all. I closed the door and continued to my room, clutching my drawing pad tightly against my chest. Once in bed, I opened it to my favorite sketch, the white wolf cub running free under the moon, and traced the lines with my finger. "Mom doesn't want us anymore," I whispered to my wolf pup. "But that's okay. We don't need her." But as I drifted off to sleep, my dreams filled with forests and moonlight and the white wolf running ever faster, a single tear escaped down my cheek. Because no matter how many times I said it, my wolf knew I was lying. Freya. I stared at my phone screen long after Silvano's call ended, my wolf, Celine, restless beneath my skin. She had been agitated ever since we'd left our home. No, since we'd left our daughter. "Bad news?" my sister Raven asked, sliding into the chair across from me at our family's breakfast table. I set my phone down beside my barely touched plate of eggs. "Just Silvano. His mother wants us for dinner tonight." Raven's eyebrows shot up. "The elder Luna Victoria Moretti herself summoning you? That's unexpected." "Not really," I sighed, pushing my food around with my fork. "She probably wants to see Isabella. It's been months." "And she doesn't know about your situation?" Raven asked carefully. "No one does except you." I took a sip of my coffee, wincing at its bitterness. "Not even Isabella." 16 days. That's how long I'd been staying at my family home, sleeping in my old bedroom, trying to recapture who I used to be before I became Luna of the Shadow Pack, before I became merely an extension of Silvano Moretti's legacy. 16 days since I'd held my daughter. My wolf whined pitifully at the thought of Isabella, our bond stretched thin by distance. Celine had been restless each night, pacing the confines of my mind, urging me to return to our pup. But I couldn't, not yet. Not until I figured out what I wanted beyond being someone's mate and someone's mother. "You haven't called her," Raven said, her voice free of judgment but heavy with concern. "I can't," I admitted, shame burning through me. Every time I pick up the phone, I imagine her asking when I'm coming home, and I just freeze. The truth was far more complicated. I was terrified that Isabella wouldn't ask at all, that in the chaos of my absence, she might be happier with Aurora's doting attention than she ever was with my cautious care. "She's with her father," I said, more to convince myself than Raven, "and Aurora's there constantly. She's having the time of her life, free from my rules and restrictions." Raven reached across the table and grabbed my hand. "Stop. Isabella adores you." "She tolerates me," I corrected. "There's a difference." My sister's eyes flashed with frustration. "This isn't like you, Freya. The sister I know would never abandon her child." "I haven't abandoned her." The words came out sharper than intended, drawing the attention of our mother in the kitchen. I lowered my voice. "I'm taking space to figure things out. There's a difference." "Is there?" Raven challenged. "Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're running away from the hard parts of your life instead of facing them." My wolf bristled at the accusation, but deep down, I knew Raven was right. I had spent years building a life around Silvano and Isabella, sublimating my own dreams and ambitions to be the perfect Luna, the perfect mother, and when that life started to crumble, when I realized I was losing myself in their shadows, I ran, just like my mother had warned me I would. "Isabella called me yesterday," Raven said quietly. My head snapped up. "What? Why didn't you tell me?" "Because she asked me not to." Raven's eyes held mine steadily. "She wanted to know if I would take her to school today. She said her father was too busy." The familiar pang of guilt twisted in my chest. "What did you say?" "I told her I would, of course. She's my niece." Raven hesitated. "But Freya, she asked about you, wanted to know if you were staying with me. What did you tell her?" "The truth, that you needed some time to yourself, but that you love her more than anything." I nodded, swallowing past the lump in my throat. "Thank you." "She's drawing again," Raven continued. "Those strange dreamscapes, just like Luna Victoria used to do." A chill ran through me. Isabella's drawings had always unnerved me, not because they weren't beautiful, but because they were too beautiful, too precise, too prescient. They reminded me of the stories about her grandmother's fairy gifts, abilities that had always made me deeply uncomfortable. "Silvano encourages it," I said tightly. "He sees it as proof of her bloodline." "Maybe because it is," Raven suggested gently. "You can't keep denying her heritage, Freya." "I'm not denying anything. I just want her to have a normal childhood," I shot back. "Not to be treated like some mystical oracle because she has dreams." The real fear, the one I could barely admit to myself, was that Isabella's gifts would only further separate us. How could I, an ordinary wolf with ordinary blood, ever understand a daughter who carried elven magic in her veins? My phone buzzed with a text message from Adrian. "Silvano's beta, meeting at 10. Jasper from Stone Lake will be there. Need your input on the territory negotiation docs." Work. At least there I still had value. I stood up, gathering my plate. "I need to get going. Pack business." "Of course," Raven said, her tone making it clear she saw right through my escape. "About tonight." "I'll handle it," I interrupted. "That's not what I was going to say." Raven's expression softened. "I was going to ask if you want me to come with you for support. I could drop Isabella off at school tomorrow morning, give you two some time together." My throat tightened with unexpected emotion. "I thank you. But no, this is something I need to handle myself." "Freya." As I gathered my things to leave, my phone buzzed again. A text from Aurora. "Isabella left her medication at my house last night. I'll bring it to the office today." Last night. Isabella had been at Aurora's house last night. The knowledge burned like silver against my skin. Of course, Silvano would take our daughter there the moment I was gone. Of course, Aurora would seize the opportunity to play mother to my child, to whisper stories of elven magic and ancient bloodlines in her ear. My wolf snarled, territorial rage surging through me. Mine, Celine growled. Our pup. Our mate. But were they, truly? Or had I simply been keeping their places warm until someone more suitable, someone like Aurora, with her perfect breeding and her understanding of pack politics and her connection to the elven bloodlines, came along? I texted Beta Timothy back. I'll be there, preparing the counterproposal now. Then, before I could change my mind, I texted Isabella. Good morning, sweetheart. I hear grandmother wants us for dinner tonight. Looking forward to seeing you. I love you. I stared at the screen, waiting for those 3 dots to appear, signaling she was typing back. 1 minute passed. Then 2. Nothing. Swallowing my disappointment, I slipped my phone into my pocket and headed out to my car. I had a pack to help run, territory negotiations to manage, and a dinner with the Elder Alpha to survive. My personal crisis would have to wait. The Shadow Pack headquarters occupied a gleaming high-rise in the heart of downtown, its tinted windows reflecting the morning sun. As I pulled into my reserved parking space, still there despite my absence, I spotted Beta Timothy waiting for me in the lobby. There you are, he said, relief evident in his voice as I approached. I was beginning to think you'd gone rogue on us for real. I forced a smile. Just taking some personal time. Beta Timothy's expression told me he wasn't buying it, but he was too professional to push. We're in the main conference room. Jasper's already here with his team. My step faltered slightly at the mention of Jasper, Alpha of the Stone Lake Pack. We had history, complicated, painful history that I'd rather not revisit, especially not today. Any particular reason he came himself instead of sending representatives? I asked as we stepped into the elevator. Beta Timothy shrugged. Territorial disputes always bring out the alphas. You know how they get, all posturing and chest-thumping. I did know. I'd spent years navigating the minefield of pack politics, learning to anticipate the moves of temperamental alphas and soothe bruised egos. It was one of the reasons Silvano had valued me so highly as his Luna. I knew how to make peace where he would have preferred war. Silvano's not here, though, I noted as the elevator climbed. Beta Timothy glanced at me sideways. He's handling things up north, left me strict instructions to consult you on all territory matters. The north, where Aurora was stationed with her security detail, overseeing the expansion of Shadow Pack territory into what had once been disputed lands. Of course, that's where Silvano would be focused. I see, was all I said. When we entered the conference room, all heads turned toward me. I recognized most of the faces, Stone Lake representatives, our own pack lawyers, and at the head of the table, Jasper himself. His eyes met mine, and for a moment I was transported back in time, back to when I was just a gamma in his pack, desperately in love with an alpha who would never choose me over his destined mate. Freya, he acknowledged with a slight nod. It's been a while. Alpha Jasper, I replied formally, taking my seat at the opposite end of the table. Let's get started, shall we? The meeting dragged on for hours, debates over hunting rights and border security protocols growing heated at times. I kept my focus professional, presenting the counter-proposals I drafted and mediating when tensions rose too high. This was what I was good at, what I'd always been good at, long before I became Silvano's Luna. Strategy, negotiation, finding the middle ground that benefited everyone involved. When we finally called a break, Jasper approached me as I was refilling my coffee. You look good, Freya, he said quietly. Life as a Luna suits you. I stirred my coffee slowly, buying time. Does it? I'm not so sure anymore. He raised an eyebrow. Trouble in paradise? Nothing I can't handle, I replied evenly. Jasper leaned against the counter, too close for comfort. I heard rumors, that the mighty Luna of the Shadow Pack has moved back to her family home, that she hasn't been seen with her alpha in weeks. My grip tightened on my cup. Pack gossip. You should know better than to listen to it. Is it just gossip? His eyes, golden brown and still capable of making my heart beat faster despite everything, searched mine. Because if it's true, if you're finally free... I'm not free, I cut him off. I'm figuring things out. There's a difference. Is there? He echoed Raven's earlier question with eerie similarity. Before I could respond, Beta Timothy appeared at my side, his body language deliberately creating space between Jasper and me. "We should get back to it," he said, his tone deceptively casual, but his eyes warning. "Silvano just texted. He wants an update by end of day." Jasper stepped back, a knowing smile playing at his lips. Of course, we wouldn't want to keep the alpha waiting. As we returned to the table, my phone buzzed with a text. I glanced down, expecting it to be Silvano or Beta Timothy. Instead, it was Isabella. "Miss you too, Mommy? Can you sit next to me at dinner tonight?" My heart swelled and broke simultaneously. She missed me, but Aurora was already trying to replace me in my daughter's life, at my place at the table, perhaps even in my mate's bed. I typed back quickly. "Nothing would make me happier, sweetheart. I'll be there early just for you." For the rest of the meeting, I found myself checking my phone constantly, hoping for another message from Isabella. But there was nothing more, just a text from Silvano, terse and businesslike. "Driver will bring Isabella to the estate at 6. Don't be late." As if I would ever willingly miss a moment with my daughter. As if I hadn't spent every night for the past 16 days lying awake, aching for her small body curled against mine, for the sound of her laughter echoing through our home. By the time the meeting concluded, I had a pounding headache and a knot of anxiety in my stomach about the evening ahead. Dinner with Victoria Moretti was never a simple affair. "You ready for the lion's den tonight?" Beta Timothy asked as he walked me to my car. I managed a weak smile. "When am I not ready?" Beta Timothy's expression turned serious. "Freya, whatever's going on between you and Silvano, the pack needs you, both of you, together." "The pack has survived worse than a Luna taking some personal time," I replied, unlocking my car door. "This isn't just about the pack," Beta Timothy said quietly. "Silvano's different when you're not around. Harder, colder." Good, I thought viciously, even as guilt threatened to choke me. Let him feel a fraction of what I felt, watching him grow distant, watching him turn to Aurora instead of me. "He's an alpha," I said aloud. "He'll manage." "Isabella, Mom was coming back tonight?" I couldn't stop my eyebrows from scrunching together as Dad confirmed she'd be joining us at great-grandmother's dinner. The knot in my stomach tightened, my feelings all tangled up like the time I tried to brush my own hair. It wasn't that I didn't want to see Mom. I actually missed her. A lot. Mom had never gone this long without calling me before. Every night since she'd been gone, I'd stare at my phone before bed, wondering if tonight would be the night she'd remember to call. But she never did. Nova whimpered inside me, confused by my mixed emotions. "Why sad about Mother returning?" she asked in my head. I stroked my fork against my breakfast plate, making little patterns in the syrup. The truth was complicated. When Dad had told me Mom was away on a business trip the morning after we'd gotten back from visiting the Northern Territories, I'd been happy. Relieved, even. No Mom meant more freedom. No lectures about my medication schedule. No forcing me to rest when I wanted to play. No endless questions about how I was feeling. Most importantly, no Mom meant more time with Aunt Aurora. "Dad?" I looked up at him, watching as he checked his phone again. He always did that when Mom was mentioned, like he was expecting something from her that never came. "What is it, pup?" His voice was gentle, his eyes soft when they landed on me. Dad always looked at me like I was the most precious thing in his world. I pushed my breakfast around my plate, trying to find the right words. "If Mom's back, does that mean I can't spend time with Aunt Aurora anymore?" Dad's expression tightened for just a second before he covered it with a smile. "Your mother doesn't dislike Aurora, Isabella. She's just protective of you." That wasn't true. I might only be 5, but I wasn't stupid. Mom and Aunt Aurora hated each other. Whenever they were in the same room, the air got thick and heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. The grown-ups thought I didn't notice, but I always did. "But Aunt Aurora promised to take me to school tomorrow," I said, my voice getting smaller. "And her race is tomorrow night. You said I could go." Dad reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "I promised you could go to the race, didn't I? And I keep my promises." Hope fluttered in my chest. "But Mom won't let me. She'll say it's too dangerous or that I need to be in bed early or something." A smile played at the corner of Dad's mouth. "Leave your mother to me." I bit my lip, thinking, Then an idea hit me. What if? What if we don't tell Mom about the race? I leaned forward, excitement building. She doesn't need to know, right? It can be our secret. Something flashed in Dad's eyes. Sadness, maybe? But it was gone so fast I couldn't be sure. Got it, he said with a wink. Our secret. Relief washed over me, and I started eating again. I'd go to Aunt Aurora's race, no matter what. Mom couldn't stop me. She hadn't cared enough to even call me for 2 whole weeks. Why should she get to decide what I do now? But even as I thought it, Nova whimpered again inside me. Miss Mother, she insisted. Need Mother. I pushed those feelings down deep where I didn't have to look at them. Mom was always hovering, always worried about me. With Aunt Aurora, I felt normal, strong, like the alpha's daughter I was supposed to be. After breakfast, Dad left for work, and I spent the morning with my tutor. I couldn't focus on my lessons, though. All I could think about was seeing Mom tonight at great-grandmother's. Would she hug me tight like she always did? Would she notice I'd learned 3 new words in Elven? Would she be mad that Aunt Aurora had been teaching me about my heritage, the parts of me that came from great-grandmother's bloodline? When my phone buzzed during study time, I nearly jumped out of my skin. My heart raced as I checked it, hoping. Miss you too, Mommy. Can you sit next to me at dinner tonight? I'd sent that text hours ago, right after Aurora helped me answer Mom's good morning message. I'd been checking my phone constantly since then, waiting for Mom to respond. And now she had. Nothing would make me happier, sweetheart. I'll be there early just for you. Something warm and tight squeezed in my chest. She was coming early. For me. Not for pack business or for Dad or for great-grandmother. For me. Before I could stop it, a tear slid down my cheek. Nova howled softly in my mind, overjoyed. Mother coming. Mother loves us. But then I remembered all the times Mom had said no when I wanted to do something fun. All the times she'd made me take yucky medicine when I felt fine. All the times she'd kept me home from school because she thought I looked too pale or too tired. Mom loved me, but she didn't understand me. Not like Aunt Aurora did. Aunt Aurora let me run in the woods with the other pups, even though Mom said it was too dangerous. Aunt Aurora taught me about the ancient elven rituals that flowed in our bloodline, even though Mom said I was too young to learn. Aunt Aurora treated me like I was strong, not fragile. I wiped away my tears and put my phone down. I could love Mom and still want to be with Aunt Aurora. I could miss Mom and still be mad at her. I could be happy she was coming to dinner and still keep secrets from her. I was the daughter of an alpha, after all. And alphas were complicated. Freya. As Beta Timothy disappeared into the elevator, I sat in my car for a long moment, gathering myself. We need to be strong tonight. I told her silently. Celine whined in agreement. I was about to start the car when my phone rang, Silvano's mother calling. Victoria Moretti, the elder alpha's wife, was formidable in her own right. Hello, Victoria, I answered, keeping my voice neutral. Freya, dear. Her tone was warm but measured to her. I was hoping you might join me for lunch at Harris Garden. We have some things to discuss before tonight's dinner. A private conversation with my mother-in-law. Perfect. Of course, I replied, knowing a request from Victoria was really a command. I can be there in 20 minutes. Wonderful. I've already reserved our usual table. As I drove toward the upscale restaurant that Victoria preferred, I pondered what this meeting might be about. Was she going to lecture me about my duties as Luna? Remind me of the importance of presenting a united front? Or perhaps she meant to broker peace between Silvano and me. Whatever her intentions, I needed to be prepared. Harris Garden sat nestled between gleaming high-rises, its entrance draped in climbing roses despite the urban setting. As I approached the corner near the entrance, voices carried to my sensitive wolf hearing. Silvano, if it weren't for your help just now, I might not have secured this contract even with all my efforts. Thank you so much for this. I froze mid-step, my body going rigid. That voice, I would know it anywhere. Logan Stone. My father. You're too kind, Uncle, came Silvano's reply, his tone warmer and more respectful than I'd heard from him in months. My hands clenched into fists as I peered around the corner. There they stood, Silvano in his impeccable suit, the very picture of the powerful alpha, and beside him, my father, looking pleased and comfortable in Silvano's presence. The sight of them together sent a wave of complicated emotions crashing over me. Betrayal was chief among them. My father, who had barely acknowledged my existence growing up, who had never once come to my defense against my stepmother's cruelty, was now apparently on friendly terms with my mate. Uncle, Silvano had called him, with genuine respect. Celine growled deep in my consciousness. Betrayal, she snarled. Ours is surrounded by betrayal. I stepped back around the corner, my heart hammering. Had Silvano been in contact with my father all this time? My phone buzzed with a text from Victoria. Are you nearby? Our table is ready. I took a steadying breath. I couldn't confront Silvano here, not now. Tonight, at the estate, I would get answers. For now, I needed to face Victoria and whatever agenda she had for our lunch. Composing myself, I walked past Silvano and my father, pretending not to see them as I entered the restaurant. The maître recognized me immediately. Luna Freya, he greeted with a bow. Luna Victoria is waiting for you. I followed him to a secluded table near the back where Victoria sat, elegant as always in cream-colored silk, her silver-streaked dark hair twisted into a flawless chignon. Freya, she rose to greet me with the traditional wolf kiss to each cheek. You look tired, dear. It's been a busy morning, I replied, taking my seat. Territory negotiations with the Stone Lake Pack. Victoria signaled the waiter. Wine? Just water for me, please. She raised an eyebrow but didn't comment, ordering a glass of white wine for herself. Once the waiter departed, she fixed me with her penetrating gaze. Isabella has been asking for you, she said without preamble. She misses her mother. The simple statement cut deeper than any accusation. I miss her too, more than I can express. Then why are you still living at your other home? Victoria asked, her tone not unkind but direct. Whatever is happening between you and my son, surely Isabella shouldn't be made to suffer for it. I took a sip of water to buy myself time. It's complicated, Victoria. Most worthwhile things are. She leaned forward slightly. Freya, when you became Luna of the Shadow Pack, you took on responsibilities that extend beyond your personal happiness. The pack needs stability, especially now. I'm aware of my responsibilities, I replied, a hint of steel entering my voice. I've never neglected them. Haven't you? Her gaze was piercing. By removing yourself from your mate's side, you've created whispers, uncertainty. The other packs are watching, wondering if there's weakness in the Shadow Pack's leadership. I thought of the way Jasper had approached me earlier, testing the waters. Victoria wasn't wrong. I needed space to think, I said finally, to decide what I want. Victoria's expression softened marginally. And what is it that you want, Freya? The question hung between us, deceptively simple, yet impossibly complex. I want my mate to see me, I said quietly, to choose me, not just tolerate me because I'm convenient. I want to be valued for who I am, not just what I can do for the pack. Victoria studied me for a long moment. Has it occurred to you that Silvano might be struggling with his own demons? That perhaps he needs his Luna's strength now more than ever? Before I could respond, the waiter returned to take our orders. I barely registered what I chose, my mind whirling with Victoria's words and the scene I'd witnessed outside. When we were alone again, Victoria continued as if there had been no interruption. Aurora has been useful to Silvano in managing the Northern Territories, but she is not his Luna. She is not the mother of his child. She is not the woman he marked as his own. I met her gaze squarely. Then why does he turn to her instead of me? Why does he take Isabella to her home the moment I'm not there? Have you asked him these questions directly? I shouldn't have to, I replied, frustration bubbling to the surface. He's my mate. He should read your mind? Know your heart without being told? Victoria shook her head. Even mates, even those bound by the strongest magic, must speak their truths to each other. Our food arrived, and we ate in silence for several minutes. I picked at my salad, appetite diminished by the morning's events and this conversation. There are things happening that you don't understand, Victoria said finally, her voice lowered. Forces at work that require delicate handling. Silvano carries burdens he cannot share, even with you. That's convenient, I said, unable to keep the bitterness from my tone. Victoria's eyes flashed. It is not convenient, Freya. It is dangerous. For him, for you, for Isabella. My son is trying to protect his family the only way he knows how. By shutting me out, by allowing Aurora to play mother to my daughter. By keeping certain knowledge from you, Victoria countered, knowledge that would put you at risk. Aurora is complicated, but she is loyal to the pack and to Silvano as her alpha. I set down my fork. With all due respect, Victoria, I'm tired of cryptic warnings and vague explanations. Either tell me what's really going on, or accept that I will make decisions based on what I can see with my own eyes. A small smile curved Victoria's lips. There's the fire that made you a worthy Luna. Hold on to that, Freya. You'll need it in the days ahead. She took a sip of wine, then changed the subject entirely, discussing the menu for tonight's dinner as if we hadn't just been talking about the fate of my marriage and possibly the pack itself. Freya, after parting with Victoria outside Harris Garden, her words echoed in my mind, fight for what is yours. The question haunting me was whether Silvano still wanted to be mine, and after seeing him with my father, whether I still wanted him to be. I drove toward the Shadow Pack estate, my thoughts churning. The sprawling mansion came into view through the ancient pines that had protected generations of our pack. Once, the sight had filled me with pride. Now, it twisted my stomach with anxiety. As I parked and approached the grand entrance, I caught sight of Elder Emma Wilson through the window. She was the former human mate of the late Beta Tiny and Luna Victoria's best friend. After Silvano and I were mated, I had always called her Aunt Emma. Humans tend to age faster than us, but she was forever full of passion and vitality, which earned her the respect of the pack. What she was even more famous for was her insatiable curiosity. I watched as her eyes narrowed, scrutinizing me. Freya, she began, clearly ready to lecture me about my absence. Mom's here. Isabella's voice rang through the marble foyer as she rushed down from the second floor. My heart clenched at the sight of her, my beautiful girl with Silvano's dark hair and my gray eyes. It had been over 2 weeks since we'd last seen each other. She launched herself into my arms, nearly knocking me backward. Mom. Something inside me broke and mended simultaneously. Celine howled with joy as I wrapped my arms around our pup, inhaling her scent. My little wolf, I whispered against her hair, unable to say more as emotion clogged my throat. Aunt Emma's stern expression softened as she watched our reunion. Isabella has been quite insistent that we needed you here today. Isabella pulled back, her eyes bright. Mag, will you make tea for Grandma Emma? No one does it like you do. Mag was her childhood nickname for me, coined when she couldn't pronounce Mama. Hearing it again made my chest ache. I'd learned the traditional wolf tea ceremony as part of my Luna training, one of the few areas where even Aurora couldn't find fault with my skills. The careful, meditative practice had always centered me. Of course, I replied gently, stroking Isabella's cheek. But it's almost dinner time. Maria, Silvano's aunt and our pack's social coordinator, appeared from the dining room. Yes, we'll be starting dinner soon when Silvano and York return from the border patrol. She barely acknowledged my presence, a clear indication of where her loyalties lay. As if summoned by her words, the front door opened, and Silvano entered. He greeted Aunt Emma first, then Stella, the pack's head housekeeper, both with proper respect. When his gaze finally landed on me, it was a fleeting thing, there and gone like a shooting star, his expression unreadable. Isabella immediately abandoned my embrace, running to him. Dad! He caught her with ease, his face softening in a way it never did for me anymore. Little Wolf, he murmured, the nickname a mirror of my own for her. His eyes continued scanning the room, and I knew he was looking for Aurora. York, Maria's son, bounded in moments later. Still in his late teens, he had all the energy and exuberance of youth. He vaulted over the sofa with casual grace, landing on the cushions. Were you all waiting for me? He asked with a grin that was pure charm. Maria cuffed him playfully on the head. Yes, we've been starving waiting for you, pup. The dynamics were clear to anyone watching. Silvano was the strong, silent alpha, the rock upon which the pack was built. Maria was quick-tempered, but equally quick to laugh. York was the joy of the pack, beloved by all, his presence easing tensions wherever he went. Even Stella's perpetually cold expression thawed slightly at his arrival, and Aunt Emma visibly brightened. Noticing the hour and sensing everyone's hunger, she ordered dinner to be served. With just 9 of us present, we moved to the smaller dining room rather than the formal hall used for pack gatherings. I immediately noticed the seating arrangement. Aunt Emma had positioned Silvano, Isabella, and me together, a clear attempt at reconciliation. Bella, the Aunt Emma smiled, switch seats with your father. Let your parents sit together. I caught Maria's eye roll. After my relationship with Silvano hit rock bottom, his family's attitude to me had changed 180 degrees. Though Silvano clearly disliked Aunt Emma's meddling, he wouldn't challenge her openly on such a small matter. It's fine, Aunt Emma, I said softly, offering her a gentle smile. Let's stay as we are. I wouldn't force my presence on a mate who clearly didn't want it. Aunt Emma looked momentarily defeated. In her eyes, I knew I was too passive, too accommodating with Silvano. She believed I'd wasted countless opportunities over the years to assert myself as Luna. As dinner began, conversation flowed around me like water around a stone. I remained quiet, head down, focusing on my food while Celine curled defensively within me. More than 10 minutes passed without Silvano and me exchanging a single word, not even the basic courtesy of acknowledging each other's presence. This was our normal now. Everyone at the table had grown accustomed to it, no longer finding it unusual, a sad testament to how far we'd fallen. Isabella, I noticed, now habitually turned to Silvano when she wanted something, rather than to me. The change had happened gradually after I'd stopped calling every day, stopped fighting so hard for her attention. But when the server brought out a platter of large shrimp, her favorite, Isabella's eyes flickered toward me. In better days, I would always peel shrimp for both her and Silvano, removing the shells with practiced precision that neither of them could match. Mom, she said, her voice carrying a note of our old familiarity, can you peel the shrimp for me? Dad always leaves bits of shell. My heart swelled at this small request, this tiny acknowledgement that there were still things she needed me for. Celine perked up, eager to provide for our pup. Of course, little wolf. I reached for her plate, our fingers brushing. The familiar motion of cleaning the shrimp for her, careful, methodical, felt like coming home. As I worked, I could feel Silvano's eyes on me. Through our bond, I sensed a flicker of something, not quite longing, but recognition, a memory of countless meals where I'd performed this same service for him. Freya. Isabella watched me with appreciation, and when I handed her the perfectly cleaned shrimp, her smile was genuine. No one does it like you do, Mom. As I continued peeling shrimp for Isabella, Aunt Emma suddenly paused, her keen eyes focusing on my hands. Dear Luna, where is your ring? She asked, her voice carrying across the table. At her words, every pair of eyes, including Silvano's, turned to my bare left hand. The absence of the silver band with its moonstone centerpiece felt conspicuous now, though I'd grown accustomed to its absence. After our mating ceremony, despite our increasingly cold relationship, I had always worn the ceremonial bonding ring Luna Victoria had selected for us. It was tradition, symbolizing not just our union, but my position as Luna. My shrimp peeling motion paused imperceptibly before I responded with practiced casualness. I was in a rush this morning and left it at home. The truth was more deliberate. I had removed the ring when I first prepared the divorce papers. I had placed it in the envelope alongside the agreement, a symbolic return of everything he'd given me. However, we weren't officially divorced yet. I knew Luna Victoria would vehemently oppose our separation. A Luna and Alpha divorce would shake the pack's stability, especially with Isabella's position as heir to consider. If I brought up the subject now, in the middle of dinner with the pack's most traditional elder present, it would create chaos and likely make it impossible for Silvano and me to proceed with a clean separation. Luna Victoria smiled at my explanation. I see. Be sure to wear it next time, dear. A Luna's ring carries the pack's blessing. I nodded noncommittally, and conversation resumed around us. Silvano's eyes lingered on my bare finger for a moment longer, his expression unreadable, before he turned his attention back to his meal. After dinner, everyone moved to the living room for dessert and coffee. As always, Aunt Emma orchestrated the seating to push Silvano and me together. Silvano, make room for your mate, she instructed firmly when he took a seat in one of the oversized leather armchairs. My mate still wouldn't spare me a glance, but he shifted slightly. Unable to keep refusing Aunt Emma's wishes without causing a scene, I perched on the edge of the chair beside him. This was the first time we had sat this close to each other in months. I could clearly smell his familiar scent. Once, that scent had been home to me. Now, Celine stirred restlessly, confused by the proximity to our mate who no longer acted like one. I focused on my berry tart, showing no intention of initiating conversation with Silvano. He seemed equally determined to maintain our silence, his body angled slightly away from mine despite the limited space. "You two make such a perfect match," Aunt Emma sighed, smiling at us both with clear satisfaction. From the outside, perhaps we did. He was powerfully built and commanding, the very image of an alpha in his prime. I had been told I complimented him with my quieter grace. We looked perfect together on the surface, the strong, dominant alpha and his beautiful Luna, but our compatibility ended at appearances. In terms of other qualities, the strength, cunning, and political savvy needed to be a true Luna, I had always fallen short in the pack's eyes. Aurora's constant presence had only highlighted my inadequacies. That evening, following Aunt Emma's insistence, we stayed overnight at the pack mansion. Around 8 o'clock, Silvano excused himself to discuss pack business with York and the elders in the study. Isabella tugged at my hand as they departed, her gray eyes, so like her father's, looking up at me hopefully. "Mom, can you help me take a bath and tuck me in?" The simple request warmed my heart. This was something we hadn't done together in too long. "Of course, little wolf." Upstairs in her bathroom, Isabella splashed in the lavender-scented bubbles while I sat on the edge of the tub. For a moment it felt like old times, before Aurora's increased presence, before Silvano's coldness had infected our daughter's attitude toward me. "Mom?" Isabella asked tentatively, playing with a handful of bubbles. Are you busy tomorrow morning?" I could sense her uncertainty, the way she bit her lower lip, exactly as Silvano did when conflicted. Though she was asking about my availability, I sensed she was hoping for a specific answer. "No, I'm not busy," I replied honestly. "Why do you ask?" Hearing this, Isabella's lips turned downward in disappointment as she said, "Nothing." Since she didn't elaborate, I didn't press further. Whatever Aurora had planned with my daughter, I wouldn't create conflict by demanding answers. Instead, I focused on making this moment positive. After her bath, I wrapped Isabella in a fluffy towel and gently dried her dark hair with the blow dryer, working my fingers through the silky strands just as I used to when she was smaller. "Mom?" she asked after a few minutes of silence. "Yes, sweetheart?" "Do you and Dad hate each other now?" The question caught me off guard, and I felt Celine whine in distress. Children always saw more than adults gave them credit for. I turned off the blow dryer and knelt to meet Isabella's eyes. "Your father and I have difficulties right now, but neither of us hates the other, and both of us love you more than anything in this world or the next." She studied my face with an intensity beyond her years, her father's calculating gaze in miniature. "Then why don't you wear your ring anymore?" My heart clenched. "Sometimes," I said carefully, "grown-ups need space to figure things out. But no matter what happens between your father and me, you will always be our perfect little wolf." I pulled her into my arms. Whatever came next, I would ensure Isabella knew she was loved. That much, at least, I could promise. Freya. I had barely taken a step from Isabella's room when I heard the distinct click of the lock. My daughter wasn't trying to keep others out, just me. The realization settled like a cold stone in my stomach. She was probably locking the door to contact Aurora without my knowledge. Celine whined softly in our shared consciousness, mourning the distance between us and our pup. "She's slipping away from us," Celine whispered. "Not completely," I countered, remembering the genuine smile Isabella had given me earlier. There's still something there worth fighting for. I turned and headed back to the bedroom I'd once shared with Silvano. Even after the coldness between us had grown glacial, Aunt Emma had ensured I kept clothes and necessities at the pack house. The elderly she-wolf liked me, perhaps the only one in Silvano's family who truly did, and often invited me back for meals, maintaining the illusion of a united Luna and Alpha. After a long shower, I settled on my usual side of the king-sized bed, the mattress still shaped to my form despite my long absence. I pulled out the novel I'd tucked into my bag earlier. a romance about a wolf finding her true mate against impossible odds. Once I'd read such stories with hope. Now they seemed like cruel jokes. The minutes ticked by as I lost myself in fiction until my eyes began to sting from fatigue. Checking my phone, I realized it was already 11:30. Silvano still hadn't returned. We used to have a passionate love, intense enough for me, who had always been cautious, to choose to abandon everything and join his wolf pack, becoming his mate. He had once said we were fated mates, that I was the best gift the moon goddess had given him. But after Aurora's return, everything changed. He fell in love with her wild spirit, her calculating intelligence, her unmistakable alpha presence. After that, he barely touched me at all. The bond between us grew so thin, I sometimes wondered if it still existed. I wasn't sure if his absence tonight meant he wasn't planning to return to our room at all, or if he was simply busy with pack business. Either way, the emptiness of the bed mirrored the emptiness I felt whenever we were together now. Restlessness drove me from the bedroom. I descended the stairs, my bare feet silent against the cold hardwood. Just as I reached the landing, voices drifted from the direction of the study. Everyone's asleep. Is it because Freya's here that you don't want to return to the bedroom this late? Maria's voice, sharp with judgment. I froze, instinctively stepping back into the shadows. Through the partially open door, I could see Maria and Silvano. My mate was smoking, something he rarely did except when deeply troubled, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the window. From this distance, backlit as he was, I couldn't make out his expression. Actually, I understand you, Maria continued, her tone conspiratorial. I've met Aurora several times now. She's only 25 and has already earned her doctorate from one of the top universities globally. My chest tightened. Aurora was younger than me by several years, and her academic achievements far outshone mine. She handles pack business matters impressively, too, Maria went on, each word a knife between my ribs. She's beautiful, with that wild, untamable spirit. Her excellence and radiance are qualities most women simply don't possess. I clenched my hands into fists, nails biting into my palms. She certainly has what it takes to attract you, Maria said, her voice honeyed with false concern. But she is Alpha Enzo's daughter, your cousin, Silvano. Are you serious about this? I know what kind of woman I want, Silvano cut her off, his voice a low growl that sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. Even after everything, my treacherous body still responded to him. Celine stirred restlessly within me, caught between the instinct to approach our mate and the knowledge that we were no longer welcome. But, Maria frowned. While she clearly looked down on me, she apparently didn't approve of Aurora either. She wanted to say more, but something in Silvano's expression made her hesitate. You're so protective of her. Won't even let me say a word. Fine, I'll stop talking, okay? I listened, my cheeks stinging from the night air drifting through an open window. A bitter smile crossed my lips as I turned to leave. I had no interest in hearing more about Aurora's perfection or my own inadequacy. Just as I moved away, Maria remembered something else. Oh, right. I heard Freya submitted her resignation and is planning to leave the company. I paused, one foot on the bottom stair. I hadn't told anyone about this yet, not even Isabella. The day before yesterday, York mentioned she made a mistake, Silvano replied, his tone indifferent. He was quite angry, so I told him to follow company procedures and terminate her. The casual way he spoke of ending my career, my one remaining connection to pack business, felt like a physical blow. After everything I'd sacrificed for him, he discarded me without a second thought. Maria's laugh cut through me. So that's what happened. When she mentioned this earlier, she made it sound like she resigned on her own. I thought, with her clingy nature, always sticking to you like glue, how could she willingly resign? So she was actually fired, haha. Silvano didn't respond, as if the matter of my employment, my dignity, had nothing to do with him. I swallowed hard against the lump forming in my throat and continued up the stairs. As I reached the second floor, I nearly collided with York, who was heading downstairs. We both startled at the near miss. After recovering, York apologized first, his brow furrowing with concern. Luna Freya, are you all right? Among the Moretti family, besides Aunt Emma, York was the only one who treated me with genuine kindness. When I first mated with Silvano, York had been young, not yet caught up in the pack's politics or Aurora's influence. I shook my head and forced a slight smile. I'm fine. He didn't look convinced, his nostrils flaring slightly as he caught the scent of my distress. But like the gentleman he was, he didn't press the issue. You should get some rest, he said gently. It's late. I nodded and continued to my room, the weight of what I'd overheard settling heavily on my shoulders. So Silvano had arranged to have me fired, taking away the last thing that was truly mine. The final bridge connecting me to the pack's inner workings had been burned. As I closed the bedroom door behind me, I couldn't help but feel it was symbolic, the closing of a chapter in my life. The divorce papers in my bag seemed more necessary than ever now. If Silvano could so easily dismiss my contribution to the pack, perhaps it was truly time to leave. Tomorrow, I would speak with Silvano alone. No more hiding behind Luna Victoria's expectations or Isabella's needs. It was time to face the truth of what our marriage had become and what needed to happen next. I slipped between the cold sheets of our bed, curling onto my side away from Silvano's empty half. Even if he returned tonight, I knew he wouldn't touch me. He hadn't in months. The realization brought not pain, but a strange sense of clarity. I had been holding on to something that no longer existed, perhaps had never truly existed at all. Silvano. I stood in the shadow-draped study, smoke curling from between my fingers as Maria's words hung in the air like a poisonous fog. The scent of Freya had drifted into the room moments earlier, then disappeared. Had she overheard us? A knot formed in my gut at the thought. I know what kind of woman I want, I growled, cutting Maria off before she could say another word about Aurora. The family matchmaker had been pushing suitable alpha females at me for years, never accepting that I had already found my Luna, my mate. Maria frowned. But whatever she intended to say died on her lips when she caught my expression. You're so protective of her, won't even let me say a word. Fine, I'll stop talking, okay? I turned away, staring out the window into the darkness of our territory. The moon hung heavy above the tree line, a silver reminder of the goddess who had blessed, or perhaps cursed me, with this bond to a woman whose wolf spirit called to mine like no other. Oh, right, Maria suddenly remembered, her voice laced with barely concealed disdain. I heard Freya submitted her resignation and is planning to leave the company? I felt my jaw tighten. The day before yesterday, Jake mentioned she made a mistake, I replied, keeping my voice carefully neutral. The words tasted bitter on my tongue. The truth was far more complicated, but explaining it to Maria would only make matters worse. Some pack politics were better handled in silence. Maria laughed, a sharp, cruel sound that grated against my already frayed nerves. So that's what happened. When she mentioned this earlier, she made it sound like she resigned on her own. I thought, with her clingy nature, always sticking to you like glue, how could she willingly resign? So she was actually fired. Ha ha. I remained silent, refusing to dignify her mockery with a response. My wolf stirred restlessly within me, urging me to defend our mate's honor. But I couldn't. Not yet. There were too many pieces still in play, too many secrets that needed to remain buried. After Maria finally left, I remained in the study, pouring myself a finger of whiskey. The amber liquid burned pleasantly as it went down, dulling the edges of my frustration. York appeared in the doorway, his expression troubled. Silvano, I just saw Luna Freya upstairs. She seemed upset. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. Did she say anything? No, York replied, concern evident in his voice. But she didn't look well. My younger cousin had always had a soft spot for Freya. She'll be fine, I said, more harshly than I intended. York frowned, running a hand through his dark hair in a gesture so similar to our father's that it made my chest ache. You know, she's such a good person. You'll realize that someday. Don't push her too far. I shot him a warning look. You don't understand the situation. Maybe I understand better than you think, he countered, then shook his head. I'm getting a drink. Good night, brother. After he left, I remained rooted in place, my thoughts a tangled mess. The phone call from Aurora earlier had complicated things further. There was trouble brewing at the northern border of our territory, and I needed to handle it personally. When I finally made my way upstairs, I paused outside our bedroom door, steeling myself for another stilted conversation with the woman who used to light up when I entered a room. Inside, I found Freya lying in bed, the soft glow of the bedside lamp casting shadows across her face. Her eyes opened when I entered, meeting mine with none of the warmth they once held. Something had changed. The usual eagerness to please was gone, replaced by a cool detachment that bothered me more than it should. Normally, she would have jumped up to help me with my clothes, run my bath, ask about my day. Tonight, she simply closed her eyes again. I tried to ignore the pang in my chest. "Bella's school enrollment is done," I said, my voice coming out colder than intended. "You'll take her to school tomorrow morning." "I understand," she replied, her voice flat. I turned away from her, busying myself with finding clothes for a shower I didn't particularly need. My wolf whined softly, urging me to cross the room, to pull her into my arms as I once would have without hesitation. But I couldn't. Not with everything hanging in the balance. Not with what I knew was coming. My phone rang, saving me from my thoughts. Aurora's name flashed on the screen. "Hello," I answered, my voice automatically softening. From the corner of my eye, I saw Freya watching me, her expression unreadable. "Silvano, we have a situation," Aurora said urgently. "The scouts found something at the northern border. You need to see this immediately." "I'll come right now," I said, already moving toward the door. I left without looking back, though every step away from Freya felt wrong, my wolf struggling against my human resolve. I knew she thought I was running to Aurora, and in a way, I was, but not for the reasons she believed. The drive to the northern border took less than 30 minutes. Aurora was waiting for me, her silver blonde hair gleaming in the moonlight. "This better be important," I growled, still annoyed at being pulled from home, though admittedly relieved to escape the tension with Freya. "It is," she said, her expression grim. "We found signs of the Granite Ridge pack crossing our borders, and this time they left a message." She handed me a carved wooden token, the symbol of Levi's father etched into its surface. A challenge, then, one that couldn't be ignored. "Does anyone else know about this?" I asked. Aurora shook her head. "Just the scout who found it, and he's loyal to me. I thought it best to keep this quiet until we decide how to respond." I nodded, appreciating her discretion. "Good. The last thing we need is panic in the pack." We spent hours discussing strategy, planning our response. By the time we finished, it was nearly dawn. There was no point returning home, not when I needed to be back at the office in a few hours. "You should get some rest," Aurora said, her hand lingering on my arm. "You look exhausted." I stepped away from her touch. "I'll be fine. I need to make some calls before the day starts properly." She frowned but didn't push. "As you wish, Alpha." As I drove back toward the pack house, my thoughts returned to Freya. I knew I needed to speak with her, to explain at least some of what was happening. But how could I, when doing so might put her at risk? The less she knew, the safer she would be. For now, I would continue as planned, even if it meant she hated me, even if it broke what remained of our bond. Freya. I watched as Isabella pouted on her bed, her small face a mixture of resignation and defiance. This was our morning ritual now, a battle of wills over the simplest things like getting ready for school. "I know," she muttered sullenly, making no move to actually get up. After a moment of lying there, she looked at me with those eyes, so like her father's, and said, "Mom, you helped me squeeze toothpaste." I agreed, swallowing down the familiar ache. Once, I would have reminded her she was old enough to do it herself, but these days I took whatever scraps of connection I could get. I went into the bathroom and prepared her toothbrush. Through the open door, I saw Isabella grab her phone, quickly typing something with a small smile on her face. That smile, the one I rarely saw directed at me anymore. Celine whined softly inside me, missing the days when our pup looked at us with adoration. When Isabella finally joined me in the bathroom, I handed her the toothbrush and then dampened a towel with warm water, wringing it out carefully before offering it to her to wipe her face. These small maternal gestures were all I had left. I opened her wardrobe, surveying the clothes I'd carefully selected based on what I thought she might like. "Which one should you wear today?" I asked. Isabella's face closed off immediately. "Mom, I'll change myself. You go out first." "Good," I replied, closing the wardrobe door and stepping out of the room. After I left, I stood in the hallway for a moment, pressing my palm against the wall to steady myself. Through our faint bond, I could sense Isabella's excitement spike. Whatever she was planning to wear clearly wasn't from the selection I'd provided. "Bella, are you packed?" I asked, gathering her school things. "It's time to go downstairs for breakfast." Her head snapped up, eyes flashing with sudden irritation. "I know, Mother. Can you not always talk, talk, talk? It's very annoying." The words hit like physical blows, but I kept my expression neutral. This wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. She snatched up her bag and stormed past me toward the stairs. I followed silently, noting the unfamiliar clothes once more. Since Isabella had spent time with Silvano in the Northern Territories, her entire aesthetic had changed. Gone were the soft colors and playful patterns she once loved. Now it was all dark colors, edgy cuts, and cool styles. Because of Aurora, accomplished, athletic, charismatic, everything I supposedly wasn't. According to the pack gossip, she excelled at everything from skateboarding to rock climbing to paragliding, and somehow she'd become my daughter's idol. I tried to adapt, buying clothes that matched Isabella's new preferences, but she barely glanced at them. She only wore things Aurora picked out for her now. Another woman dressing my daughter, another woman receiving my daughter's admiration. But I said nothing. What right did I have? At least someone was making Isabella happy. Downstairs, Maria hadn't risen yet, but Silvano's grandmother was already at the breakfast table. "Freya and Bella up so early?" Luna Victoria remarked, her keen eyes taking in Isabella's outfit and sullen expression. I managed to smile. "Good morning, Luna Victoria." Isabella mumbled a greeting, her mood clearly dark as she slumped into her chair. "Bella is not happy this morning?" Luna Victoria asked. "What's going on?" When Isabella didn't respond, the housekeeper intervened with a diplomatic smile. She was probably woken up before she was ready and is in a bad mood. Luna Victoria nodded, then looked around. "Where is Silvano? Hasn't he gotten up yet?" I kept my expression carefully neutral. "Silvano went out last night." I didn't miss the way her face darkened. After all these years in the pack, I could read the elder Moretti's expressions like a book. She understood immediately what that meant. Another night spent away from his mate and child. But with Isabella present, she held her tongue. After breakfast, Isabella remembered she'd forgotten something and ran back upstairs. I waited in the entryway, my hand absently smoothing down the front of my dress, one of the few habits from my old life I couldn't seem to break. A soft chime broke the silence. Isabella had left her phone on the entry table, and the screen had lit up with a notification. The contact name flashed clearly, "Kiss Kiss Aurora Auntie." I froze, my fingers hovering over the device. In all the years since Isabella had gotten her phone, I'd respected her privacy completely. I'd never once looked through her messages or calls. But something in me, the desperate mother, the wounded mate, reached for the phone before I could stop myself.